Chapter 561, Ultra-High-Speed Flight and Selection of Teleportation Array Coordinates. Aaron Gaius lay on his bed, staring at his personal dashboard. The numbers in the last column made his heart race with excitement. It felt surreal how easily he had accumulated 2,000 magic points in just one day. Additionally, he possessed a Ravenclaw crown worth 500 magic points, which could be redeemed by destroying it. It's like a dream. Aaron's lips curled into a smile. System, increase my total magic energy. Understood, host, the system responded. In the next moment, Aaron felt a surge of magical energy. His power rapidly ascended from a high-level magister to the peak of a magister, stopping just after breaking through the threshold of a great magister. Simultaneously, his missing body in the Shenming Palace also advanced to the primary-level magister. Long-lost power! Aaron clenched his fist. Since creating the missing body, he had been using only half of his magic power. No one had seen him at his full strength. He had lingered at the Magister stage for too long, and now suddenly entering a new realm, he felt a bit disoriented. System, open the mall panel. I still have more than 500 magic points left, which can be spent. The host finally figured it out. The system's voice sounded excited as the mall interface appeared before Aaron. Magic category. At sleep spell, 600 magic points can make the opponent fall asleep. At precognition, 400 magic points can sense impending danger. Exploration, 500 magic points can detect a certain area based on the user's ability. Divine punishment, 2,000 magic points, uses the resonance of one's own magic power with surrounding magic power to create a virtual life from items containing magic power. At telepathy, 400 magic points allows long-distance conversations by transmitting thoughts. Material category. At deep-sea octopus tentacle, 5 magic points. Seaweed, 1 magic point. Tooth of Doroyus, 1,000 magic points. A legendary dragon's tooth that can live for 10,000 years. Venom of the 8-eyed giant spider, 10 magic points. Bee sting, 1 magic point. Item category. Raise a mask. 2,500 magic points. The wearer can summon the Shadow Legion Blade group. Collecting 10 masks can control the Shadow Kingdom. At Firebolt, 50 magic points. At Chicken Talisman, 1,000 magic points. Grants floating and telekinesis abilities. At Wei Zheng's Jar, 500 magic points. Has sealing ability. Can seal up to 3 people. At Haitisi, 2,500 magic points. The energy component of the Dark Emperor of the Dark Tribe, containing enough energy to destroy the time and space rift barrier, possessing both independent consciousness and strong temptation. Aaron's eyes widened with excitement as he browsed the array of products. Each of the 5 types of magic could be beneficial to him. The Tooth of Doroyus was a promise he made to Alger to prepare suitable forging materials. The Razamask could provide an army of sharp blades. The combination of the Chicken Talisman and the Rabbit Talisman could grant him the ability to fly at super speed. Wei Zheng's Jar had the ability to seal, and the Dark Spiritual Stone of Haitisi was crucial. However, these products were expensive. The cheapest one cost hundreds of magic points, and the most expensive could deplete his current wealth. Still poor, Aaron sighed. No matter how much I have, it's never enough. Aaron smiled to himself, contemplating his choices. After a moment, he decided on the ability to speak, the Fang of Deleuze, and the Chicken Charm. He first tested his ability to read words, feeling a magical force spread around him in all directions. At that moment, he sensed he could communicate with the entire world, though there were limitations. The farther the distance, the weaker the signal, and the greater the energy consumption. Despite these constraints, it was a valuable ability. In times of war, he would be the perfect intelligence agent. Next, he examined the Tooth of Doroyus. The system was quite stingy. Instead of a whole tooth, he received an ice-green crystal the size of a brick. Even from a distance, he could feel the faint coercion it emitted. Upon contact, he envisioned a colossal dragon, its majesty filling the starry sky. Its sharp, enormous teeth gleamed with a cold light, capable of tearing apart space and crushing any enemy. Aaron wiped imaginary sweat from his forehead. Before becoming a god, I really might not be able to defeat it. The host is very self-aware. The system teased. Nonsense, Aaron retorted, then picked up the Chicken Charm. The octagonal runestone bore a red rooster pattern. Absorb, he commanded. The rooster pattern lost its color, reappearing in Aaron's pupils. With a thought, all the items in his dormitory floated and arranged themselves according to his will, even liquids and gravel on the ground. Not bad, similar to a levitation spell, but far more powerful, Aaron murmured. He then threw the runestone, which, under the influence of telekinesis, was cut into hexagons, triangles, and finally turned into gray powder. As expected, transformation or shaping consumes magic power. The amount depends on the specifics. Aaron smiled slightly. But that's not important. The ability to fly is what matters. I won't need to transform into an animagus to fly. System, refresh the empty product column of the item category and lock the spell series. At Pig Talisman, 1,000 magic points, causes the holder's eyes to emit destructive laser-scorching light rays. The long-range emission energy distance of the flame laser beam is unlimited. It's okay. The main thing is that I can't afford it now. Aaron shook his head and continued to refresh the entire material product column. After all, he could buy all those miscellaneous things in the market. 100 magic points, the most precious scale on a dragon. At Mofa, 2 magic points. Run Musei, 1 magic point. At Mintu, 100 magic points, soil from the world of the dead. Well, it's okay. The reverse scale can actually make a heart-protecting mirror. With my current alchemy skills, it won't be a problem. The underworld soil is a medium for communicating with the dead. Although I don't know how to use it, there should be a corresponding record in Klee's mind. As for the rest, it's all garbage. Finally, he refreshed the blank magic product column. After more than a dozen attempts, he couldn't find anything satisfactory and had to stop when he had only 100 magic points left. At Purification, 300 magic points, releases pure light, dispels darkness, malice, and negative emotions. Aaron looked at the magic introduction and couldn't help but smile wryly. It was useful in some situations, but he couldn't use it now. System, buy the reverse scale. As he finished speaking, a scale emitting a faint blue-white light fell into Aaron's hand, and his magic points were completely depleted. Back to square one, Aaron sighed, falling asleep with a sense of accomplishment. For more than a month after that, although Aaron still often wrote and drew in his notebook, he felt much more relaxed. Aaron's behavior had become less urgent than before. Perhaps the improvement in his strength had led to a change in his mentality. His total amount of magical energy had exceeded expectations, and now he felt confident enough to face Voldemort head-on. While he didn't dare claim he could defeat him, he was certain he could retreat without much trouble. Clea noticed these changes in Aaron keenly, and the frequency and duration of her visits to him gradually increased. During her trips to the Shenming Palace, she naturally discovered the clues Aaron had written on the blackboard. Although she was somewhat surprised that Voldemort had 7 Horcruxes, she wasn't entirely shocked. She even felt a bit of pity for Voldemort. Killing Harry Potter, his old enemy, would be equivalent to killing a part of his own soul. There is nothing sadder than that. Hermione, on the other hand, realized she was much more reserved compared to Slytherin's Clea. However, being able to date someone she liked made her happy. The two exceptional girls seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement not to appear next to Aaron at the same time when dating, at least in public. As the number of dates between Aaron and the two of them increased, some gossip began to spread at Hogwarts. The 3 of them, however, paid little attention to it. Aaron and Hermione, both prefects, were firmly suppressing Slytherin and Gryffindor houses. No one dared to say anything too harsh. The most they could do was express feelings of envy, jealousy, and hatred. The excellence of the trio was deeply rooted in the hearts of the students. Although it was a bit outrageous for the top 3 in the school to be together, it was not entirely unacceptable. Meanwhile, Harry Potter and Ginny Weasley were in love. This big news, related to the Savior, attracted everyone's attention as soon as it appeared, making other gossip pale in comparison. The only one who felt heartbroken might be Ron, Harry's best friend and Ginny's brother. Although he didn't mind, he still felt a bit awkward, but who could blame him? He had once taken off Harry's clothes in a moment of guilt and injustice, which made him reluctantly accept their relationship. As June approached, students began preparing for final exams. Aaron's mood gradually became uneasy, not because of the exams, but because Dumbledore's death was drawing closer. He knew Dumbledore would take Harry to destroy a Horcrux before he died. "What's wrong with you these days? You look so sad," Hermione asked, sitting in the corner of the library with an absent-minded Aaron next to her. "Is it that obvious?" Aaron asked. "Very obvious," Hermione nodded seriously. "I'm sorry for making you worry," Aaron forced a smile, then seemed to think of something and said solemnly, "Before the holiday, don't run around and don't get too close to Harry, especially since he has been acting strangely lately. Do not participate in any of his actions." "What do you mean?" Hermione asked, puzzled. "Time is running out," Aaron said cryptically. Hearing this, Hermione thought of something and blurted out, "Is it related to Dumbledore?" "How do you know?" Aaron frowned. "Did Clea tell you?" "No, I guessed it myself," Hermione said guiltily. "His hand. I saw it in the library. It was a very dangerous curse." "Which book? What's the title?" Aaron asked urgently. "This. I forgot," Hermione admitted. "Alas," Aaron sighed tiredly. "Stop lying to me. How much has she told you?" "A little bit," Hermione said sheepishly, stretching out her index finger and thumb to reveal a small gap between them. "Your safety is related to the life and death of Dumbledore and Harry. That's all I know." "Where are the Horcruxes?" Aaron asked worriedly. "She didn't tell you, did she?" "Harry told us that Voldemort had 4 Horcruxes: Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's golden cup, a relic of Gryffindor or Ravenclaw, and a big snake," Hermione said thoughtfully. "You should know this too, otherwise you wouldn't have asked me not to participate in Harry's recent actions." Aaron nodded noncommittally and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she didn't know everything. Harry being a Horcrux for Voldemort was a secret that Hermione had to keep. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to hold on. "After Dumbledore's death, there will definitely be trouble at Hogwarts. I'm not worried about Clea, but you." "Don't worry, I'll be fine," Hermione assured her. Aaron wasn't entirely convinced, but recalling the deal he made with Voldemort last summer, he felt a bit more at ease. As long as she didn't do anything reckless, she would be safe. That night, Aaron returned to the Shenming Temple. Clea was busy constructing a teleportation array when she noticed his angry approach and paused her work. "I guess something's wrong, right?" she asked. "How much did you talk to Hermione?" Aaron demanded. "So she didn't keep it a secret, huh?" Clea raised an eyebrow and smiled. "But it probably wasn't intentional. That girl is very careful with her words and actions. You should have guessed it." "Don't change the subject," Aaron snapped. "I'm more careful than she is. I didn't say anything I shouldn't have," Clea said confidently. "But I suggest you don't write everything on the blackboard." Aaron's face darkened. He pulled out his wand and pointed it at the blackboard, erasing all the writing instantly. "How far along is the teleportation array?" he asked. "It's 90% complete, but the coordinates are a bit confusing," Clea replied. "Are you sure you want to locate it at Ollivander's wand shop?" "It's a necessary move. You know my uncle's temperament. He prefers to work in isolation. Once the magical world becomes chaotic, his shop might be the safest place," Aaron explained. Chapter 562. 2 Memory Bottles. The Easily Fooled Professor Snape. Fall. The greatest wizard of this century will fall tonight. The sound of the prophecy book echoed in the Divine Call Hall, causing the missing body practicing the magic circle to pause. The intricate runes were instantly ruined, turning to ashes and dissipating. "Is this day finally here?" The missing body shook its head in resignation. "You never bring good news." "Master," the prophecy book responded, its voice tinged with a hint of complaint. "Good news is certainly gratifying, but bad news is often more useful." "You make sense," the missing body replied, somewhat speechless, before transmitting the prophecy to the main body. Aaron was enjoying lunch in the Great Hall when he received the message. He unconsciously put down his knife and fork. "What's wrong?" Clea asked, noticing his sudden change in demeanor. "It's time," Aaron said quietly, glancing at the staff table. "It's tonight, so we must prepare early." Clea understood immediately and continued eating her lunch calmly. "What are you going to do?" "Just go about your day as usual. I'll inform you when needed." "Do you think I'll just listen to you?" Clea asked with a half smile. "Even if you're taking risks, it won't be as dangerous with my help." I need you to stay at Hogwarts, Aaron said meaningfully. Hermione may not listen to me, but if you're here, you can keep an eye on her. Anything else? Clea inquired. Aaron paused, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. If you get involved, your brother will kill me. He can't beat you. Your eldest sister will also kill me, and Otto, even though we haven't seen him for years, Aaron said, almost tearfully. If they didn't protect you, the princess, do you think they would give me a chance? After lunch, Aaron went to the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office, still located in the basement. Professor Snape had not changed his office or its furnishings despite his new position. What are you doing here? Professor Snape asked. Dumbledore will die tonight, Aaron stated. Nonsense. Snape's expression darkened. He pointed at the door and cursed, Get out! This is my prediction, Aaron said calmly. He will die by your hand. The accuracy is over 90%. Get out. Professor, I came to give you a chance. Get out, Snape repeated, standing up and staring straight into Aaron's eyes. Don't make me say it a fourth time. I won't stop you from killing him, because even if you don't, he will die. You made an unbreakable vow. If he doesn't die, you will. Professor, sometimes I really admire your loyalty. To force yourself to complete the task, you didn't leave any room for escape. It seemed Snape couldn't bear it any longer. After a moment of struggle, he took out his wand and pointed it at Aaron. Soul. Before he could finish the spell, Snape saw a pair of purple eyes. The next moment, countless memories flashed through his mind, gradually forming the image of a girl. Lily, he whispered, as 2 lines of crystal tears fell from his eyes. Realizing what had happened, he looked at Aaron coldly. What did you do to me? It's not as invasive as the Imperious Curse, Aaron shrugged. With my current ability, I can't forcefully extract your memory, but I can make you recall the person you miss the most. Of course, this only works if you're emotionally unstable. This kind of magic isn't very effective against a Grand Mage. Snape sat down slowly, frustration evident in his demeanor. What do you want to say? I want to help you, Professor, Aaron said sincerely. Help me? Help me with what? Snape looked at him sarcastically. Help me kill Dumbledore? No, I don't kill innocent people indiscriminately, and it would be too shameless to attack a dying old man. More importantly, I can't ruin your... Then what are you talking about? Snape asked, his voice tinged with frustration. I know Harry Potter too well, Aaron replied, his tone serious. He has too many prejudices and misunderstandings against you. He blames you for Sirius's death. If you kill Dumbledore yourself, you'll never be able to clear your name. So, Snape's eyes narrowed. Give me your memory, Aaron said solemnly. This is the best I can do for you. Consider it a student's gratitude to his teacher. Is this why you sought me out? Professor Snape was surprised, but also a bit moved. Otherwise, I can't go to Dumbledore, can I? The old bastard might make some temporary arrangements for me before he dies. Trust me, Professor. Although I'm not a member of the Order of the Phoenix, I'm definitely against Voldemort. I will protect Harry Potter because I made a contract with Voldemort. If Harry dies, I must lead him to experience immortality more effective than Horcruxes. At that time, I will be like a sheep in a tiger's mouth, and Voldemort will definitely not let me go. You are truly mad, Snape said calmly. Slytherins are good at protecting themselves wisely. Making a contract was the best choice at that time. I didn't have much confidence in a head-on confrontation, Aaron said matter-of-factly, then changed the subject. But maybe we can give it a try now. Even if it doesn't work, he can't kill me. Snape's lips curled into a hint of sarcasm. He reluctantly believed the first half of the sentence, but the second half was impossible for anyone to believe. No matter how talented Aaron was, he was still only 17 years old. A newly adult wizard competing with the Dark Lord who threatened the magical world? If that were true, what did the Order of the Phoenix's years of hard work mean? A joke? Seeing Snape's skepticism, Aaron felt a bit speechless. No one ever believed the truth. How many times had this happened, but he didn't usually tell lies? Forget it. Believe it or not, Aaron said. Give me your memory. If you unfortunately die in the war, I will give it to Harry Potter. If you survive, I will return the memory to you, and you can explain it to him yourself. I am too lazy to waste time educating people. Snape fell into a brief silence. After a long time, he raised his head and said, No, I cannot agree. Why? It's not that I don't believe you, but I can't take the risk. We can make a contract, Aaron suggested after a moment of thought. I'm really worried about your death being unknown. If we make a contract, I will tell the truth at the most appropriate time and will not let your plans be hindered. Once you violate the requirements, you can rest assured that you will suffer from the burning flames. Snape was still hesitant, so Aaron sighed lightly and dropped a bombshell. You don't want Lily's son to hate you for the rest of his life. Snape's defenses broke instantly, and some of the color drained from his face. He didn't want to die, but he wasn't afraid of death. He wasn't worried about his death being unclear, but Lily's son was his only weakness. I believe Lily will forgive you, but if she knows that her son has a huge hatred for you, then even in death. That's enough, Snape gritted his teeth and cursed. It's enough if you win. How can I have a student like you? Well, Professor, you may not want to hear this, but having a student like me is definitely the greatest honor of your life. How many times have I helped you, directly or indirectly, over the years? Maybe it will be up to me to turn the tide in the end. After speaking, Aaron took out 2 glass bottles, one red and one green, and placed them politely on the table. Why are there 2? Snape asked, eyeing the bottles suspiciously. Aaron smiled sheepishly. The green bottle on the left is for me to see. What did you say? Snape's eyes widened, seriously doubting he had heard correctly. Show you. Professor, you have to be reasonable. I can't work for nothing, Aaron said, the corners of Snape's mouth twitching violently. Snape's right hand, which was holding the wand, subconsciously clenched before slowly loosening. Although he didn't want to admit it, it seemed like he couldn't beat this student. I'm not asking you to help me. Okay, let me put it another way, Aaron said, waving his hand. I don't know the plan between you and Dumbledore, but I am obviously an uncertain factor. Very self-aware, Snape sneered. So, in order to prevent me from hindering your plans, let me know if your plans are necessary. It's necessary. Wait a minute. Something seems not right. Professor, you really think too much, Aaron smiled unnaturally. Look at these 2 bottles. This is my sincerity. My ultimate goal is definitely to destroy Voldemort, which does not conflict with your plan. I have to make sure that I won't backfire after Dumbledore dies. You can put your plan in the green bottle, which can be considered a business matter, and the explanation you want to give to Harry, which is a private matter, in the red bottle. Public and private matters are clear and reasonable. Of course, you can also copy the contents of the green bottle and put it in the red bottle so that Lily's son can more clearly realize his misunderstanding of Severus Snape. I believe Harry will definitely repent from the bottom of his heart. I have already agreed to sign a contract with you. Why should I hesitate? Aaron took out his wand and wrote a concise and clear contract in mid-air, then signed his name. Professor, please. Snape hesitated for a moment before waving his wand. As the name Severus Snape appeared in mid-air, the contract turned into a point of light and dissipated. The contract is reached, Aaron said with satisfaction, then pointed to the 2 glass bottles. You know what to do. Snape pursed his lips and pointed his wand at his temple with his trembling right hand. He slowly pulled out the first silver thread and put it into the green bottle on the left. However, it was difficult to pull out the second thread. The expression on his face was extremely ferocious, as if he was making a life-or-death decision. Professor, think about Lily. This is one of your few chances for redemption, Aaron said, holding Snape's right hand and nodding seriously at him. Snape looked up and saw Aaron's affirmative eyes. He suddenly felt a surge of courage. The second ray of silver successfully fell into the red bottle. Professor Snape seemed to have been drained of most of his strength and slumped down in the chair, with fine beads of sweat covering his forehead. Professor, you have a good rest. I won't disturb you, Aaron said, grabbing the 2 glass bottles neatly and turning around to walk out of the door. There's a problem. There must be something I've overlooked, Snape murmured firmly, but quickly dismissed the thought. The deal was done. The contract had been signed, and the memories had been given. It was too late for him to regret it. Moreover, he thought he knew Aaron relatively well, and there would be no harm in revealing the plan to him, even if there were no benefits. What a fool! No wonder I was deceived by that old bastard Dumbledore for so many years. Professor Snape, you are really not unjust at all. Aaron looked at the two glass bottles in his hand and couldn't help but shake his head with emotion. The ancestors said that only the contract written by yourself is the real contract, because you never know what traps other people's contracts might have. When is the most appropriate time to tell the truth? He has the final say on that. If he interferes with the plan, he will suffer the pain of being burned by fire. Will he, the mighty fire dragon slayer mage, be afraid of being burned? He eats fire for breakfast. From the moment Snape signed the contract, Aaron firmly took the initiative, helping Snape maintain his dignity and prove his innocence and purity of soul. But what was more important was Dumbledore's plan. Aaron had a deep understanding of how dark the White Devil's heart was. Who knows if his name is included in that plan? Aaron couldn't rest until he understood the intricacies of his plan. Back at the Hall of Divine Sound, Clea seemed to anticipate his return and was waiting for him. "Where did you go?" she asked. "Business matters, related to my next actions," Aaron replied, eager to pour the memories from the green bottle into the pensieve. As for the memories in the red bottle, he decided against delving into Snape's personal privacy without good reason. "Whose memory is this?" Clea inquired curiously. "Professor Snape's," Aaron said with a hint of irony. "It's quite ironic that the person Dumbledore trusts most in all of Hogwarts, and even the entire Order of the Phoenix, isn't Professor McGonagall, Hagrid, Lupin, Moody, or even the savior Harry Potter. It's Severus Snape, who has been working as a double agent and is the only one who knows Dumbledore's real plan." Aaron grinned proudly. "When you told me Dumbledore had less than a year to live, I knew I had to get this memory. But I needed the right opportunity." "So you chose today?" Clea raised an eyebrow. "We had no other choice. Our dean's psychological resilience is exceptionally strong. It was only on the day of Dumbledore's death that his psychological defenses were at their weakest, and he needed comfort the most. Normally, he would have been too indifferent to talk to me. Even if I had asked him, he would have told Dumbledore. But today, he didn't have a chance to regret it, and he definitely wouldn't seek out Dumbledore because he wanted the old man to leave as peacefully as possible." Chapter 563, part of Dumbledore's plan, where the Horcrux is hidden. "Can I take a look?" Clea asked curiously. "I don't have to participate, but it's okay to get to know it." "Of course, otherwise I wouldn't take out these two memory bottles in front of you, but we can only look at what's in the green bottle. As for the red bottle, it's the confession of an undercover agent. It's not appropriate to show it now," Aaron shrugged. In his opinion, Clea is a well-deserved daughter of heaven, but most of her life experience so far has been obtained from books. This time, letting her see Dumbledore's plan would help her understand the complexities of people's hearts. The two of them plunged their heads into the pensieve at the same time and entered Snape's memory. "You must kill me yourself, Severus. This is the only way. Only then will the Dark Lord completely believe you. The time has come. You have to tell Harry Potter something, but you must wait until Voldemort is at his weakest." "What do you want me to tell him?" That night, Voldemort went to Godric's Hollow to kill Harry. Lily Potter blocked her son with her body. The killing curse rebounded. At that time, a fragment of Voldemort's soul attached to the only living thing in the house at that time, which was Harry. This is why Harry can speak Parseltongue, why he can see Voldemort's thoughts, and why part of Voldemort's soul lives in Harry's body. So this child will definitely die by then? Yes, he must die. And Voldemort must do it himself, which is the most important thing. You must tell Voldemort the exact date that Harry leaves his aunt and uncle's house. Voldemort thinks that you are very well informed, and if you don't do this, he will become suspicious. But you have to instill the idea of using a double into others. I think that should keep Harry safe. Try using the confusion charm on Mundungus. If you have to participate in the chase, you must do so convincingly. I count on you to continue to gain Voldemort's trust. Otherwise, Hogwarts will be at the mercy of the Caro brothers. After reading the two short conversations, Aaron exhaled slowly. He couldn't help but feel grateful that he had successfully extracted Professor Snape's memory today. Otherwise, one day in the future, Harry Potter, a living Horcrux, would have a high chance of dying by his hands. It's okay if you don't accept it. An old fox is an old fox. This is so sophisticated. Look at their plans, how rigorous they are. Professor Snape, Harry Potter, and even Voldemort have all been arranged clearly, and this is only a small part of the memory, Aaron said, looking at Clea meaningfully. Do you have any thoughts? Why didn't Harry Potter die when Voldemort personally killed him? Clea asked in confusion. Did I ask you this? Aaron said angrily. A smart mind is important in any era, but it's not enough to rely on the mind alone. Sometimes, in order to achieve the goal, it is appropriate to give up some things, such as face, morality, and even the bottom line. Just like our great headmaster, I can't find anything wrong with his plan, but it is particularly unfair to Professor Snape. Almost all the risks, suffering, and even pain are placed on Professor Snape alone. Sacrificing him alone will bring happiness to millions of families. If I hadn't obtained this memory, if Professor Snape had died, the entire Order of the Phoenix would have celebrated with a party. Hearing this, Clea blinked her large eyes, looked at Aaron with a little dodge, and a slight blush appeared on her face. Aaron's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition flashed away. What happened to you? It's okay. I remember what you said, Clea waved her hand. But the question I just asked? I don't know. The connection between Harry and Voldemort is too deep. Maybe there is something I overlooked, Aaron said and looked at the blank photo frame on the wall. But what I need to worry about now is something else. Night falls. The missing body patiently guarded the blank photo frame. Phineas was in the Hall of Gods, while Aaron quietly made his way outside the castle under the cover of the disguise curse. At the same time, Harry pushed open the door to the headmaster's office. He was particularly excited today because Dumbledore had promised to take him to find and destroy a Horcrux. This was the kind of mission a savior should undertake. Harry, Dumbledore said, noticing the stubble on Harry Potter's chin and teasing him, it's time for you to shave, my friend. Sometimes I forget how much you've grown, and other times I still see that little boy in the cupboard. Forgive me for rambling. I'm an old man. As far as I'm concerned, you haven't changed at all, Professor, Harry replied with a smile. You are as kind-hearted as my mother, and no one can ignore that. Dumbledore straightened his back and looked out the window at the scenery. The place we are going to tonight is very dangerous. I'm willing to go, Harry said hastily. Don't be nervous. I won't break my promise, Dumbledore said, shaking his head in amusement. But I have a condition. You must follow all my instructions without hesitation. Of course, Professor. You may not fully understand what I mean, Dumbledore said solemnly. If I tell you to hide, you must hide. If I tell you to run, you must run. If I tell you to leave me and save yourself, you must do so. Harry's expression changed slightly, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. It was just one Horcrux, and they had already destroyed 2. But Dumbledore's words were too serious, as if he might die. I want your word, Harry. I promise. Harry hesitated for a moment, and then nodded seriously. Dumbledore then stretched out his right arm and said, Hold my arm. Professor, Hogwarts does not allow apparition. The headmaster should have some privileges. Harry smiled knowingly and grabbed Dumbledore's right hand. The next moment, the two disappeared from the spot. Upon seeing this, Phineas hurriedly went to the blank photo frame in the Hall of Gods and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Aaron was still there. Thank Merlin, you happened to be here. Dumbledore took Harry away, didn't he? Yes, that's right. Do you know where they went? I don't know. Dumbledore didn't say the exact location, but he mentioned it was very dangerous and made Harry promise to follow all his orders without hesitation, even to leave him behind if necessary. Aaron raised his eyebrows, scoffing internally. The place where the Horcruxes were kept was definitely dangerous, but it wouldn't kill Dumbledore. According to his plan, he had to die at the hands of Snape, which meant he was certain to return to Hogwarts alive. Did Dumbledore say anything else? No, that's all. Okay, I understand. You can go back now. Phineas did not leave immediately, but looked at Aaron hesitantly, as if he wanted to say something. Want to see your great-great-grandson again? Aaron asked, raising an eyebrow. I can't agree to that for now. He is well sealed, and it's not time to release him yet. No, I just want to ask if you won't help, Phineas said with some restraint. Aaron was stunned for a moment, then sneered. Help Dumbledore? Tell me how to help when I don't even know where they are. Okay, go back and let me know if you have any other information. Understood. The photo frame became blank again, and Aaron finally communicated with his real body outside the school. You heard what he said, right? Without an exact location, I'm afraid apparition won't work. It doesn't matter. There are other ways, Aaron said, taking out a treasure hunt compass with some helplessness. He thought about Dumbledore's position, and after a while, the pointer started to rotate and pointed in one direction. Swish! Aaron soared into the night sky at an extremely fast speed, leaving Hogwarts Castle and Hogsmeade behind in the blink of an eye. The floating of the chicken talisman and the speed of the wind carried him swiftly towards his destination. The combinate, ion of the rabbit talisman and another talisman meant flying at high speed. Aaron had long wanted to experience the ability to fly, but it was not convenient at Hogwarts. Today was the first time he tried it. Following the direction of the pointer, Aaron flew over mountains, rivers, towns, and cities, finally stopping at a coast. The waves rolled, and the sea breeze blew against his face. A steep cliff stood where the pointer directed him. The rugged and desolate rocks gave the place an eerie feeling, as if it were covered with a cold curse, sending chills down his spine. It seems I've found the right place. The Horcrux must be here, Aaron thought as he looked at the dark rock wall in front of him. He understood why Voldemort would hide the Horcrux here. The turbulent waves blocked the approach of ships, and the erosion of the seawater made the cliffs extremely smooth. Unless you were a rock climbing expert, you couldn't climb over them. Additionally, the pointer indicated a gap under the cliff, submerged by seawater. The only way to get in was to swim. The entrance alone would make most people retreat, and with the certainty of traps inside, it was not an exaggeration to call it a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Aaron flew to the front of the gap, where the swirling seawater blocked the entrance. He smirked slightly and jumped in. However, the moment he touched the sea, a spherical barrier suddenly appeared and enveloped him. The water-repellent spell isolated the cold seawater, allowing Aaron to enter a dark passage effortlessly. He followed the pointer and did not emerge from the water until he reached the depths of the cliff. It was still extremely dark, and a staircase led to a cliff cave. Aaron noticed water stains on the steps as he moved forward, guessing they were left by Harry and Dumbledore. However, they were not found when entering the cave. If the pointer hadn't been pointing at a cliff, Aaron would have suspected that they had successfully obtained the Horcrux and escaped. Is there a secret door protected by mechanisms or magic? Aaron wondered. He took out his wand and pointed it at the cliff. Reveal quickly, he commanded. The cliff showed no reaction, and Aaron was surprised. How could the Dark Lord's mechanism be so simple? Burning flames! He incanted. The blazing fire shot towards the rock wall, but an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the fire. At the same time, an arch with ancient magic runes written on it appeared. You can enter by sacrificing blood? Aaron sneered after translating the runes. His blood was very precious, and it would be a waste to sacrifice it to this door. Aaron decisively increased his magic output, preferring to break through violently rather than sacrifice. Click! Click! The barrier gradually dimmed under the burning flames and cracks appeared on the arch. But his happiness was short-lived as the entire cliff cave began to shake violently. Rocks and gravel fell uncontrollably, and even seawater seeped in. Fuck! Aaron cursed, stopping immediately. The cliff cave returned to normal, but the arch did not disappear. It stood there quietly, seeming to mock him silently. Aaron was furious, but realized that breaking the door violently would cause the cliff to collapse and be buried deep in the sea. A powerful anti-apparition spell had been cast on this place. If he couldn't exit in time, being buried alive was the only outcome. Even if Aaron could guarantee his safety, salvaging the Horcrux from the seabed ruins would be an enormous task. Fine, I'll sacrifice, Aaron muttered unhappily. He finally understood that this door required a blood sacrifice to enter. Aaron knew that any injury would weaken him, and the method he was considering was crude and distasteful. He pointed his wand at his palm but hesitated. Instead, he activated a red magic circle, retrieved a jar of blood, and poured it over the archway. This was basilisk blood. After killing the basilisk, Aaron had made sure to collect its blood, venom, skin, and even bones. The requirement to sacrifice blood didn't specify that it had to be one's own. Aaron reasoned that if Voldemort ever wanted to access this Horcrux, he certainly wouldn't use his own blood. The archway absorbed the blood, revealing a black doorway. Aaron chose not to use a Lumos spell to light his way, preferring to remain inconspicuous. He was here to intercept, not to draw attention to himself. After walking for a while, Aaron arrived at a vast, silent black lake. In the center was a small island, about the size of an office, made of rocks. A bright white light hung above the island, illuminating the central area of the lake. On the island, Dumbledore and Harry were gathered around a glowing green base, seemingly deep in discussion. Aaron approached cautiously, making sure not to make any noise. Just as he was about to step into the lake, a strong sense of unease gripped him, and he instinctively stepped back. In the next moment, a pale hand emerged from the lake, grabbing the spot where he had just been standing. Water Law. Chapter 564. Gandalf returns to the world, but time is running out. Burning flames. Without hesitation, Aaron instinctively cast a spell. A pale corpse, emerging from the lake, was struck by a fireball and fell back into the black water, causing ripples to spread across the surface. Oops! Aaron's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately regretted his action. The commotion had caught the attention of Harry and Dumbledore, and both turned their eyes towards Aaron's location. "Who's there?" Harry drew his wand, alert and ready. Dumbledore, more direct, flicked his finger, sending the white ball of light hovering above the island towards Aaron. "My friend, there's no use in hiding. You've been exposed," Dumbledore said calmly. Aaron sighed softly and reluctantly released his invisibility. Simultaneously, he used advanced transformation techniques to disguise himself as an old man, complete with a pipe in his left hand, a staff in his right, and a wine flask hanging from his waist. "Who are you?" Harry asked, puzzled. "Why are you here?" He was confused because even he hadn't known their destination until Dumbledore brought him there. It was unlikely that Dumbledore had leaked the secret, and following them via apparition was nearly impossible, especially since apparition was restricted at Hogwarts. "Gandalf, an ordinary gray wizard," Aaron declared confidently. His voice was steady, and he showed no signs of nervousness. He had assumed the identity of Gandalf, a figure not widely known, so who could challenge his claim? As a Grand Magister, even Dumbledore might not see through his disguise, especially in his weakened state. Aaron had prepared for this moment, equipping himself with authentic props after his last visit to Grimmauld Place. Harry suddenly recalled something. "Were you the one who took over the Black family's property after Sirius died?" "Yes, that's right, it's me," Gandalf admitted without hesitation. "I know Sirius intended to leave his wealth to you, but what he asked of me was too much. This is a fair trade, or perhaps unfair to me because it couldn't be accomplished with gold alone. If I hadn't had some friendship with the Black family, and if he hadn't pleaded so earnestly, I wouldn't have bothered." "What did he ask you to do?" Harry asked seriously, his tone filled with excitement. Sirius was dead, and this was the only person who had made a deal with him during his lifetime. Harry's instinct told him that the deal was significant and related to him. "That's a secret," Gandalf replied. "How do you know about this place?" Dumbledore inquired. "There are many places in this world that Muggles can't access. My interest lies in recording the secrets of these unknown locations." Gandalf explained, fabricating his story with a serious demeanor. "I discovered this place not long ago. The dark magic here is potent. I initially thought it was an ancient wizard's legacy, but now I see I was mistaken. Sacrificing blood at the entrance might be a test of sincerity, but no serious person would leave such disgusting and dangerous things in their inheritance site. This place is clearly designed to kill intruders. By the way, why are you two here? It's quite unusual for the White Devil and the Savior to be in a place like this." Harry's mouth twitched slightly, feeling overwhelmed by Gandalf's unexpected turn of questioning. "We are here to find Voldemort's Horcrux," Dumbledore stated openly. "Horcrux?" Gandalf feigned surprise, his pupils widening. "No wonder he has lived so long. He truly is mad." Are you here to help? Dumbledore asked. Help? Gandalf glanced at the Black Lake with a hint of apprehension. This place is a death trap. Do you want to get me killed? There's a boat, Dumbledore began, but Gandalf interrupted. Very well, Gandalf said, steeling himself. If it means ridding the world of Voldemort, I will assist you, but we must be cautious. This place is fraught with danger. With that, the three wizards prepared to face the perils that lay ahead, Ted in their quest to destroy the dark artifacts that kept Voldemort tethered to life. That can come over, Harry said. Gandalf then noticed a small boat on the edge of the island. No wonder they could avoid the Inferi in the lake, but then a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Well, with all due respect, if the past method wasn't so difficult, it only proves that the way back will be full of dangers. That's right, Dumbledore nodded. Voldemort will not let people leave easily. This is why I want you to come over. I need help. You're so candid, Dumbledore, Gandalf said, smacking his cigarette holder indifferently. It reminds me of an annoying old friend. I'm sure you'll come over. That's true. Gandalf pointed his staff at the boat and secretly used the power of the chicken charm to control it to row to the other side. He had an image of a master now. If he used the flying curse to push him to the next level, it would be too low. Moreover, he thought the flying curse would be of no use. The Inferi below were not just decorations. The boat floated to the shore, and Gandalf stood on it carefully, trying not to touch the water. The boat sailed to the island on its own, seemingly keen to carry people over. But think about it. Voldemort probably didn't want the people who came to the island to leave alive, so why would he refuse if someone wanted to die? In a few minutes, the boat docked, and Gandalf landed on the island. Hello, sir. I am Harry Potter, Sirius's godson. Harry introduced himself somewhat cautiously, trying to build a relationship with Gandalf. You are scared, child, Gandalf smiled calmly. To be honest, this is very dangerous and is not the place you should come. But I have to come, Harry said seriously. The prophecy says that only I can defeat him. What prophecy? Gandalf asked, pretending to be curious. It's a secret, but if you're willing to trade Sirius with yours in exchange for... If it's a secret, keep it safe. Gandalf patted Harry's shoulder nonchalantly, then walked to the base that emitted a green shimmer. On top was a medium-sized stone basin, and the green light was shining brightly. It was emitted by the liquid in the stone basin. Are the Horcruxes in here? I think so, Dumbledore said. These liquids are protected by a layer of resistance. You can't put your hand in them, and magic can't make them disappear or deform. Gandalf frowned tightly and took a deep breath of his cigarette to calm down. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid there is only one way. Drink it, Dumbledore said with a smile, tapping his wand in midair and conjuring a goblet. No, absolutely not, Harry said hurriedly. This must be poison. You can't... Hey, Potter, you shouldn't include me in this. Let me state in advance that I am not selfish, but it is better to try not to do this kind of behavior that involves death. Harry, I'll drink, Dumbledore said. No, I don't agree. Harry immediately stood in front of Dumbledore, but looked at Gandalf. There must be other ways, right? Well, Gandalf nodded. If Voldemort wants to check his Horcrux on a whim one day, he will definitely not drink the liquid by himself. Just like us now, one of the 3 people can drink it, which means we can bring one person over. No, if we harm innocent people for our own benefit, what's the difference between us and the Dark Lord? I didn't say he was innocent, Gandalf said speechlessly. Kill innocent Death Eaters indiscriminately, even death row inmates in the Muggle world. Sir, isn't this too cruel? Harry said sarcastically. How about you come? Gandalf made a gesture of invitation to Harry. They deserve to die, and being able to help you get the Horcrux before they die is an atonement for their sins during their lifetime. If you really feel sorry for yourself, you can find a sinner who needs to be cut into pieces, and I believe they will be very happy to change it to an easier way to die. Gollum, Harry couldn't help but swallow. These deaths sounded very scary, but he still felt that it made sense. Professor, look, Harry said hesitantly. No, Dumbledore said firmly. No matter how just our purpose is, it cannot justify taking lives, Dumbledore said firmly. Don't be so stubborn, Gandalf replied impatiently. How do you expect to live to be 100 years old if you are so upright? "It's running out of time," Dumbledore responded. Gandalf was momentarily stunned, as if he understood why Dumbledore said this. He glanced at Dumbledore's withered right hand inadvertently. "Perhaps you are right. It is indeed too late," Gandalf said meaningfully. "When did this happen? Or can you still—" "Ahem!" Dumbledore immediately coughed twice and glanced at Harry several times, implying that Gandalf should not let Harry know. Gandalf shrugged, expressing his cooperation, and enthusiastically handed over his cigarette rod, mimicking Gandalf's gesture when he comforted the brown wizard Radagast. "Come on, old Toby. Tobacco can refresh you." "Thank you," Dumbledore said, taking the cigarette rod inexplicably. He took 2 puffs and then blew out a smoke ring. His mood indeed seemed much calmer. Seeing this, Gandalf also smiled. Taking a puff of this real cigarette should completely avoid Dumbledore's suspicion. After all, there is an essential difference between magic tobacco and real tobacco. "I don't think you're going to stop me, are you?" Dumbledore asked. "Of course not. As I am old, I understand your thoughts very well," Gandalf said empathetically. "It's just a pity." "Professor, I don't understand what you are saying, but you can't do this," Harry interjected. "Harry, these liquids won't poison me. Voldemort would want the invaders to live a little longer, to figure out why they were so eager to empty the basin, to figure out how they knew where his Horcruxes were. And," Dumbledore paused, "he has cast a powerful magic on this stone basin, and the person who drinks all the liquid needs to be willing, at least at first." Harry wanted to say something else, but Dumbledore reached out to stop him. "Don't forget the conditions you promised me before coming. These liquids may incapacitate me, make me forget the purpose of coming here, or cause me extreme pain, so painful that I beg you to stop. But don't heed any of my requests. It's your job, Harry, to make sure I drink all this liquid. Even if you have to force me to swallow it, you must do it." "I won't help," Gandalf said with a serious face. "I didn't agree to any of your conditions." "Of course, but I'll have to leave it to you later," Dumbledore said in a relaxed tone. "This is also the main purpose of asking you to come to the island." "I can agree to this. After all, Sirius." "What's wrong with Sirius?" "It's nothing." "Professor, why don't you let me drink the potion?" Harry asked bitterly. "Because your life is more valuable, and Dumbledore is just an old man compared to you." "That's right. I'm older than you, smarter than you, and you are much more precious than me." Dumbledore picked up the cup and put it into the stone basin. There was no resistance this time, and he easily scooped up a full cup. "I wish you well, Harry." Dumbledore put the cup to his lips and drank it in one gulp. The next moment, he seemed to be in great pain. He fell on the rock and twitched, and his wand and cup also fell to the ground. "Harry!" Dumbledore's voice trembled, as if he had seen something terrible, and his expression was extremely frightened. "Professor?" Harry hurriedly supported him and asked, "Can you hear me?" "Take it," Gandalf said, putting the goblet in front of Harry. "Don't forget what you promised him." "No, no, no." Dumbledore groaned and shook his head. "Don't make me. Stop it." "You can't stop," Harry said, seeming to have made up his mind. He immediately poured a cup of potion into Dumbledore's mouth. "You must keep drinking it, and drink it all." I don't want. Let me go," Dumbledore pleaded. Harry's hand holding the cup kept shaky. Neng. He had never been so panicked before, but he continued what he had done and poured another cup into Dumbledore's mouth. "Make it stop. Make it stop. It will stop, but you have to drink this first." "Please, don't force me," Dumbledore begged. "I'm sorry, Professor," Harry whispered as he fed Dumbledore another drink. The liquid in the stone basin diminished visibly with each cup. By the 6th time, Dumbledore was screaming, "Kill me! Kill me!" But Harry's hands did not falter. When Dumbledore drank the 7th cup, he fell unconscious, haunted by past nightmares. "It's my fault. It's all my fault. Don't hurt them," he muttered. "Drink this, and you'll be fine soon," Harry said, closing his eyes to avoid Dumbledore's pleading gaze. Dumbledore screamed loudly, his face etched with a touch of death. He lay on the ground, pounding it with his fist. "I don't want that. I'll do whatever you want, please." "Professor, it will be over soon," Harry reassured him, helping him up and holding his neck to make him drink another cup. The stone basin finally emptied, and Harry, panting, scooped out the last bit of liquid. The physical and mental strain was immense as he walked back to Dumbledore. One more drink, Professor, just this one. After drinking it, I promise I will do whatever you say, Harry urged. Dumbledore seemed too weak to resist, shaking his head with a grimace. But under Harry's persistent requests, he finally opened his mouth, trembling, and drank the last glass of liquid. Chapter 5: A Fake Horcrux. Regulus died for the cause of justice. Dumbledore's eyelids trembled, and he smacked his lips in despair. He looked as fragile as a candle in the wind, devoid of any trace of his usual grace. Seeing this, Harry breathed a heavy sigh of relief, the stone in his heart finally falling to the ground. Dumbledore was right. He looked extremely weak, but he was still alive. This was a blessing amidst the misfortune. Water, water, Dumbledore murmured weakly. Harry was overjoyed and immediately returned to the stone basin, preparing to use magic to conjure water. But before he could wave his wand, he saw a golden locket appear in the stone basin. "Professor, you succeeded," Harry exclaimed. "Don't touch it." Gandalf hurriedly stretched out his staff, blocking Harry's right hand from reaching for the locket. He said seriously, "Generally speaking, once the treasure leaves its original place, it will trigger a mechanism. That's fine with me, but Dumbledore's current state is really concerning. Just in case, let Dumbledore rest for a while." Harry turned his head and glanced at Dumbledore, who was breathing weakly. He nodded belatedly, then pointed his wand at the stone basin and said, "Aguamenti." The basin was immediately filled with clear water, but as soon as Harry scooped up a glass, all the water disappeared. "Sir, please wait a moment," Harry said anxiously, continuing to try. "Aguamenti, aguamenti, aguamenti." "Don't try," Gandalf sighed and took off the wine bottle from his waist, but the wine he poured out completely evaporated in the air, leaving not a drop left. "This was designed by Voldemort. There is only one way to get water, but I don't recommend you do that." Harry swallowed, turned to look at the calm black lake, and couldn't help but shudder. "Sir, you can handle it, right?" "I'm not sure," Gandalf said honestly. "My fighting ability is not strong. You should be able to imagine how many corpses there are in the lake." "Then there's no other way, right?" Harry walked towards the edge of the island, holding the cup tightly in his hand. Even if it was a trap, he had to step on it. Otherwise, he would have to watch Dumbledore die. "Wait a moment. If you have an antidote, you can feed him some first. Maybe you can buy some time." Harry slapped his forehead, almost forgetting that he had several bottles of potions with him. He quickly ran to Dumbledore, took out 3 glass bottles from his pocket, and poured an antidote, a lucky pill, and a sedative pill into each. Dumbledore's condition did improve after taking them, but he only drank poison to quench his thirst. Without water, he couldn't muster any strength. "What should we do now?" Harry asked, his voice tinged with desperation. "Wait until I finish painting," Gandalf said, waving his staff in midair to depict a complex magic circle. The white light gradually illuminated the cave, and in addition, there were a few red sparks looming. "I can barely do it now," Gandalf gasped, pretending to be exhausted. "You go scoop the water, and I'll get the Horcrux. It must be done simultaneously. Remember to be fast and don't hesitate at all, otherwise it will be easy to be dragged into the lake by the Inferi." "Understood." Harry nodded heavily and walked carefully to the lake. Gandalf suppressed the excitement in his heart, walked to the stone basin, and looked at the locket in the basin with burning eyes. 1,000 magic points and 500 magic points will be given after destroying it. It was worth his half-day acting. "Are you ready?" Gandalf put his hand on the side of the locket. "Ready. Listen to my command. 1, 2, 3. As soon as the words fell, Gandalf grabbed the Horcrux, and Harry scooped up a glass of water very quickly. Harry quickly approached Dumbledore and said, "Professor, the water is here." Gandalf wouldn't care if Dumbledore drank the water from this lake full of corpses. He had a dark face now, as if he had lost hundreds of millions. He didn't feel anything range at all, and he didn't hear any prompts from the system, which meant that what he was holding was not a Horcrux at all, just an ordinary locket. "Sir, don't be stunned. They are coming," Harry's panicked voice called out. Gandalf snapped back to his senses, his face twitching with a sudden urge to feel sick to his stomach. He saw densely packed forest-white corpses crawling out of the lake. Men, women, old people, and children were all among them, occupying almost the entire lake. He had never experienced a zombie siege, but their current situation was undoubtedly countless times more dangerous. "Harry, help me up," Dumbledore said weakly, his left hand holding the wand, trembling slightly. "Shut up, save your energy, and walk more comfortably." "Hey!" Gandalf tapped his wand hard, and a huge white magic circle emerged in midair, illuminating the entire cave as bright as day. The dazzling golden sunlight shone on the black lake, and the Inferi roared in pain. The forest-white bodies showed signs of burning and even began to melt. They had to hide in the lake to avoid being hurt. The ultimate light elemental magic did no harm to humans, but could cause devastating blows to creatures who feared light. Phew! Gandalf breathed a sigh of relief. It's safe for now. "Sir," Harry's mouth twitched slightly, "is this what you said about not being good at fighting?" "I'm really not good at it," Gandalf said confidently. "This is my first time dealing with so many Inferi, so of course I'm not absolutely sure." You are so humble." "Okay, Harry." Dumbledore patted him on the shoulder. "We have to leave this place as soon as possible. The light will not last forever. Before that, I have some bad news to tell you." Gandalf threw the locket to Harry Potter. "This is a fake. The real Horcrux is not here." Impossible. Harry couldn't accept it. How could the locket they risked their lives for, and even Dumbledore almost fell here to get, be fake? Besides, this place is one of the best in terms of secrecy and danger. Isn't it too extravagant for Voldemort to hide a fake here? "I want to comfort you, but it's true, Potter," Gandalf said solemnly. "The real locket is not here." "Professor," Harry looked at Dumbledore worriedly, fearing that he would be devastated. After all, the price they paid today was too high. "Don't worry, this is not bad news," Dumbledore said thoughtfully. "I'm sure Voldemort hid Slytherin's locket here, but something happened that he didn't know about. I guess a Death Eater betrayed him and stole the Horcrux behind his back." "This." Harry opened his mouth. "You mean the locket might have been destroyed a long time ago?" "That's what I'm worried about." Dumbledore sighed regretfully. "The real Horcrux is not in Voldemort's hands, but we don't know where it is. The person who stole it might not know that it was a Horcrux and might have kept it properly." "Professor, I don't want to discourage you, but this explanation is too far-fetched." "Wait a minute." Gandalf seemed to have thought of something. "If what Dumbledore said is true, there is no need for that person to leave a fake. Maybe the answer lies in the locket." Harry was stunned for a moment, looked at the locket in his hand, and carefully opened it. Inside was a piece of folded parchment. The three of them looked at each other, and Harry opened it calmly and read, "To the Dark Lord, I'm dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that I discovered your secret. I stole the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as possible. I risk my life in the hope that you will be killed when you meet your opponent. R.A.B." "So, who is R.A.?" Gandalf asked, a little tiredly. "Regulus," Dumbledore murmured, a smile of relief appearing on his weak face. "Regulus Black, Sirius's younger brother. I did not come here in vain. One of my students did not fall into darkness. On the contrary, he defended the glory of the Black family with his life. This is proof." "But Sirius said that Voldemort killed him, or that he was killed under Voldemort's instructions," Harry said suspiciously. "No, that was just his guess. In fact, no one knows the exact cause of Regulus's death, not even his parents. The Order of the Phoenix didn't pay much attention at the time. After all, he was a Death Eater, and the risk of death while working for the Dark Lord was very high," Dumbledore explained. "The question is, how did he die?" Gandalf reminded them. "Did he destroy the Horcrux before he died?" "Maybe." Dumbledore looked at the Black Lake and said sadly, "No one will know if he died here." "Professor, you mean he was killed by those Inferi?" Harry asked, eyes wide with surprise. "This is the most likely scenario. To retrieve the Horcrux, one must drink all the liquid in the stone basin. Even I felt weaker than ever before, and now I may not even be able to defeat you. Regulus, in his extremely weakened state, would not have been able to fend off the Inferi," Dumbledore explained. Harry frowned slightly. "The Horcrux isn't in this lake, is it?" "No, he must have found a way to send the Horcrux away, otherwise he wouldn't have left this parchment," Dumbledore said firmly. "But the Horcrux is not that easy to destroy. Slytherin's locket is probably still intact." "Then we came here in vain," Harry said, feeling disappointed. Harry, I think Regulus's actions are much more important than the Horcruxes, Dumbledore said seriously. Sirius misunderstood his brother all his life, but in fact, Regulus is the pride of the Black family. You have the responsibility to clear this hero's name after everything is over. I understand, Professor. Harry forced a smile. Let's get out of here first. The three of them jumped into the boat and sailed across the Black Lake towards the shore. The light magic circle still exuded its power, and none of the Inferi in the lake dared to show up. After landing, the boat sank into the lake again, and the attached chain slid into the water with a jingling sound. Sir, hold on. We will leave here soon, Harry said, putting Dumbledore's arm over his shoulders and carefully helping him move forward. Thank you, Harry, Dumbledore said weakly. These protection mechanisms cannot be broken by one person. You did a very good job. Stop talking, sir, and conserve your strength. That door must be sealed, my knife. Use my blood, Harry said in a non-negotiable tone. The way back is not that dangerous, and it doesn't matter if I am weakened. It's all the same, Gandalf sneered and rolled his eyes. He then put his hand into his pocket, took out a jar of blood, and threw it on the door. The blood was slowly absorbed, and some cracks appeared on the arch, quickly exposing the exit. Sacrificing blood, I didn't say it had to be my own blood, Gandalf remarked. Harry Dumbledore's nose twitched slightly. After leaving the cave, he looked at Gandalf meaningfully. What is your relationship with Gaius? Gandalf felt a bit uneasy, but kept his face calm. What did you say? There's no point in pretending. Dumbledore's eyes flashed with wisdom. You can't hide it from me. Fuck! I shouldn't have exposed any flaws. How did he recognize me? Aaron cursed in his heart. Just as he was about to admit his identity, he was interrupted by Dumbledore's addition. That's basilisk blood. You can't find it on the market. I happen to have a student who may have a lot of basilisk blood. Huh? Aaron instantly restored Gandalf's character. He is indeed the greatest wizard in the world. I didn't expect you to discover all this. Do you know Aaron? Harry asked in surprise. Not only do we know each other, but we are also very familiar, Gandalf boasted, touching his beard. I taught him the magic circle, so he is better than his master. I see. Harry thought of the magic circle that suppressed thousands of Inferi and didn't doubt Gandalf's statement. Let's go. I'll take you out. Dumbledore's body can't bear the cold water, Gandalf said, pointing his staff at the water and muttering an obscure spell. White light emitted from the staff, illuminating their path. A radiant sphere of light emanated from the staff, forming a protective barrier around the three of them. The seawater was repelled by the glowing orb, transforming the once treacherous underwater passage into a walkable path. Emerging from the cliffside, Harry gently placed Dumbledore on a nearby rock and sat down beside him. The turbulent sea under the dark night sky did not intimidate him. Compared to the horrors they had faced in the cliff cave, this environment seemed almost welcoming. Sir, would you like to come back to Hogwarts with us? Harry asked politely. Dumbledore was in a dire state, and bringing such a powerful wizard back to Hogwarts would undoubtedly enhance the school's safety. No, you go ahead. I need to destroy this place, Gandalf declared with determination. Those Inferi must be completely eradicated, or they could pose a future threat. Harry, listen to him, Dumbledore urged, forcing himself to stand and move towards Harry. Grab my arm. We must return to Hogwarts immediately. Chapter 566, Never Been So Cheap. Dumbledore forced into a corner rumble. Countless thick white thunderbolts fell from the sky, bombarding the cliff with an aura of destruction. The cliff wall was instantly covered with cracks, rocks shattered and flew, and the entrance to the cliff cave was completely submerged. At the same time, a crimson magic circle slowly emerged in the cliff cave. The fierce magic fire grew rapidly and instantly formed a sea of fire. The Black Lake gradually boiled under the extreme high temperature. The Inferi in the lake seemed to feel the fatal crisis. Driven by instinct, they crazily climbed out of the lake, but were burned to ashes by the flames as soon as they emerged from the water. Aaron took off his disguise and watched this scene quietly in mid-air. This was his first full-out attack in the realm of the Great Mage. Under the double attack of the ultimate elemental magic of thunder and fire, the cliff was overwhelmed and slowly sank into the sea. Phew, I feel better now, Aaron breathed a long sigh of relief, venting some of his frustration. He had been looking forward to today very much, and had even started planning a few months ago, but he never expected that he would get nothing at all and even have to protect Harry and Dumbledore. He felt like a free worker. When had he ever been so cheap? But now that the dust had settled, there was no point in being angry. Before Dumbledore came, he didn't know that this place had been robbed once, and since his life had come to an end, he couldn't bear to behave like a dying person. The next moment, Aaron disapparated, and when he reappeared, he was outside the enchantment of Hogwarts. The castle was protected by a spell set by Dumbledore himself. He was able to get out because he took advantage of a loophole in advance, but it would take more time to get in. However, there was a missing body in the castle, so he should be able to collect Dumbledore's body in time. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts' astronomy tower, Harry helped Dumbledore to the steps with difficulty and sat him down. "We have to go to the campus hospital, Professor, to find Madame Pomfrey." "No, Severus. I need Severus to tell him what happened," Dumbledore said weakly but with a very firm attitude. "Go to Severus and don't mention it to anyone else." Harry looked confused and hesitated. He didn't trust Snape very much. If something happened, "You promised to obey my orders, Harry." Harry gritted his teeth and turned to leave, but as soon as he reached the stairs, he heard rapid footsteps. "Hide downstairs quickly, Harry." Dumbledore summoned his energy and staggered to his feet. "Don't make a sound without my permission, and don't be seen by others. No matter what happens, remember to hide below. Believe me, Harry, believe me." Harry was at a loss, but Dumbledore's pleading eyes made him make a choice, and he hid in a hurry. After a while, a man broke in. It was Draco Malfoy. He pointed his wand straight at Dumbledore, although his right hand was shaking slightly. Expelliarmus. Dumbledore's wand was knocked down, but this did not make him panic at all. Instead, he looked relaxed and said, "Good evening, Draco. What are you doing here?" "Who else is here? I heard you talking to someone." "Just talking to myself. This habit is quite beneficial." Boom, boom, boom. The sound of fighting entered the tower, and the relaxed look on Dumbledore's face faded a little. "There are others? How did you do it?" "There's a vanishing cabinet in the room of requirement that I've been tinkering with. Another vanishing cabinet is placed in Borgin and Burke's store. A passage can be formed between the two cabinets, and the barrier you set cannot block it." "What a genius, Draco," Dumbledore said with admiration. "This happened almost under my nose, but I knew nothing about it. But Draco, you won't kill anyone." "How do you know I can't?" Draco's voice choked. "I've done a lot of things that would scare you to death if I told you. Put a curse on Katie Bell to give me the necklace, or snake, a bottle of mead laced with poison to Slughorn. I know, Draco, but you are not a killer. With all due respect, your attempts have been too careless, showing that you haven't put much thought into this, especially since you seem to have stopped these meaningless actions in the past few months." Hearing this, Draco slowly put down his wand, tears welling up in his eyes. "I'm sorry. I thought you could find it, but Katie Bell and Ron Weasley got hurt. I really didn't think that would happen." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows, looking calm. But Harry Potter, who was hiding, was so surprised that he almost dropped his wand. "There's a problem. A big problem. When did Malfoy become so aware? But since his conscience is still intact, why did he shoot down Dumbledore's wand?" "Then why are you here?" Dumbledore asked. Draco slowly rolled up his sleeve, revealing the dark mark on his left arm. "I have no choice. He chose me. If I don't kill you, my family and I will be in danger." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. "I wonder if I should help you at this time?" "You don't need to help me," Draco said pointedly. "Just keep it like this. I shot down your wand. It can be regarded as a meritorious service, and he won't punish me. As for after that, you might still die." Dumbledore's expression grew serious. "Who told you?" "No one told me." "No, you are much calmer than I thought you would be." Draco was stunned for a moment, and then said insincerely, "It's Professor Snape. He made an unbreakable vow to help me complete my mission. I have to say, Professor, your judgment in selecting people is really poor. He is a double agent and has been working for the Dark Lord, but I did not tell him about the vanishing cabinet. I need to bring the Death Eaters in so that I can prove that I did not do nothing in this mission." I should thank you, Draco. Dumbledore said with some relief. You chose this time. There aren't many students in the school, and you didn't cause any damage. Something happened to someone. I don't know if he is dead or not. Draco's eyes dodged. It should be one of your people, the Order of the Phoenix or the Ministry of Magic. I don't know who he is, but he shouldn't have been blocking the way. Maybe, Dumbledore said solemnly. Draco, time is running out. We should talk about where you should go. Stay on the right path. The Order of the Phoenix will protect you and your family and hide you in a safe place, absolutely safe. I believe Potter's parents thought the same way at the time, Draco said casually, but it deeply hurt the hidden Harry, who almost couldn't help but rush out to fight him. That's because they trusted someone they shouldn't have, Dumbledore said. Malfoy is different. Your family is much more cautious than they were. You don't have to worry about it. My father had already thought that such a day would come, but it was a last resort. Have you arranged a way out? Dumbledore said thoughtfully. Yes, Malfoy is famous for cherishing his life. Footsteps echoed through the room, and Draco immediately raised his wand, his expression turning fierce. 4 Death Eaters in black robes broke into the house, led by none other than Bellatrix Lestrange. She looked at Dumbledore and couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. When she discovered that he didn't have a wand in his hand, she smiled even more happily. Look who we caught, she sneered. Dumbledore, without a wand and without help. A stout Death Eater laughed. Well done, Draco, so beautiful. Good evening, Amicus, Dumbledore said, seemingly unaware of his dire situation. You brought your sister Alecto, and this, Fenrir. To be honest, I don't like him. He likes to bite people even when it's not a full moon, and he even has a habit of eating human flesh. Did it scare you, Dumbledore? Fenrir Greyback said with a cruel smile. This trip is a good one, and you are just the dessert after the meal. There were quite a few kids at Hogwarts whose throats I would rip out. That was the main course. Excuse mem, this main course should not include me. A figure emerged from the shadows, holding Abe with a smile. The expressions of the 4 Death Eaters darkened immediately. Harry felt a surge of hope, like a ray of light piercing through the darkness. Aaron was known to be formidable, capable of taking on 10 opponents at once. With only 4 Death Eaters present, Harry was confident Aaron could handle them. You, Bella stammered, her voice tinged with fear. Why are you here? He's just a student. We can kill him together. Fenrir sneered, baring his sharp teeth, still stained with fresh flesh and blood. Disgusting, Aaron said with a look of revulsion. I've eaten a lot of meat, but never human flesh. I suspected Draco had a plan, but I didn't expect him to bring a madman, a beast like you, into Hogwarts. I didn't, Draco protested anxiously. I had no idea he would come. Fenrir snorted and lunged at Aaron. In an instant, crimson flames flashed, and Fenrir was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall. Idiot, Bella said disdainfully. If he were easy to deal with, I would have done it long ago. Do you think it's your turn now? Fenrir staggered to his feet, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. He eyed Aaron warily. What kind of monster are you? Compared to you, I'm much more normal, Aaron replied, shaking his head. He turned to Bella. Are the intelligence of your Death Eaters so backward? It's not that it's lagging behind, it's developing too fast, Bella said with a proud smile. Information is difficult to spread. Besides, Fenrir is a werewolf. It's normal for him to be late to meetings occasionally. Greyback, don't fight him alone, Amicus warned. Even the 4 of us together might not be able to defeat him. The Dark Lord said we couldn't be his enemy until Dumbledore and Harry Potter were dead. Otherwise, we would suffer the consequences. But after that, the situation changes. But we can't just let Dumbledore go, Fenrir said, frustrated. This opportunity may not come again. Bella and the others exchanged glances and then laughed in unison. He won't stop it, Bella said confidently. Right, Gaius? No, Aaron shrugged helplessly and pulled a prophecy book from Abe's pocket. Tonight, a prophecy appeared in my book. The greatest wizard of this century will die tonight. I came to help collect Albus Dumbledore's body. I think you should be able to meet my request. Why? Alecto sneered. Don't forget what you promised the Dark Lord. You can't hinder us. That's why you're still alive, Aaron replied calmly. I signed a contract with Voldemort. We won't interfere with each other until Harry Potter and Dumbledore are dead. He needs the secret of immortality, and I need time. Voldemort can't act against me, and I can't hinder his plans. We restrain each other, maintaining a fragile balance. However, the contract is specific. It binds me, but is useless against my pets. Pet? Fenrir eyed the harmless-looking cat in Aaron's arms. Is that what you're talking about? Do you want to experience its power? Aaron asked with a smile. Stop talking, Fenrir, Amicus said, exasperated. That's a dragon, a white dragon over 10 meters long. The 4 of us could fight it and still be injured. Fenrir fell silent. 4 of you? I can't stop what you want to do, Aaron continued. But Albus Dumbledore is a respectable wizard. Although I don't like him, and you don't either, many people don't, but that's an undeniable fact. Additionally, he was the Dark Lord's guide. I don't think Voldemort would allow you to desecrate his body. Dumbledore's mouth twitched slightly. Should I thank you for making arrangements before my death? Principal Dumbledore, the disembodied voice sighed. Due to the contract, I can't stop them. Being able to come and watch is my last respect for you. If you are not satisfied, I can leave immediately. Let's stay a little longer, Dumbledore said with a smile. Snape hadn't arrived yet, and it would be unjust if he died at the hands of a few Death Eaters. Okay, Draco, do it quickly, Bella urged. Draco's right hand trembled. He had not planned to kill Dumbledore, but with so many Death Eaters watching, he couldn't help but feel pressured. He turned his attention to Aaron for help. Ahem. Well, I suddenly remembered one more thing, the disembodied voice interrupted. After you kill Dumbledore, don't wreak havoc on Hogwarts. This school is not his. It was founded by the 4 giants, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. Slytherin is the ancestor of Voldemort. In a sense, Hogwarts is Voldemort's ancestral home, although he only has a quarter of the inheritance. The crowd fell silent, processing the unexpected information. Chapter 567, Fake Corpse? An old man's last plea. We are Death Eaters, right? Alecto asked, seemingly unconcerned. Since when did Death Eaters have to worry so much? Yes, you are Death Eaters, the missing body replied seriously. But being a Death Eater doesn't mean you can act without restraint. Death Eaters serve the Dark Lord, and he wouldn't want you to destroy the school. In his view, this school will be the cradle of future Death Eaters. He also wouldn't want you to kill innocent students, as they are potential recruits. Shh, Bella scoffed. What you say might make sense. We can be a bit more restrained, but that will be in the future. For now, we won't be polite to anyone who dares to resist us, pureblood or not. This, I can't control, the missing body said sarcastically. Hogwarts is still very important to me. If possible, I want to graduate from this school without regrets. I hope you don't make things too difficult for me. What right do you have to say such a thing? Amicus sneered. It would be of no benefit to me to break the contract, and it would even be quite dangerous, the missing body said helplessly, then changed the subject. But before I was captured by Voldemort, killing a few people is not a problem. You'd better pray not to get too close to me at that time. Fenrir remained unmoved, while Bella looked sarcastic. However, a trace of nervousness flashed in the eyes of Amicus and Alecto, as they were likely to be the future controllers of Hogwarts. Stop talking nonsense, Bella said, looking at Draco. Do it, and do it quickly. With all due respect, Bellatrix, the missing body interjected, you are really pushing things too far. Your nephew has never killed anyone in his life. You have to give him some time to prepare for his first time. Shut up, Bella said coldly. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. Don't have any wishful thinking. The guards below are too busy taking care of themselves. No one will come to save Dumbledore. This is your honor. Do it quickly. Hurry, Draco, right now. Bella's voice rose, filled with aggression. Draco's right hand trembled even more, making it impossible for him to aim. Harry, who was hiding downstairs, knew he couldn't wait any longer. Aaron seemed unable to take action. He was the only one who could save Dumbledore now. He carefully raised his wand and pointed it at Bellatrix through the gap in the stairs. But then Snape appeared, made a silencing gesture to Harry, and walked up with his wand. Snape climbed the tower unhurriedly. At this moment, Draco seemed to feel a sense of relief and almost lowered his wand. Okay, the person I was waiting for is here, the missing body said easily. Slytherin's dean. It may be a bit much to fight 5, but it might buy Dumbledore some time. If it doesn't work, then it can only be said that this is fate. Harry watched the scene, his heart filled with turmoil. He couldn't tell which side Snape was on, and could only hope that Dumbledore hadn't trusted the wrong person. "You may be disappointed," Bella said proudly, and the other 3 Death Eaters also smiled. "What do you mean?" the missing body asked, feigning confusion. "Severus?" Dumbledore looked at him almost pleadingly. "Please." Snape pushed Draco aside and stared into Dumbledore's eyes. The calmness on his face was replaced by hatred and disgust. He then pointed his wand at Dumbledore. Avada Kedavra! A ray of green light hit Dumbledore's chest, and he flew backward, falling from the highest point of the tower. Boom! The 4 Death Eaters ran to the fence and looked down. They all smiled excitedly when they saw Dumbledore lying motionless on the lawn. Bella shouted and pointed her wand at the sky, and a dark mark appeared in the clouds. A long snake emerged from the black skull's mouth, exuding a terrifying aura and signaling the Death Eaters' victory. "This is how the prophecy came true," the missing figure said solemnly, then turned to Snape. "Professor, I don't quite understand your approach. It's quite simple. I was never loyal to Dumbledore. My acting skills were just so good that he never doubted me," Snape sneered proudly. "If you ever want to join the Dark Lord, you can come to me anytime. As a teacher, I don't mind introducing my own students." Let's forget it," the missing figure waved his hand dismissively. "I don't think a lunatic like him will end up well." "Arrogant," Bella fumed. "How dare you disrespect the Dark Lord?" "Disrespectful?" the missing figure said indifferently, picking at his ear. "Who are you trying to scare? Although I can't beat him yet, I have at least faced him." "You." "Ab," the missing figure called out. A roar echoed as Ab passed through a white magic circle, growing to the size of a person and standing protectively in front of the missing figure. "Remember, I have the right to defend myself, and my pet has the right to attack. If you want to fight, go ahead and try." "There's no need to be so tense," Snape interjected, standing up. "Bella, business is important. The Dark Lord will deal with him sooner or later. We need to leave now." "Let's go," Bella said, pulling Draco and pushing him out the door. Fenrir and the Caro brothers followed closely behind. Snape took a deep look at Harry Potter, who was hiding downstairs, before following them out. After they all left, Harry, filled with anger, couldn't hold back any longer. He picked up his wand and chased after them desperately. The missing figure watched helplessly, but did not stop him. Harry was still safe for now. Voldemort took the prophecy too seriously and would want to kill Harry Potter himself. Without his order, the Death Eaters wouldn't dare harm Harry. Besides, Professor Snape was still there and would ensure nothing happened to Harry. The missing figure held Abe, now the size of a cat, in his arms and stood on the tower, watching the battle unfold on the campus. Professor McGonagall, Lupin, Tonks, and others were fighting the Death Eaters, with people from the Ministry of Magic also involved. Spells flew everywhere, explosions echoed frequently, and walls and glass shattered in the chaos. Ginny, Ron, and Neville had also joined the fray, each picking a Death Eater to fight. Neville was less fortunate and was hit by a curse, falling to the ground after a short while. At that moment, crimson three-dimensional characters appeared on the ground, spreading rapidly to form a defensive barrier, protecting the common rooms of the 4 houses. "Clee? You should have brought Hermione along." "What a good idea," the missing figure murmured. Setting up the barrier wasn't very dangerous, but it was of great significance, even more so than the self-defense battle below. After a moment of silence, the missing figure jumped down from the tower and flew to Dumbledore's body. "You died a peaceful death, but you've left me in a difficult position. I'm afraid your life in the future won't be easy," the missing figure thought, looking at Dumbledore's serene face. Then, as if struck by an idea, he gritted his teeth and took out a bottle of emerald green solution from Abe's pocket. "It's really a benefit for you. I only have one of these." Boom! The missing figure opened the bottle, and a strong breath of life spread from its mouth. But before he could feed Dumbledore, a withered right hand stopped him. The missing figure's eyes widened in shock, and his mind raced with disbelief. Damn it, this shouldn't be considered a corpse scam. The death curse is a death curse. This is what the books say, and most wizards think so. But the power of a wizard is essentially determined by their magical prowess. If the gap in magical power is too vast, the effectiveness of the death curse diminishes. Barty Crouch Jr. dared to impersonate Moody while teaching at Hogwarts, which is why the junior wizards tested the death curse on him. But Dumbledore was an exception. Despite the fatal curse on his right hand, the poison that weakened his magic in the cave, the Avada Kedavra cast by a junior Grand Magister, and an unprotected free fall, he survived. This defies explanation, unless... Professor, you truly astonish me. The corners of the missing body's mouth twitched, filled with deep envy and jealousy. You managed to break through the threshold of the Holy Magister before your death. I went to Grindelwald. It was a deal between old friends. I don't know when I will die, and only with his help can I decide when death will find me. Dumbledore's voice was thoughtful, but there was a hint of relief on his face. Aaron, I know you have done a lot secretly to fight Voldemort, and I want to thank you for your contributions to this school. Save your strength. The missing body raised the resurrection potion in his hand. If you don't want to experience death, just drink it. You've endured too many fatal blows today, and even a holy magister cannot bear it. Don't waste your time on me, Dumbledore said with a smile. It's time for me to leave. Only in this way can Harry grow up in the shortest possible time. What are you trying to do? The missing body asked, puzzled. It shouldn't be difficult for a holy magister to defeat Voldemort. No, my combat power has not improved much, and he is infinitely close to becoming a holy magister. The situation will still not change. I can defeat him, but I can't kill him. Then there's no need to die. I'm too tired, and this isn't death, it's just a new adventure. Dumbledore seemed to be looking back, his face more rosy. Before I leave this world, I ask you to do one thing for me. Protect Harry Potter? The missing body sneered. Yes, I hope you can help me complete that prophecy, Dumbledore said sincerely. Why? This is also helping yourself. I didn't expect you to sign such a contract with Voldemort. Now it seems that it was not a good idea. The main reason is that I didn't expect you to die so quickly, the missing body said, frustrated. You have been wary of Voldemort for decades, and you only lasted a year when you came to my place. What a bully. If you had held on for 3 to 5 more years, it wouldn't be so difficult for me. Life is unpredictable, isn't it? Dumbledore blinked teasingly. After I die, only by protecting Harry can you avoid the sheep falling into the tiger's mouth. But I have to go like this after all. The missing body shook his head at Dumbledore and sneered meaningfully. Professor, you have a good eye for selecting people, and Professor Snape will definitely follow your orders to the letter. But unfortunately, today, I was moved by my emotions and got part of your plan from him. Harry, a living Horcrux, must be killed by Voldemort himself. Do you think I don't know? Ah, a flash of embarrassment crossed Dumbledore's face. It's better to be later than earlier, right? Ha! There needs to be more trust between people. Don't think I can't see that you simply want me to be part of your plan, to protect Harry before he is killed by Voldemort. The missing body watched the life drain from Dumbledore's face little by little and gave him a middle finger unceremoniously. I don't want to despise you at this time, but I really can't help it. Dumbledore, honestly, I can choose to believe in prophecies or not. For example, right now, I choose not to believe it. With that said, the missing body unreservedly displayed its magic power in front of Dumbledore. White light emerged from his body, as if he were covered with a sacred coat. The pale white light was very conspicuous. In the night, a fleeting presence appeared and quickly vanished. Only Dumbledore could clearly sense it. His eyes widened in surprise as he murmured to himself, "A 17-year-old Grand Mage. I dare not say he will become a god, but his sanctification is certain. Absolutely." Aaron, the young mage, waved his hand sheepishly. "This is my confidence. When I was in the Department of Mysteries, I accidentally tapped into the power of dragons and managed to fight Voldemort to a standstill. But that situation was very difficult to replicate. Now that I am an archmage, even without relying on that power, I am confident I can escape from Voldemort using my own abilities and the trump cards I've always kept hidden. Also, Professor, I feel the need to remind you that I have never used my full strength." Hearing this, Dumbledore fell into a brief silence. Over the past few years, he had been closely monitoring Harry's growth, and even his friends had come under his watchful eye. But Aaron remained unpredictable. It seemed that the hard battle in the Department of Mysteries hadn't forced him to reveal all his cards. "I still hope you can try your best to help Harry," Dumbledore said with difficulty. "Do you have to be so stubborn?" Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. "Professor, you know how troublesome that is, right? I know this is a bit difficult for you." Dumbledore's voice grew weaker, but following the prophecy is the safest course. He is already a peak-level Grand Mage, and any accident may push him further. I don't know where your confidence comes from, but what if you don't escape from Voldemort? Can you bear the consequences? So, please, this is an old man's last plea. After these words, Dumbledore closed his eyes forever, leaving Aaron standing there, his thoughts swirling in the wind. Chapter 568, Anger is a Sign of Incompetence. Dumbledore's Relief. "Old bastard," the missing body muttered through gritted teeth as he looked at Dumbledore's corpse. He resisted the urge to desecrate the body, putting away the resurrection potion without a second thought of giving Dumbledore a second life. The immortal was not worth it. As the saying goes, when a person is about to die, his words are also kind. But before Dumbledore died, he found a way to morally kidnap him. Although he didn't take it to heart, it still left him feeling unhappy. But that wasn't important. What mattered were Dumbledore's last words. "What if you don't escape from Voldemort?" This was clearly an attempt to pressure him into protecting Harry Potter. "If I were just a junior Grand Mage, I might have been bluffed by you. But unfortunately, I am now an intermediate Grand Mage. Besides, I'm just a clone. Let the main body deal with the headache of how to handle it," the missing body said, transferring the memory to the main body. He then picked up Abe and walked towards the Slytherin common room. As for the chaos happening at Hogwarts, he could only pretend to turn a blind eye. The Death Eaters seemed to be very sensible, deciding to take a detour when they saw his face. On the other side, Aaron successfully broke through the defensive barrier of Hogwarts. Not long after entering the castle, he saw Professor Snape pulling Draco towards the gate, fleeing with the Caro brothers, Bellatrix and Fenrir following closely behind them. "It's such a mess," Aaron murmured. "Some people are struggling to get in, while others are eager to get out." "Snape," Harry yelled, chasing after him. "He trusts you." Quickly imprisoned, a white curse shot towards Snape, but he deflected it with just a flick of his wand. "Fight back, you coward, fight back," Harry cursed, both sad and angry. Boom! Bellatrix suddenly struck out, knocking Harry away. She let out a maniacal laugh and was about to strike again. "No, he is the prey of the Dark Lord," Snape warned sternly. Bellatrix stopped laughing and led Draco towards the edge of the castle. They could disapparate once they left Hogwarts, and then they would be truly safe. Snape took a deep look at Harry, who was lying on the ground groaning in pain, and turned away with a cold expression. "Shen Feng has no shadow." Harry climbed up with difficulty and pointed his wand at Snape's back. Snape quickly waved his wand, defeating the shadowless curse and knocking Harry away again. This time, he seemed to be at his limit and walked up to Harry with a sullen face. "How dare you use the spell I invented against me, Potter? Yes, I am the Half-Blood Prince." Harry gasped, eyes filled with disbelief, but then disdain. "Then kill me, coward." "Do not call me a coward." Snape looked extremely angry. Harry's father had often insulted him like this when he relied on the power of numbers to bully him. Now Harry's words revealed the scars from his youth. In anger, he pointed his wand at Harry. "Professor, it's almost time. Please stay calm," Aaron suddenly interjected. "If you hurt him, that person will be angry." "Humph!" Snape snorted and put down his wand angrily. He knew in his heart that the person Aaron was talking about was not Voldemort, but Harry's mother. For Lily's sake, he let Harry go this time, though he felt he couldn't swallow his anger without a few curses. Harry watched helplessly as Snape disapparated, the anger and hatred in his eyes almost solidifying. "Hey!" Aaron waved his hand in front of Harry's eyes. "Come back to your senses, they are all gone." "Why didn't you stop them?" Harry asked. "You obviously have that ability." "Actually, no." Aaron spread his hands. "The contract I signed with Voldemort is a kind of protection for me, but it also limits my actions." "Ha ha!" Harry smiled sarcastically. Like Snape, you are also a coward. Huh? Aaron raised his eyebrows. Say it again. Coward! Boom! Without saying a word, Aaron raised his fist and hit Harry in the face. Aaron was neither Snape nor Dumbledore, so he had no reason to coddle Harry Potter. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of Harry's mouth as he struggled to stand up. Did I say something wrong? He asked. It's wrong, and it's very wrong, Aaron replied calmly. Dumbledore was killed by Snape, and you were indifferent. The Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry of Magic fought desperately against the Death Eaters, but you turned a deaf ear. Just now, you let a group of murderers leave. I misjudged you. I always thought you would be an ally of the Order of the Phoenix. So? Aaron asked disdainfully. Should I tear up the contract, kill 5 of them, and then, under the forced guidance of the contract, deliver myself to the Dark Lord, offering the secret of immortality in my own life? Harry was speechless. He didn't know what to say. He was furious over Dumbledore's death. He wanted to curse, to fight, even to kill and destroy. Aaron, who had been standing by and watching, seemed like the perfect target for his anger, but he didn't expect to be so thoroughly rebuked. Harry Potter, the great savior, think carefully. Have I really done nothing? Aaron asked, looking at him meaningfully. I was the one who gave Draco the idea to stop the meaningless assassination attempts, preventing unnecessary casualties. I delayed for Dumbledore, but who would have thought that Professor Snape would suddenly kill him with the killing curse? At least I saved some face for him. I warned Bellatrix and the others to restrain themselves, even if Hogwarts fell in the future. I also asked Clea to prepare in advance and block the common rooms of the 4 houses with defensive barriers to protect the younger students. Ferocious werewolves like Fenrir had no chance to harm them. But what about you? What did you do? Apart from being incompetent and furious, what else have you done? Aaron asked aggressively. Dumbledore probably didn't let you run out, right? Do you think you're strong? You can't even defeat Bellatrix. Where did you find the courage to challenge 5 of them? 5.5 if you count Draco. Fortunately, that prophecy made the Death Eaters fear you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be alive now. If Dumbledore knew you were so impulsive, he might have been angry enough to survive. Hearing this, Harry felt as if he had been stabbed in the chest. The pain was even worse than the heartbreak he had felt before. I'm sorry, he said, his voice barely a whisper. You can clearly realize your mistake and sincerely apologize to me, Aaron said after a moment's hesitation. I will consider accepting it, but you really shouldn't have signed that contract with Voldemort. Dumbledore and I were at your house at that time, and he could definitely have protected you. Aaron blinked, incredulous. Do you even hear yourself? You have no idea how cunning that old man is. In a deal with Voldemort, I might suffer a small loss, but in the long run, I would still profit. But in a deal with Dumbledore, I might end up counting the money for him if I were sold. I don't have the identity of a savior, nor am I the person in the prophecy. Dumbledore's protection of me is definitely not as strong as his protection of you. Voldemort even values me more than you. In other words, if I had left with you, I would probably have become your shield. Believe it or not, that's what I think. Harry's mouth twitched, and he was speechless for a moment. Aaron's reasoning was sound, and from his perspective, Harry couldn't find anything wrong with it. Unlike you, for me, the prerequisite for winning is to be invincible. In 10 years, I am confident that I will surpass Voldemort. I was naive at the time, thinking that since the Order of the Phoenix had been fighting Death Eaters for so many years, it wouldn't be a problem to persist for another decade. For 10 years, as long as Dumbledore was alive, Voldemort wouldn't dare to act too recklessly. The overall situation in the wizarding world remained stable, albeit somewhat tense. Feeling reassured, I made a deal with Voldemort. As for you, Harry, you were incidental. In my view, killing Dumbledore was far more challenging than killing you. But I never expected Dumbledore to last less than a year. Now I can only count on you. Live well, Harry. If you die, I will be forced into a trap due to lack of strength. Harry, go back now. Go see Dumbledore off. The two returned to the castle in silence. By this time, the melee had ended. The number of Death Eaters was small. Most had escaped, leaving only 1 or 2 behind. More and more students emerged from their dormitories, searching for traces left by the Death Eaters, and gradually, they all gathered beneath the dark mark. Dumbledore's body lay quietly on the lawn, and everyone was shocked. Murmurs spread through the crowd, and some had tears in their eyes, unwilling to believe that their headmaster had died like this. Harry walked through the crowd with heavy steps, knelt beside Dumbledore, and squatted down. He held back his tears, wiped the blood from the corner of Dumbledore's mouth, and stayed by his side. The old man who had been the kindest to him had left this world. He hadn't felt this sad since Sirius died. This was an unacceptable reality, but he had to accept it. However, acceptance did not ease the heartache. Harry, Ginny stepped forward and grabbed his hand, comforting him softly. "You can't stay here. Let's go." "No, I'm not leaving. You have to cheer up and come to the school hospital with me." "I'm not hurt. This is Professor McGonagall's order. Everyone is there. Ron, Hermione, Clee, Lupin." Harry was stunned for a moment, as if he had thought of something, and asked in horror, "Who else is in trouble?" Malfoy said that another person might be dead. "It's Bill," Ginny said worriedly, her voice trembling. "He was seriously injured. Fenrir Greyback attacked him, but he's still alive. We don't know if there will be any side effects. Fenrir Greyback is a werewolf, and we don't know if Bill will be the same as before. Today is not a full moon. As long as Fenrir did not transform into a werewolf, Bill will not become one," Aaron explained. "But there will be some after effects. Fenrir likes to eat human flesh raw. His teeth might carry some kind of special wolfsbane, but it shouldn't be too serious." "Where are the others? Are they okay?" Harry asked. "Neville was injured, and Professor Flitwick is in a coma, but the others are fine. Harry, everyone is waiting for you in the school hospital. Only you and Dumbledore are missing tonight. Maybe you can tell us what happened." "And Dumbledore? Leave it to me." Hagrid, with tears in his eyes, picked up Dumbledore's body and walked away from the crowd with difficulty. "You go ahead. I won't be joining you. If necessary, just ask Clee to inform me," Aaron said, waving his hand and turning to leave. More than an hour later, Aaron, Missing Body, and Clee gathered in the Hall of Divine Sound. Harry told them that Professor Snape killed Dumbledore. They didn't want to believe it at first, but Harry convinced them, Clee said, pursing her lips. Professor Trelawney made a prophecy about Harry and Voldemort, and Professor Snape was eavesdropping outside. He was discovered halfway through, and then he was thrown out of the Hogshead pub. He told Voldemort about half of the prophecy, which led to the death of Harry's parents. Yes, Harry said that Professor Snape regretted it after knowing the consequences, so he became loyal to Dumbledore and became a double agent. This was Dumbledore's reason to believe him, and it was also the reason to convince others of Snape's betrayal. After all, it sounded somewhat absurd. "Of course, it's ridiculous," Aaron said, speechless. I saw Snape kill Dumbledore with my own eyes. Now, in Harry's eyes, Snape is a heinous villain. Even if Snape had acted like a saint before, Harry would still find reasons to discredit that image. Not to mention, Professor Snape has never been a good person in Harry's heart. Fortunately, you took precautions and obtained Professor Snape's memory. Otherwise, he would be in a much worse situation, Clea said sadly. You went with them tonight? Did you get the Horcrux? No, Aaron replied, shaking his head in disappointment. Tonight's efforts were in vain. The Horcrux was a fake and had been moved more than 10 years ago. The Missing Body poured 3 glasses of wine and added some cheering potion. Have a drink. We need to clear our minds, he said. Aaron nodded, picked up his glass, and drank it in one gulp. The person who originally took the Horcrux was Regulus Black. He was a significant figure, but he probably never imagined that his act of justice would render Dumbledore's hard work futile, nor that Voldemort had 7 Horcruxes. Tonight was full of excitement, but if you think about it, only Dumbledore died. There were almost no other casualties, the Missing Body said. And I watched him die with my own eyes. He wasn't sad when he died. There was no regret, no pain, but a sense of relaxation and relief, as if he was finally freed. That's not so surprising, Clea said. When he knew he wouldn't live much longer, he wasn't worried. He was quite optimistic. At his age, death is not unacceptable. He may not have what? Aaron and the Missing Body asked simultaneously. It's nothing, Clea replied, trailing off. Chapter 569, Sirius's Clues, house elf creature. To be honest, I was mentally prepared, but it was still hard to accept Dumbledore's death, Aaron said, a mocking smile playing on his lips. I could have given him a second life at that time, but he was unwilling. From this perspective, it may be more appropriate to say that he committed suicide. He died a happy death and left us with trouble, the missing body said, sounding depressed. I shouldn't have been kind enough to help him collect his body. That old bastard even morally blackmailed me before he died, wanting me to do something for him. He said Harry Potter will protect you until the prophecy comes true. The key is that what he said made sense, and his sentence, "What if you didn't escape from Voldemort," almost scared me. Are you so sure? Clee asked worriedly. Voldemort is now the most powerful person in the magical world. Without Dumbledore to restrain him, his power will enter an unprecedented, explosive period. Once Harry dies, you have to go see him. The value of the descendants of the gods is of great significance to him, and he will never let you go. At that time, you will not only have to face the Dark Lord, but also an army of Death Eaters, including wizards, goblins, werewolves, vampires, and giants. Hiss! Aaron and the missing body gasped simultaneously. Originally, they were quite confident that the mid-level Grand Magister was strong enough to confront Voldemort head-on. Even with the addition of his Death Eaters, they believed they could break out of the encirclement. But now that Clea had said this, the difficulty seemed to be much greater than they had thought. Fighting 1 against 100 was manageable. Fighting 1 against 1,000 was challenging but possible. But thousands or more? They would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Dumbledore didn't scare me, but you really did, Aaron said sarcastically, unable to calm down at the thought of facing an army of wizards in the future. So, what are we going to do? There are only 2 choices before us, the missing body said, picking up a wineglass and taking a sip before raising 2 fingers. The first is to tear up the contract directly and take the initiative to confront Voldemort before his forces are fully gathered. If you catch him off guard, your chances of escaping should be about 50%. No, it's too risky, Clee objected unceremoniously. What about the second option? According to Dumbledore's plan, Aaron said, spreading his hands helplessly. Help Harry Potter complete the prophecy. This can delay time to the maximum extent, improve our own strength, and recruit allies in the process. Although we may still have to face an army in the end, we won't be alone then, and the situation may be safer. Then let's choose the second one, Clee said decisively. This? Aaron and the missing body exchanged glances. I would rather choose the first one. That's right, the missing body agreed. Dumbledore is dead, and we still have to follow his plan? It would be too frustrating to let the old man succeed. Okay, Clee shrugged. Harry Potter is still alive, so you still have time to think about it. But if you delay too long, you will have to choose the second option. It depends on the situation, Aaron said, scratching his head distractedly. Maybe there is a third option. The missing body suddenly spoke up. It's just that this option is a bit crazy. Tell me about it, Clea said with interest. If the contract can never be completed, then we will never be in danger. The missing body said hesitantly, glancing at the morgue with some guilt. The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched slightly, instantly understanding the missing body's meaning. Good guy, really a good guy, as expected of me. Just like Sirius, seal Harry Potter and put him in a place where no one can find him, so that the contract will not pose any danger to him. Isn't this too much? Clee said, looking uncomfortable. It is indeed a little extreme, Aaron admitted sheepishly. Aaron, Eldiant denied that he had been tempted for a moment. If Dumbledore could sacrifice Severus Snape to bring happiness to millions of families, why couldn't he sacrifice Harry Potter for his own benefit? Although it was a selfish thought, Aaron was confident that he would become the Holy Magister within 3 years. By then, he could directly destroy Voldemort and bring peace to the world. You absolutely can't do that, Clea said with a serious expression. That's not escaping, but surrendering. I don't want to do that either, Aaron replied, waving his hand dismissively. Maybe this choice is the safest, but it would require countless people to pay for my selfishness. The magical world cannot live without a savior, and I still have this moral bottom line. It's good to know, Clea said. By the way, there's something else I need to tell you. The Minister of Magic is here, and Professor McGonagall is meeting with them in the office. With Dumbledore dead, Hogwarts is no longer as safe, which means the school may not be able to continue operating. How dare they? I haven't graduated yet. Aaron cursed angrily. If they close the school now, I would have wasted the last 6 years. Do you want me to support Professor McGonagall? Clee smiled. The Darwin family still has some influence in the Ministry of Magic. That's not necessary. Hogwarts won't stop running just because the headmaster is gone. Although Professor McGonagall may not match Dumbledore in strength, her abilities as vice principal are not just for show. She might not lose this negotiation. But she might not win either, Clea said rationally. Many parents sent their children to Hogwarts because of Dumbledore. With all due respect, Professor McGonagall doesn't inspire the same confidence. Aaron sighed. That doesn't matter, as long as the school can continue to operate. Clea seemed to feel tired, yawned, and went to her bedroom. Aaron had no intention of resting. With Dumbledore dead, his shield was shattered, and everything seemed more urgent. He still had to find the Horcruxes, and only greater strength would make him feel safe. He pulled out a blackboard and wrote the names of the 4 Horcruxes on it. Ravenclaw's diadem, to be destroyed; Slytherin's locket, possessed by Regulus Black; Hufflepuff's golden cup; the serpent Nagini; Harry Potter. Aaron hesitated for a moment before erasing Harry's name. It would be better to leave him to Voldemort, which would also fulfill Dumbledore's plan. The remaining 4 Horcruxes were the diadem, which was in his possession, and the serpent, which was by Voldemort's side. These 2 did not need to be considered for the time being. The only remaining items he could plan for were the golden cup and the locket. I will definitely stay here. You can only find these 2 things by yourself, the missing body said happily. You don't need to remind me, Aaron replied, rubbing his brows. Even with a treasure-hunting compass, it is not easy to find these 2 Horcruxes in such a vast world, not to mention that Voldemort must have set up protective magic. Correction, only Hufflepuff's golden cup is protected by magic. Slytherin's locket is easier to get. That's true, but speaking of the locket, call him out. That's what I mean. The missing person smiled slightly. Come, go and invite our guest out. After the words fell, 4 shadow ninjas opened the morgue and lifted a coffin out of it. The missing body skillfully unsealed Sirius's soul and stuffed it back into his still-living body. Sirius, inside the coffin, slowly opened his eyes and saw the familiar ceiling. This time, he learned to be smart, restrained his violent temper, and did not show any disrespect to Aaron and the missing body. It feels so good to be alive, Sirius stretched in relief, then said with some resentment. But there's no need for you to make me sleep in a coffin every time. It's good that I didn't let you sleep on the floor. Aaron rolled his eyes at him. Do you think it's easy to snatch you back from the god of Death? It's just because I'm ignorant, Sirius said seriously. You didn't pull me out just to scold me. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, I decided to release you a year early. But you must keep your identity hidden, avoid being discovered, and most importantly, follow my orders at all times. This, as long as your orders aren't too overwhelming. Don't worry, I am reasonable, Aaron assured. There's another question I want to ask you. Regulus Black, you know him, right? What did you say he did? Sirius frowned slightly. He died a long time ago, at the hands of the Dark Lord. No. The disembodied voice extended its index finger and shook it meaningfully. In our opinion, your brother is much better than you. Ha! I don't understand what you're talking about. I went to a place today, as Gandalf, Aaron said. There was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, which is an item that houses fragments of his soul. It's an evil black magic. As long as the Horcrux remains intact, Voldemort's soul is immortal, and he can be resurrected infinitely. Hearing this, Sirius looked serious. Does Dumbledore know? Of course he knows. I followed him there, Aaron said with some pride, then changed the subject. Voldemort has 6 Horcruxes. He didn't dare to tell Sirius about Harry being the 7th Horcrux. With Sirius's concern for Harry, it would definitely lead to trouble in the future. 6 Horcruxes? Sirius's eyes widened in disbelief. Is he crazy? After splitting his soul into so many parts, can he still be considered? At this point, Sirius's voice trailed off, as Voldemort's appearance did not resemble a human being. So it is definitely not luck that Voldemort has achieved what he has today. Looking at the entire history of magic, few people have been so cruel to themselves. You are very fortunate that fewer than 5 people know he has 6 Horcruxes. I don't think this is luck, Sirius said bitterly. He felt immense pressure. The Order of the Phoenix had been fighting the Death Eaters for so long, but had never managed to kill Voldemort. It was only through the sacrifice of Harry's family that a brief period of peace was achieved. But now, Aaron was telling him that Voldemort had 6 lives and could be resurrected indefinitely. This was beyond a bolt from the blue. It was a doomsday disaster. There is good news, the disembodied voice comforted. 2 of the 6 Horcruxes have been destroyed, leaving 4, Slytherin's locket, Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's golden cup, and Voldemort's pet snake, Nagini. I have found Ravenclaw's diadem, but I cannot destroy it yet. The remaining 3 Horcruxes are hard to find. I thought I could get Slytherin's locket tonight, but after all the trouble, I only found a fake. What does this have to do with Regulus? Because the fake was a relic of Regulus. He discovered the secret of the Horcrux and replaced it with his own locket. The price was his life. Rumble. Sirius staggered back 2 steps as if he had been hit hard, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. You're kidding, right? That's impossible. Regulus supported the superiority of pure blood and would not betray Voldemort. But that's what happened. He left his last words in the locket. The last sentence is, I am willing to risk death in the hope that you can be killed when you meet your opponent, R.A.B. Aaron looked at the pale Sirius. Your brother was indeed amazing. He did not disgrace the Black family. Rather, he defended the glory belonging to the Black family. Sirius nodded silently. Bitterness, powerlessness, pain, relief, regret, irritability, all kinds of complex emotions intertwined, leaving him feeling hollow. He should have told us then, if he had come to me. You wouldn't have believed him either, Aaron interrupted mercilessly. Ha-ha! Sirius laughed, self-deprecatingly. You're right, I wouldn't have believed him. My dislike for family members would make me avoid him, and his identity as a Death Eater would make me think this is a conspiracy. So my brother died like this? Dead. The death was extremely miserable. He was devoured by thousands of Inferi. It is estimated that not even the bones and dregs are left. The mention of the missing body stabbed Sirius's heart with another knife. Now there is a way for you to make amends. How? Help me find the Horcrux. Dumbledore analyzed that the Horcrux has not been destroyed yet, and you are his brother. No matter how much you dislike him, you are the person who knows him best in the world. Where do you think he would hide the Horcrux? You think too highly of me. I really don't know. I lost contact with my family when I left home. We don't expect you to give a definite answer. All I want is a general direction. To give you a little reminder, Regulus must have been prepared to sacrifice when he went to steal the Horcrux. If he did not have the power to destroy the Horcrux at that time, he would definitely hand over this task to the person he trusted most. Can you tell me who this person is? When he decided to betray the Dark Lord, Regulus should have known that his relatives, friends, and even family members would not trust him. Apart from me, the Black family can be said to be supporters of the blood theory, and I definitely would not have trusted him at that time. So? He would give this task to someone who would never betray him, who is least likely to be suspected, who would keep his mouth shut and would not even fear death. Who? Who is the key? Aaron asked impatiently. Creature, Sirius said painfully, the Black House Elf. Chapter 570, A Year of Missed Moments and Snape's Struggles. The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched unconsciously. The thought of the old, ill-tempered house elf seemed particularly unrealistic to him. Regulus would give a Horcrux to a house elf? This is too hasty. I'm not sure, said Sirius, but Creature is all I can think of. Creature is loyal to the Black family and will carry out his master's orders to the letter. Regulus treated Creature with the same respect Harry shows Dobby. That kind of respect is something a house elf can only dream of. Despite any personal thoughts Creature might have, his loyalty to Regulus is pure and unwavering. Is that so? Aaron tapped his chin thoughtfully. It's more or less a clue. The possibility is more than 50%, the missing body said. Regulus must have died in that cave. Either he used a special method to transport the Horcrux out, or he directly let the house elf take it with him. House elves can apparate differently than wizards, and Creature might have been able to leave the cave with the Horcrux. The problem is that house elves are very secretive. Creature will not reveal his master's last wish easily. It won't be easy to get the information out of him. "I'll go," Sirius volunteered. "I am the only heir of the Black family. As long as I ask him, he must tell the truth." "No," Aaron and the missing body said in unison. "Don't forget you can't reveal your identity now," Aaron said sternly. "I can order him not to tell anyone," Sirius insisted. "Haha, you should know Creature's attitude towards you. He is loyal, but not purely. As soon as he sees you, he has countless ways to hint to others or even show that you are alive. I can't take that risk." A look of embarrassment flashed across Sirius's face. He couldn't refute it. The main reason he was killed once was because Creature gave Harry false information. "You can also ask Harry. I'll take Grimmauld Place as an inheritance. Anyway, I left him everything I could, including the house elves." "Good idea." The missing body clapped his hands. "Let's go find Harry and ask him to call Creature out. We can ask him if Regulus gave him anything before he died. What do you think Harry would say?" "How do you know Regulus?" "That's right. What's the difference between that and revealing your identity?" Aaron sneered. "I really doubt you did it on purpose." "Serious? Then I have no idea." "What should I do?" The missing body looked at Aaron and asked. "How about sending someone to capture him and then using a memory charm?" "No, not really." Aaron frowned, thinking for a while. "Is there a possibility that Harry will take the initiative to tell me about the locket?" "What?" Sirius's eyes widened in surprise. "That's a bit far-fetched." "That's not necessarily the case," the missing body said with a smile. "Whenever he can't solve a problem, he always comes to me. If that doesn't work, Hermione will help." "Hermione, help you?" Sirius was stunned for a moment, then he reacted. "How long have I been dead before you fell in love with her?" 1 year is not a short time, not to mention we already had an emotional foundation. How could this happen? I thought that girl would become a couple with Harry. "You're thinking too much," Aaron smiled. "Harry is now with Ginny Weasley, and Ron is paired with Lavender Brown, a Gryffindor in the same grade. To be honest, you missed a lot this year." "I also heard that Lupin seems to be with Tonks. Did you know?" "I don't understand," Sirius yelled. "Nymphadora is my niece. Lupin is so shameless. He dares to go so far without my approval." "It was actually Tonks who was chasing after Lupin. He didn't seem willing to accept it at first," said the missing body. "Why? There is nothing about my niece that is unworthy of him." "Beautiful. I have all the nice things to say about you. No, I wish Lupin and Tonks could get together, but—" Sirius's face twitched. "Don't you feel awkward being your good friend's uncle? Brother, and your only niece? What qualification do you, a man who has been single for more than 30 years, have to say this? You?" Sirius felt insulted. If it weren't for the fact that he had been imprisoned in Azkaban for over a decade, he would have been surrounded by admirers wherever he went. Even now, his charm remained undiminished. The reason he was still alone was simply because he had been preoccupied with the important matters of the Order of the Phoenix. Wait. You and Hermione got together? What about Clee?" Sirius looked at Aaron meaningfully. "I haven't met her many times, but I can tell she likes you too." "You don't have to worry about it," Aaron replied calmly. "They both know and get along well." "Ah." Sirius blinked in astonishment, then gave Aaron a thumbs up. "You are amazing." "Thank you for the compliment. I think I'm pretty awesome too." "That's enough," the missing body reminded. "It's time to tell him about that." "Wait a minute." Aaron snapped his fingers, and a shadow ninja carefully placed 3 wooden boxes on the table. The missing body opened the wooden boxes one by one. 6 bottles each of Lafitte Mouton and brandy. "They are all yours. Drink as you like." "What do you mean?" Sirius frowned unconsciously. "Why do I have an uneasy feeling?" "You should feel uneasy." Aaron put 2 small brown bottles aside. "Add a bottle of joy potion and a bottle of tranquilizer, which should be enough. How about you sit down first? You may not be able to accept this news." "What's going on?" Sirius asked anxiously after sitting down. "Dumbledore is dead," the missing body said directly. "What? What did you say? This is impossible, Sirius said excitedly, losing control of his emotions. Dumbledore is the most powerful wizard in the world. There's no way he can die. Do you think I need to joke with you? Why don't you think about why I decided to release you a year early? Sirius was stunned for a moment, then opened a bottle of wine and poured it into his mouth. The burning sensation in his throat seemed to calm him down a little. How do you feel? It's not enough, the missing body said lightly. Sirius picked up 2 more bottles of potion and took a sip. I'm not as fragile as you think. Aaron shrugged. Put down my medicine and I'll believe it. Sirius ignored him and opened another bottle of wine. Dumbledore, how did he die? Voldemort set up layers of protection for the Horcrux. To get it, Dumbledore had to drink a potion that reduced his magic power. When he returned, his magic power had bottomed out, and his condition was very poor, as if he were terminally ill. At his weakest, he encountered 4 Death Eaters, including your sister, and then— Despicable, Sirius scolded, taking advantage of someone's weakness. In a normal situation, let alone 4, even 40 wouldn't be Dumbledore's match. It's really funny. Do you still expect Death Eaters to be moral? The missing body sneered. But at that moment, Severus Snape, our head of Slytherin, appeared. He still has a conscience. That is, in order to prevent our great headmaster Dumbledore from being insulted, Professor Snape reluctantly pulled out his wand and used the Avada Kedavra to end Dumbledore's tired life. Puff! Sirius spat out a mouthful of brandy, and Aaron subconsciously used his mind to control it, preventing the drink from spraying on him. Ahem! Sirius wiped his mouth. What did you say? Snape killed Dumbledore? Calm down. I just explained clearly that Professor Snape preserved Dumbledore's last bit of dignity. Do you believe what you say? Sirius said coldly. I should have thought of it earlier. He is a double agent and has been lurking in the Order of the Phoenix looking for opportunities. Now that he killed Dumbledore, this credit is enough for him to occupy an important position among the Death Eaters. The truth may be a little different than what you think. You don't have to excuse him. It's a shame that Dumbledore trusted him so much, but he didn't expect that he was a despicable person from the beginning to the end. It's time for you to see him clearly. He doesn't deserve your respect at all. I only believe what I see. Maybe you should take a look too, Aaron said, winking at the missing body. He hesitated for a moment before taking out a green glass bottle. Inside, there were still some silver filaments. Are you sure you want to show him this? The missing body asked. We have no choice. Since we've decided to let him go, we must find a way to avoid accidents. This is... Sirius asked in surprise. Whose memory is it? This is part of Dumbledore's plan, Aaron explained, opening the bottle cap and extracting the memory with his wand. Wait a moment, the missing body said, also taking out a wand and dividing the silver filament into 2 parts. One part was thrown into the pensieve in the middle of the hall, and the other part was kept in the glass bottle. I almost forgot, Aaron said, slapping his forehead in frustration. There is indeed a part of it that I can't show him. The green bottle definitely doesn't contain as many memories as the red bottle, but it contains the content that Harry is Voldemort's Horcrux. If Sirius finds out, he will definitely collapse. Please, the missing body made a gesture of invitation to Sirius. Sirius walked to the pensieve with a feeling of anticipation and slowly plunged his head into the basin. You must kill me yourself, Severus. This is the only way. Only then will the Dark Lord completely believe you. You must tell Voldemort the exact date that Harry leaves his aunt and uncle's house. Voldemort thinks that you are very well informed, and if you don't do this, he will become suspicious. But you have to instill the idea of using a double into others. I think that should keep Harry safe. Try using the confusion charm on Mundungus. If you have to participate in the chase, you must do so convincingly. I count on you to continue to gain Voldemort's trust. Otherwise, Hogwarts will be at the mercy of the Caro brothers. The missing body made certain deletions in the memory, but just these few words made Sirius's face drastically. This, how could this happen? Sirius said incoherently. How could Dumbledore make such a ridiculous plan? Who knows? No, you must know. Sirius looked at Aaron firmly, with a little more pleading in his voice. Tell me. I won't tell you, Aaron said, flicking his wand, and the memory in the pensieve was put back into the green bottle. It doesn't matter what Dumbledore thinks. What matters is that you have to take back the insult you just made to Professor Snape. I admit that I was a little impulsive just now, but no one would have thought that the truth would be like this. Just a reminder, what you see is not the whole thing, just a small part. But what's really important is hidden in another bottle, and I won't take it out until Professor Snape is dead. Why are you showing me this? Sirius asked. It's simple. I'm so short of manpower that I have to let you go. But your character is hard to reassure. I tell you part of the truth to prevent you from impulsively fighting Professor Snape. Sirius opened his mouth, speechless, because he could indeed do such a thing. A few years ago, in order to avenge James and Lily, he dared to sneak into Hogwarts as a wanted criminal to seek revenge against Pettigrew. Alas, it's not easy for Professor Snape. A good spy needs to be cautious and careful. If you seek revenge against him, it will be disastrous. If you succeed, Dumbledore's plan will fail prematurely. If you fail, then why didn't you die? Neither killing you nor letting you go is appropriate. Is there such a possibility? Sirius said with an unnatural expression. I failed, but I was lucky enough to escape. Then what? Aaron asked. Will you give up revenge? Definitely not. The missing body looked at Sirius meaningfully. Whenever you have the chance, you will still. Are you suggesting we find a way to kill Professor Snape? Sirius asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Aaron sighed, rubbing his temples. Okay, I admit your concerns have some validity, but should others see this memory as well? No need, Aaron replied firmly. Only you and Harry Potter are likely to do something reckless in the Order of the Phoenix. Everyone else can control their emotions. What about Harry? Sirius hesitated, his brow furrowing with worry. Absolutely not, Aaron said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Everyone can know about this memory, except Harry Potter. Don't forget the scar on his head. His occlumency skills are barely enough to resist Voldemort's intrusion from a distance. It's more like Voldemort and Harry are peeking into each other's minds. And you know how crucial this memory is. If Harry knows, it means Voldemort might also find out. Do you think Professor Snape isn't dangerous enough already? Sirius fell silent, his face a mask of conflicted emotions. Chapter 71. Dumbledore's Funeral. The trio prepares to drop out of school. Due to Dumbledore's death, the atmosphere at Hogwarts became somber. All classes were suspended, and exams were postponed. The news spread quickly, and many parents believed that Hogwarts was no longer safe. They picked up their children and left the school the next day. Out of respect, they did not go home immediately, but stayed in Maud Village, planning to attend Dumbledore's funeral before leaving. Aaron packed his luggage early in the morning, placing all necessary items into his dressing room. He packed food, medicine, and money into a backpack that had a traceless stretching spell cast on it. Sirius watched in confusion, the corners of his mouth twitching as he saw the sheer amount of supplies Aaron was packing, enough for an ordinary person to live for 5 years. Are you concerned? Taking an early vacation is not an escape, Sirius remarked. It's just a precaution, Aaron replied, holding Abe in his arms and stuffing his backpack into its pocket. The clone can stay in the Temple of God to accumulate magical knowledge, but I have to leave the school to find the Horcruxes. The magical world is in chaos. I'm going on an adventure, and these supplies are necessary. Okay, as long as you're happy. But since you are looking for Horcruxes, why don't you go with Harry and the others? Sirius suggested. Order of the Phoenix? Aaron raised an eyebrow. Otherwise, Sirius said matter-of-factly, you can temporarily cooperate with the Order of the Phoenix, and they won't refuse. Ha-ha! Sorry, this is not negotiable. What? Sirius asked, puzzled. There are many reasons, Aaron said solemnly, raising his fingers. I signed a contract with Voldemort. He cannot make a move against me before Harry and Dumbledore die, and I cannot hinder his plan. Once I cooperate with the Order of the Phoenix, it means breaking the contract. Then I would have to pay the price of breaking the contract in advance and send the secret of immortality to Voldemort. I'm not prepared to be at someone else's mercy. Why did you sign such a contract? Sirius frowned. In his opinion, this was giving the initiative to Voldemort. Don't mention it. I almost regretted it to death. At that time, I didn't expect Dumbledore to die so quickly, and Voldemort and a group of dark wizards had blocked my door. I could only choose a method that was more beneficial to me. Other than this, I can't trust the Order of the Phoenix. What's the reason for this? Lupin, Moody, and the Weasleys are all people worth trusting, Sirius argued. Then could you please explain how the Potters died? Aaron's question made Sirius's face darken, rendering him speechless. Look, there may not be traitors in the Order of the Phoenix, Aaron continued, but this is Voldemort's Horcrux we're talking about. If the news is leaked— Stop talking, I understand, Sirius interrupted. It's good to know, Aaron said, rolling his eyes. The other thing is Harry. Wait a minute, I really can't accept this, Sirius interjected. I'm sure Harry has grown a lot this year, and he won't be unreliable. I don't doubt that. He has witnessed the death of his only relative and the death of the elders who care about him the most. If transformation cannot happen, then his savior role would be too fake. But that's not what I want to say. Do you still remember the memory you saw? Aaron asked meaningfully. Lily Potter's blood protection spell is about to expire. In other words, Voldemort is about to attack Harry. At this time, you want me to act with him. You want to take the opportunity to kill me and gain freedom a year early. Hearing this, Sirius's face twitched, and he couldn't help but swallow. If this is not explained clearly, it may be sealed in the coffin again, he thought. I really don't mean that, Sirius said defensively. I'm sorry, but you don't dare, Aaron hummed softly. I understand very well how you want me to help Harry, but can you please also understand my difficulties? And if I want to help him, I can't do it so openly. Giving him some trivial hints through Hermione is the best I can do. Front leading to a grand podium draped in black. The atmosphere was somber, with a gentle breeze rustling the leaves of the nearby trees, adding a melancholic melody to the scene. Aaron and Clea joined the procession, walking in silence. Aaron's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, but he kept his composure. He glanced at Clea, who seemed equally lost in her own reflections. The weight of the moment was palpable. As they approached the seating area, Aaron noticed the presence of many notable figures from the wizarding world. The Minister of Magic stood solemnly at the front, surrounded by a contingent of aurors. Parents, students, and wizards who had come to pay their respects filled the seats, their faces etched with grief and respect. Aaron found a seat near the back, ensuring that Abe, with the tiny green dragon peeking out of his pocket, was comfortably settled. Clea sat beside him, her hand still holding his, offering silent support. The ceremony began with a few words from Professor McGonagall, who spoke of Dumbledore's wisdom, kindness, and the indelible mark he had left on the world. Her voice wavered with emotion, and many in the audience dabbed at their eyes with handkerchiefs. Next, the Minister of Magic took the podium, delivering a speech that highlighted Dumbledore's contributions to the magical community and his unwavering fight against the forces of darkness. Aaron listened intently, his thoughts drifting to the many lessons he had learned from the late headmaster. As the speeches continued, Aaron's gaze wandered to the lake, where the water shimmered under the sunlight. He thought of the many times he had seen Dumbledore standing by the shore, deep in thought, his eyes twinkling with that familiar spark of wisdom and mischief. Suddenly, a soft voice broke through his reverie. "Aaron, are you all right?" Clea asked, her concern evident. Aaron nodded, forcing a small smile. "Just thinking about everything. It's hard to believe he's really gone." Clea squeezed his hand gently. "He may be gone, but his legacy lives on in all of us. We have to honor his memory by continuing his work." Aaron took a deep breath, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. "You're right. We have to stay strong and united." The ceremony concluded with a moment of silence, followed by a hauntingly beautiful rendition of the school song. As the final notes faded into the air, the crowd began to disperse, each person carrying a piece of Dumbledore's legacy with them. Aaron and Clea lingered for a moment, watching as the lake's surface rippled gently. "We should go," Aaron said softly, turning to leave. As they walked back towards the castle, Aaron couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning of a new chapter. There were challenges ahead, but with friends like Clea and the memory of Dumbledore guiding him, he felt ready to face whatever came next. Let's make sure his sacrifice wasn't in vain, Aaron whispered to himself, determination burning in his eyes. For Dumbledore, and for the future of the wizarding world. The hall was filled with a diverse crowd, seated around a marble table at the front. Half of the seats were already occupied by a mix of individuals. Parents of students, members of the Order of the Phoenix, Ministry of Magic staff, representatives of Sir Merlin, and delegates from the International Federation of Magic. Among them were also the owners of the Leaky Cauldron, managers of several Diagon Alley restaurants, and even the waiter from the Hogshead Inn. Despite their varied backgrounds and statuses, they all shared a common solemnity towards the funeral. Aaron and Clee found seats and sat down. Soon, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny joined them. "Harry," Sirius exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement upon seeing his godson. He began to flap his wings, attempting to fly out of Abe's pocket. However, a white claw quickly restrained him. "Master, let me handle this," Abe snorted. Ed disdainfully. He pushed Sirius back and swatted him with his tail. "Harry looks very sad. I won't reveal my identity. Can't I just comfort him?" Sirius asked, sounding a bit aggrieved. "Nonsense, of course not," Aaron responded angrily in dragon language. "You'd better behave, or I won't hesitate to use a petrification spell on you." Sirius nodded guiltily, not daring to make any further moves. 10 minutes later, everyone was seated. The atmosphere grew solemn, and the whispers faded away. Music began to play, and a choir of mermaids sang mournful songs expressing their grief. Centaurs shot arrows into the sky as a tribute. Dumbledore, the headmaster, had earned the respect of these magical creatures through his decades of fair and kind treatment at Hogwarts. Hagrid walked down the middle aisle, carrying Dumbledore's body. The short distance seemed to stretch endlessly, each step heavy with sorrow. He placed the body on the marble table at the front, tears streaming down his face and soaking his beard, but he held back his sobs. After Hagrid retreated to the back row, the sad music ceased. A wizard stood up and approached the body, delivering a solemn eulogy. His words were filled with praise. Noble spirit, great heart, selfless dedication, extraordinary wisdom, and outstanding achievements, all attributed to Dumbledore. "These words are somewhat exaggerated," Aaron whispered. "It feels like even Merlin can't compare to him." "But he's right, isn't he? A great magician deserves such praise," Clee responded with a chuckle. It wasn't an exaggeration to call Dumbledore a holy magister. Fortunately, the eulogy didn't delve into moral character, which might have been harder to accept. The wizard finished his eulogy and returned to his seat. Suddenly, white flames enveloped Dumbledore's body and the marble table. Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, sang a lament and flew out of the flames, soaring into the blue sky. The flames then transformed into a marble tomb. The attendees stood up, many crying silently. Hermione leaned on Aaron's shoulder, her face wet with tears. "Dumbledore left us forever, and I wasn't prepared at all," she said, her voice trembling. Aaron gently wiped her tears and led her and Clee towards the castle. "What are you going to do in the future?" Hermione asked nervously. "The contract between you and Voldemort is no longer safe." "I'm mentally prepared and have my own plan," Aaron replied, forcing a smile. He looked at her thoughtfully and asked, "What about you? What are you going to do?" Hermione hesitated, unable to find the words. "Let me ask," Clee interjected. "Will you still come to Hogwarts next semester?" "I don't know," Hermione bit her lip. "Hogwarts is no longer safe, is it?" "It seems that a decision has to be made," Aaron said, his voice filled with determination. Aaron sighed softly. "No place is ever absolutely safe. Even if Dumbledore were to die, there are several deans at Hogwarts, and the security is relatively high. I hope you can stay at Hogwarts next year. I made 2 deals with Voldemort. The second one is to protect you. As long as you are willing to stay out of it, the Death Eaters will not dare to harm you." "You know that's impossible," Hermione replied with a bitter smile. "Voldemort still has 4 Horcruxes left. Harry will definitely go after them. He needs help." "With the Order of the Phoenix, Ron won't let him be alone unless something unexpected happens," Aaron countered. "Then I have to go too. The combination of the 2 of them is not very reliable," Hermione insisted. "Can't we just stay out of it?" Aaron asked anxiously. "No," Hermione said firmly. "The sooner we find and destroy those Horcruxes, the sooner the prophecy will come true, and you will be safe." Aaron let out a half laugh, half sigh. Should I be touched by this? Listen, I don't need you to take risks for me. I can protect you better by staying at Hogwarts. You've protected me enough. Let's switch roles this time. With the constraints of that contract, you can't take a tie-in easily. If it weren't for me, Harry and the others would probably be caught by the Death Eaters before they could find the Horcruxes, Hermione argued. Chapter 572, One Chance to Make Mistakes, Explore Scope and Flaws. Snapped, snapped, snapped! Clee clapped her hands and gave Aaron a teasing look. This is called love, right? It's also friendship, Aaron said helplessly, then turned to Hermione. I don't seem to have a reason to stop you, but I really don't recommend you do that. I've made up my mind. Then have you ever thought about what you would do if you were caught? Clea smiled meaningfully. What would he do if he knew you were caught? Hearing this, Hermione's face instantly lost all color, as if she had been hit hard. After a long silence, she reluctantly said, I will definitely not embarrass him. What an amazing realization, Clea applauded. No wonder you were sorted into Gryffindor because you like reading so much. But you overlooked a small problem. What would he do if you died? Don't forget why he was temporarily removed from the family. Gulp. Hermione swallowed hard, her mind going blank. She couldn't imagine how crazy Aaron would be then, but she could imagine how dangerous he would become. Clea, you will keep an eye on him, right? Hermione asked uncertainly. I will. Clea nodded, but before Hermione could breathe a sigh of relief, she continued. But just like he couldn't stop you today, I certainly won't be able to stop him that day. Because a fact is before us. I can't beat him. Okay, I'm still here, so don't scare her, Aaron said angrily. Clea stuck out her tongue, then gave Hermione an apologetic smile. Sorry, but what I said is the truth. Don't listen to her nonsense. It's not that serious. When I made the deal with Voldemort, I considered that such a day would come, so I asked him to give you a chance to make a mistake. What do you mean? It means that if you were captured by the Death Eaters while resisting Voldemort, they can't hurt you and must let you go. Really? Hermione looked at Aaron in surprise. Of course it's true. He's worried about you, Clea said with some envy. But you only have one chance to make a mistake. The second time, it will be as I just said. So I won't stop you, but you have to promise that you will quit after you fail once. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. Hermione smiled and hugged Aaron tightly. Thank you. Protecting yourself is the greatest thank you to me. One more thing, stay in touch with me, especially when you are in trouble. Can't you help? It's okay to give some advice. If you want to check any information, it might be more convenient to contact me directly. Then how do I contact you? Hermione frowned. We don't know where to look for Horcruxes, so it might not be convenient to use an owl. Aaron directly threw a galleon to her. Do you remember how you contacted DA members to practice defense against the dark arts last year? You mean? Hermione suddenly realized, but then a sad look appeared on her face. But this method of contact can only confirm the date, and it is impossible to have a long-distance conversation. Just change the number on the galleons when you need to talk to me, and I will take the initiative to find you. Aaron pointed to his temple meaningfully. Use here. Hermione nodded in confusion, not doubting his words. Hermione. Ron came over. I'm sorry to bother you, but I really need to go talk to Harry. Go ahead. Don't let me worry too much. Hermione smiled, kissed Aaron on the cheek, and turned to leave. I thought you would provide her with some props, but I didn't expect you to give her anything, Clea said angrily. It's not that I can't give it, it's that I don't dare to give it to her. Aaron sighed. Last year, I lent Higginbana to her. She used the gun to repel several Death Eaters, but it also used up all the magic energy. The situation became more dangerous. Next, Voldemort's power will expand rapidly, but not everyone can be controlled by Voldemort. If she accidentally gets too big, she may be engulfed by the curse before she surrenders. Clea nodded slightly. It make sense. Let's go. The train is coming. I have to take you back safely. Do you want to leave me and go on an adventure alone? Clea asked with a half-smile. I can handle finding the Horcruxes by myself. As for you, it's better to stay at home and not get involved. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble for you, Clea said seriously. She took Aaron's arm and walked towards Hogsmeade Station. Hogwarts Express. Because many parents had left with their children early, the entire train was quite empty. They found an empty carriage with little effort. Aaron put down Abe and took out his backpack. The Welsh green dragon soon flew out, and Sirius said anxiously, "Can you change me back now?" Aaron raised his eyebrows and then gave Abe a wink. Abe immediately jumped up, slapped the Welsh green dragon from midair onto the table with one claw, and stared at him arrogantly. "Be honest with me." Clea couldn't help laughing. "Why do you feel like you're bullying the weak?" Abe scratched his head in embarrassment, but then held his head high. How could this be considered bullying the weak? Sirius was a high-level mage with even higher magical energy. It was more like the weak defeating the strong. Besides, it was his master's order to take care of him. As a well-educated domestic dragon, he was proud. In comparison, Sirius looked confused and felt numb. Now he had been turned into a palm-sized model. Resistance was almost the same as being cute, and he was full of humiliation. "You just don't care about it?" Sirius asked. "My pets are very obedient, but look at you. You're so restless." "We have already attended the funeral, and there are some students in the carriage now. There's no need to be so nervous. You know nothing. Throughout the ages, countless people have fallen for the word careless. I am also a student, and Clea is also a student. Both of us can see through the disillusionment curse. There are at least 200 students on this train. What if one or two are hiding deeply?" Sirius was silent for a moment. "Then when can I change back?" "After we return to my shop in Diagon Alley, you can briefly enjoy human life, take a bath, change into clean clothes, and have a not-so-exquisite dinner, but only if no others are present. When other people are around, I will turn you into a cat or a dog and treat you like Abe's little brother. Wanima, you can also choose to sleep in a coffin." "Then forget it," Sirius said humbly, feeling aggrieved. It was better than being sealed. "You can also change back when you go on a mission." "Mission? What mission?" "The blood protection spell will lose its effect when Harry becomes an adult, and he is about to leave the home of his aunt and uncle," Aaron reminded. "According to Dumbledore's plan, they will use a substitute to distract the Death Eaters." Sirius was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully, "Are you willing to let me join their plan?" "What good things are you thinking about?" Aaron sneered. "It's not the time for you to be exposed yet, but you can always act in secret, which can be regarded as sharing some pressure for the Order of the Phoenix." "Understood." Sirius nodded and got into Aaron's backpack. He felt inexplicably relieved. Although he still couldn't recognize Harry, he could at least be helpful. Aaron looked at the scenery outside the window, took out his notebook from his bag, and practiced the magic circle seriously. Various complex magic array diagrams constantly emerged on the paper. He handed over the practice of the forbidden magic array to the missing body. He had completely mastered the instantaneous casting of the ultimate elemental magic, but the multi-shot linkage, especially the cooperation between different elements, was difficult. It took repeated practice. Time passed minute by minute, and it wasn't until the golden sunlight shone on Aaron's face through the car window that he put away the pen and paper. Clea handed him a bottle of drink. "You painted for 5 hours in a row. It was really hard." Aaron rubbed his numb right hand, opened the drink bottle, and took a sip. "It always makes me feel weird when you say that. Don't you often forget to eat and sleep when you're reading?" "These are two different things," Clea replied. "Reading is a spiritual enjoyment that doesn't require much effort. As for forgetting to eat and sleep, I'm not exaggerating, but carving a magic circle requires a high degree of mental concentration. Even a slight mistake can ruin all your previous efforts. It's amazing that you can work continuously for so long." "Just used to it," Aaron said calmly, though he felt a bit proud inside. "Habits are cultivated over time. There are 7 different magic arrays with 5 levels, ranging from low level to taboo. However, there are thousands of magic array diagrams, and most people can't master them. Do you need a break? I can lend you my thigh," Clea offered. Forget about the knee pillow or anything. Just don't let other people disturb me," Aaron chuckled, waving his hand. He then leaned against the window and closed his eyes. "System, open the task panel. Find and destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes. 1,000 magic points will be awarded for each Horcrux found, and 500 magic points will be awarded for each Horcrux destroyed. Rewards for completing the mission will be distributed directly until all Horcruxes are destroyed. There will be no penalty for mission failure. Accepted. Participate in Dumbledore's funeral. Complete the task to reward 500 magic points. Completed. Aaron couldn't help but feel emotional when he looked at the second task. Dumbledore's death had disrupted his plans, but it wasn't without any benefit. These 500 magic points were almost free and could barely be considered a consolation prize. Receive mission rewards. The collection was successful. The host received 500 magic points. The total magic points now reached 920. 920, a flash of regret crossed Aaron's eyes. He was still 80 points away from buying the pig talisman. How about not signing in for 10 more days to try? After a brief hesitation, Aaron decided to make a purchase. The pig talisman might be good and could increase his combat power to a certain extent. But before Harry died, he and Voldemort couldn't fight yet, and even if he bought the spell, he wouldn't be able to use it for the time being. Some magic could help him at this stage. System. Open the mall interface and select the magic category. Okay, host, the system said excitedly. Friendly reminder. As long as the host spends about more magic points in the mall, this system can be upgraded again. I know, Aaron replied, unmoved. The reward for upgrading the system was indeed worth looking forward to, but it was magic points. Even including system tasks, he would have to save for a year and a half. Moreover, it was impossible for him to spend all the magic points in the mall, so it would take more time. It was estimated that before the system was upgraded, he would have to fight against Voldemort's army. Magic category, at Ufanaraku, 600 magic points, can make the opponent fall into sleep. Precognition, 400 magic points, can sense the coming danger in advance. At detection, 500 magic points, can detect a certain area based on the user's ability. At Tin Punish, 2,000 magic points, relying on the resonance of one's own magic power with the surrounding magic power to create a virtual life from items containing magic power. At Purification, 300 magic points, releasing pure light, dispelling darkness, malice, and negative moods. Misty Naraku, Precognition, Detection, Purification. Aaron looked at the few magic spells he could afford, and it was hard to make a choice. Each had its own merits. Misty Naraku could put people around him to sleep, which would be useful for clearing out minor enemies or controlling a situation. Precognition could sense danger, which was invaluable in battle. At least it could help him avoid being caught off guard. Aaron knew he had been tricked. Now his priority was to find the Horcrux. Relying solely on the treasure hunting compass would be challenging, but combining it with detection magic would make the task significantly easier. As for purification, that could wait. After much deliberation, Aaron reluctantly decided to forgo Mist Fantasy Naraku and instead chose Precognition and Exploration. Spending a significant amount of magic points, his 3-digit balance quickly dwindled to 2 digits. However, Aaron was accustomed to such fluctuations and remained unfazed. Instead, he eagerly experimented with his new detection magic. In an instant, a 3-dimensional view of the Hogwarts Express materialized in his mind. Every person, pet, and item on the train was clearly visible. Aaron could even gauge the strength of each individual. The junior students appeared like fireflies, while the senior students resembled blazing furnaces. Clea, who was closest to him, was 10 times more powerful than the others, even surpassing Sirius. A smile crept across Aaron's face, pleased with his newly acquired skill. With his current ability, he could extend the detection range to 30 kilometers, encompassing both Hogwarts and the entire Hogsmeade village. However, the larger the scope of exploration, the greater the consumption of his magic power. Fully activated, his magic could not be sustained for more than 3 hours. Moreover, this ability had a significant drawback. If someone powerful enough detected his exploration, they could forcibly interrupt it and even track his location in return. Chapter 573. How many girlfriends do you have? Hogwarts was never safe, and King's Cross platform was bustling as usual. Aaron carried his backpack and walked out of the platform with Abe in his arms. Jeans was still waiting there, just like in previous years. However, this time, he ignored Aaron and walked straight past him to take the suitcase from Clea. "Miss Clea, you came back at the right time. The master and his wife will leave tomorrow, and you can have dinner with them," Jean said. "Ahem!" Aaron couldn't help but cough. "Am I invisible?" Jean paused for a moment, then gave Aaron an awkward but polite smile. "Master, please don't embarrass me now, can you?" "Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person," Aaron replied, slightly annoyed. "I just need your help with something." A wry smile appeared at the corner of Jean's mouth. "I'm sorry to have to obey." "Listen to me first," Aaron said, rolling his eyes. He took out a brocade box from his backpack. "Help me give this to Ancestor Alger. This is the forging material he wants. It is the best of the best that I managed to obtain with great difficulty. It can definitely meet his conditions. I'm just asking you to help deliver a treasure, and I'm not asking for a single galleon from home, so it's not a violation of the rules. If you don't agree, I think Clea will also help me." "If that's the case, it's no problem." Jean nodded slightly and put the brocade box away. "Master, take care. The road you will take after Dumbledore's death will be full of thorns." "You don't need to remind me," Aaron shrugged. Jean sent Clea into the car and drove away without looking back. "The world is so cold. Abe, you won't abandon me, right?" Aaron sighed and patted Abe's head, then found a taxi to take him to the area near the Leaky Cauldron. The Dark Lord's resurrection had caused the business of the Leaky Cauldron to be quite deserted. When he saw someone coming in, a rare smile appeared on the owner Tom's face. "Master Gaius, what would you like to drink? I suggest you stay one more night. It's too late to go to Diagon Alley to clean up now." "No, I've rested long enough on the train." Aaron waved his hand and walked across the bar to the small patio surrounded by walls. He waved his wand casually, turning the front wall into an illusion, and then walked straight through into Diagon Alley. The situation here was worse than last year. Many shops in the entire alley had been closed, and there were even 2 companies packing up their things overnight. Perhaps Dumbledore's death had made them panic, and it might be safer to move to other countries. In comparison, the business in Nocturne Alley next door was booming. There were piles of dark wizards going back and forth, and the passenger flow had increased by at least 50%. Has the chaos reached this level? Sirius, in Aaron's backpack, looked solemn. Even at the peak of the Dark Lord's power more than 10 years ago, Diagon Alley would not have closed so many stores. That's because Dumbledore was still alive more than 10 years ago. But now, be mentally prepared. When Voldemort takes control of the Ministry of Magic, there will be no half-blood or muggle-born storekeepers in Diagon Alley, Aaron explained. Walking through the depressed street, Aaron came to his small shop. Surprisingly, the lights in his shop were still on. "Be careful, it might be a Death Eater." Sirius became alert. Aaron had been kicked out of the family now, and there was no one to help take care of his shop. "Can you stop being suspicious?" Aaron held his forehead and shook his head. "The biggest thing you and Harry have in common is that you both like to worry about things and think about them in the worst direction." "But—" Sirius was about to explain something when he saw a white shadow passing in front of his eyes. Abe rushed directly to the counter and took out a dinner plate from below. Inside was his favorite roast chicken, which still exuded a strong aroma. It was obviously just cooked not long ago. "Welcome back." Ler walked out of the store. "I did a simple cleaning and made some French dishes. Although it's not as good as home, I hope you like it." "What you made is still good for my stomach," Fleur said with a smile. "Should I say thank you at this time?" Aaron asked, grinning. "Give me a kiss as a thank you gift," Fleur replied, her eyes twinkling. Aaron shrugged, walked into the store, put down his backpack, and complied with her request. Sirius's eyes widened in astonishment. "Sir, how many girlfriends do you have?" Sirius asked, incredulous. "Currently there are 3. As for the future, it depends on my mood." Aaron responded nonchalantly in dragon language. He had once believed in the idea of a singular, everlasting love, but life had taken unexpected turns. He had come to accept that being a bit of a scoundrel wasn't the worst thing. His family had always placed a high value on continuing the bloodline. When he was 12 or 13, his parents had prepared a list of potential matches for him and constantly urged him to choose. Over time, His admiration for Hermione had turned into genuine affection, leading to his expulsion from the family for violating ancestral teachings. Then, his childhood sweetheart Clee had reappeared in his life. He had to admit that physical appearance still held significant importance. An angel who had always liked him had come to him, and he couldn't ignore her. As for Fleur, their fate had perhaps been sealed during the Triwizard Tournament. This woman, 3 years his senior, had a way of making people feel cherished. With 3 girlfriends already, Aaron wouldn't be surprised if a 4th or 5th came along in the future. His charm seemed to leave him with no other choice. He could only promise true love to each girl. As the saying goes, the heart is broken into many pieces, and each piece falls in love with a different girl. "What are you thinking about?" Fleur asked, frowning slightly. "I feel like you're thinking about something bad." "It's nothing," Aaron replied, his occlumency skills allowing him to mask his thoughts. "Let's eat first." The two of them sat at the dining table. Aaron and Fleur ate quite elegantly, while Abe, lacking any sense of decorum, picked up the roast chicken and devoured it, leaving a pile of bones on his plate. After dinner, Aaron and Fleur sat across from each other in silence. Finally, Fleur spoke. "Will you still go to Hogwarts?" "Maybe," Aaron said, not hiding anything. "That school is very important to me, but compared to the previous 6 years, the 7th year may be a little different. There are some things I need to do, and I'll probably leave Hogwarts often." "But Dumbledore is dead, and Hogwarts is no longer safe," Fleur said worriedly. "You have a home now that you can't go back to, and with Voldemort unchecked, Britain will become very chaotic. I think you should come to France with me. It's safer there. You can also meet my parents and Gabrielle. She has always been very grateful to you, but she feels that her beloved sister has been deceived by you. You need to be prepared for that." "Well, not for now," Aaron replied. "Why?" Fleur asked, puzzled. "I can't hide forever. I signed a contract with Voldemort. He can't attack me until Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore are dead. Otherwise, he will be drawn to me because of my bloodline. Even Harry Potter would have to step aside," Aaron explained helplessly. "As for whether Hogwarts is safe, to be honest, I never felt it was safe there. In my first year, Voldemort possessed Professor Quirrell to steal the Philosopher's Stone. In my second year, Voldemort's 16-year-old memory released the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, petrifying students, pets, and even ghosts. In my third year, there was nothing directly involving Voldemort, but a murderer." At this point, there was a sudden movement in Aaron's backpack. Sirius, unable to stand it any longer, interrupted. "Is he a murderer?" "No, on the contrary, he took." Sirius had been blamed for the murders for more than 10 years. "Isn't it only natural that he would finally escape from Azkaban, seek revenge against his former enemies, and protect his godson at the same time? Roar!" Abe decisively jumped onto the backpack, his innocent eyes filled with threats. "Try moving again." Sirius was taken aback. "What?" Fleur turned around and asked. "What happened?" Just some toys I prepared for Abe," Aaron said, forcing a smile and winking at Abe. The White Claws grabbed a vivid Welsh green dragon from the backpack, shook it several times in front of Fleur's face, and then stuffed it back into the backpack, proving it was just a toy. "Are you a little too bored?" Fleur asked, raising an eyebrow. "Abe has been with me for 6 years. It's appropriate to make him a toy," Aaron explained. Sirius cried silently, feeling that he might as well live in a coffin. At least it wouldn't be so humiliating. But when he thought of Harry, who was still waiting for his protection, he could only swallow his grievance. "Where was I?" Aaron asked, trying to regain his composure. "You were talking about a murderer," Fleur reminded him. "Yes, a murderer entered Hogwarts openly and quietly, even breaking into the Gryffindor common room with a knife," Aaron continued. "Isn't Sirius wrongly accused?" Fleur asked, confused. "We didn't know it at the time," Aaron said. "Besides, because the Ministry of Magic brought in a group of Dementors, Harry Potter suffered greatly. And in the 4th year, Death Eaters sneaked into Hogwarts, replaced Professor Moody, and even secretly manipulated the Triwizard Tournament," Aaron added. "That's quite dangerous," Fleur said, shuddering at the thought. "The Dark Lord's resurrection ceremony was so terrifying. I almost thought I was going to die," Aaron said. "It's a bit inaccurate to call it a resurrection ceremony because Voldemort was not completely dead at that time," His soul had not been completely annihilated, and that ceremony was just to reshape his body. Aaron trailed off, suddenly realizing something. The bones of his father, the flesh of his servants, the blood of his enemies, these materials were key to Voldemort's resurrection, but the most important seemed to be the blood of his enemies. Hiss! That's not the case, Aaron murmured thoughtfully. What did you say? Fleur asked. Nothing, Aaron hurriedly changed the subject. Voldemort was resurrected in the 4th year. If I hadn't been there, you might have died. But the 5th year was really outrageous. The Ministry of Magic actually sent Umbridge to be our defense against the dark arts professor. That woman looks like a toad. The key is that she doesn't teach anything, just gives you a set of textbooks to teach yourself. After Dumbledore was forced to leave, she became more and more lawless. The new school rules for students at that time were enough to cover a wall. Then came the Battle of the Department of Mysteries, and I was left homeless by the machinations of the Black and White Lord. Isn't it because of Hermione? Fleur asked with a smile. That's only part of the reason, a very small part, Aaron said meaningfully. In the end, in the 6th year, Malfoy introduced Death Eaters to Hogwarts, and the greatest white wizard of this century died in battle. As for what will happen in the 7th year, I really don't dare to think about it. Fleur's mouth opened in shock, her expression becoming extremely animated. Your school is really amazing. In comparison, our Beauxbatons are a bit too calm. Who says otherwise? Aaron said with a sneer. In short, Hogwarts will not be safe because of Dumbledore, nor will it become dangerous because of the absence of Dumbledore. It has never been safe, at least not for the past 6 years. Wait, if that's the case, then you can't go back to Hogwarts, Fleur said, concerned. That's not possible. I have a reason to go back, Aaron said seriously. You don't have to worry. With the contract, the Death Eaters don't dare to be disrespectful to me. Besides, being without Dumbledore isn't necessarily a bad thing for me, as I won't be easily discovered if I leave school. Well, since you have made up your mind, I support your decision, Fleur said, nodding in agreement. Is there anything I can do for you? Fleur asked. There actually is, Aaron replied, snapping his fingers. A thick drawing materialized from a dark red magic circle. This is one of the things I want to work on during the holiday. Take it with you for now, and I'll explain it to my uncle tomorrow. Are you trying to get rid of me? Fleur asked, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. Why would you think that? Aaron said, looking puzzled. I've been on the train all day and need a good night's sleep. It's not appropriate for you to stay here alone. What's inappropriate about it? It's normal for you to be in love with me. Let's wait until we're married. I'm not ready yet, Aaron said shyly. You. Fleur snorted in displeasure. Fine, I won't joke with you anymore, but Mr. Ollivander locked the door to the wand shop. He probably expected me to stay at your place tonight. By the way, he also reminded me that you're an adult. Do you have any thoughts on that? Aaron thought to himself, my uncle, really? But you should at least ask me what I want. Well, I have a tent in my bag. You can stay there for the night, he suggested. You want me to live in a tent? Fleur asked, incredulous. Aren't men supposed to be gentlemen? It's because I'm being a gentleman that I'm offering you the tent. I've added the seamless stretch charm, so the space inside is quite large and has everything you need. But it's still a tent. I can stay in the tent, Aaron said helplessly. No, you should get a good rest, Fleur insisted. She stood up and walked towards Ollivander's wand shop. You can use a lock-picking spell. There's no need to go to such trouble. Chapter 574, The Prophecy with Pitfalls. Is this too just? After closing the shop door, Aaron set up a defensive barrier and used detection magic to ensure there were no prying eyes or ears around. He then pointed his wand at the Welsh green dragon crawling out of the bag. With a snap, a white light hit the dragon, transforming it back into Sirius. Just find a place to sit. My store isn't big, but it can accommodate one more person, Aaron said. We'll talk about that later. Can you get me something to eat first? Sirius asked sheepishly. He had been hungry all day and couldn't bear it any longer. Okay. Aaron smiled and snapped his fingers. Abe, that's too much. Can't I stop eating? Sirius's face instantly turned sour. The word he had heard most in the past 2 days since crawling out of the coffin was Abe. That white dragon claw had almost become his psychological shadow. If he was dishonest, disobedient, or even spoke loudly, he was punished. The key was that he didn't even have a wand, so he had no means to resist. Although he didn't think a wand could bridge the gap between him and a giant dragon, the feeling of being powerless and just being punished was really uncomfortable. "Master, he said this himself." Abe silently took out his paws from his pocket and looked at Sirius with a hint of pity. Aaron looked at Sirius, dumbfounded. "You may have misunderstood something. I won't let the tool man, no, let the guests starve." "Then why did you call it just now?" Sirius asked. "To let Abe give you a share of the rations," Aaron said matter-of-factly. "It has a lot more supplies in its pockets than I have in my bag." Abe nodded proudly, and then took out 10 loaves of bread, 10 egg tarts, a bottle of jam, and 2 bottles of beer from his pocket. "Is this completely vegetarian? I remember it had meat in its pockets," Sirius said. "Roar!" Abe growled at him unhappily. "You're lucky you're not hungry. If you still want to eat meat, you're a little bit crazy." "Okay, I understand." Sirius smiled awkwardly, but politely and wisely took a bunch of snacks and started eating. "You may feel unhappy, but I still want to ask, do you and the girl, do they know?" Aaron inquired. "Nothing to do with you," Sirius replied. "You can't say that." Sirius opened a bottle of beer. "I have to work hard for you for another year. I have a feeling that you will be very busy in the next year and cannot be affected by women." "Shh!" Aaron curled his lips disdainfully. "So this is the reason why you have been single for more than 30 years. Puff! Sirius inexplicably felt like he had been stabbed in the chest. "I was just delayed by the jail sentence." What a stubborn explanation. "But you'd better think carefully about what I say. After you deal with Voldemort, you will have plenty of time to fall in love. There's no need for you to worry about it. Hermione and Klee both know that Fleur works in Diagon Alley, and they are also aware of my relationship with her." "Sirius, just pretend I didn't say anything just now." "Have you finished eating?" Aaron asked impatiently. "After you finish eating, go and wash up and go to bed." "But I don't have a guest room here, so you can only make a bed here." "It doesn't matter," Sirius said easily. It didn't matter if he made a bed on the floor. It was better than sleeping in a coffin. After sending Sirius away, Aaron returned to the bedroom, closed the door tightly, and skillfully set up a soundproof circle. He then picked up his wand, shook his wrist quickly, and words glowing red floated in the air one by one. "The bones of my father, the flesh of my servants, the blood of my enemies, the broken souls." Flesh and bones shape the body, and the soul and body are merged to be truly resurrected, Aaron murmured to himself. But what if there is something wrong with the material? Bone, flesh, and soul were definitely fine, but the blood of the enemy came from Harry Potter. Thinking of this, Aaron continued to wave his wand and added Harry Potter's name in mid-air, emphasizing it. Aaron scribbled down the words blood, blood relatives, and blood relatives protection spell in a daze, marveling at his own reasoning ability. If his guess was correct, the blood flowing in Voldemort's body at the moment was Harry's blood. This meant that Voldemort had inadvertently become Harry's blood relative, thereby extending the blood protection spell. "Interesting, so damn interesting," Aaron mused with a relaxed smile. "Professor Trelawney, your prophecy has caused great harm to Voldemort." The prophecy stated that one of Harry and Voldemort must die at the hands of the other. However, if the blood bond continued and the soul was still involved, Voldemort would find it difficult to kill Harry. Harry possessed a power that Voldemort never had, a power ironically given to him by Voldemort himself. As long as Voldemort believed in the prophecy, he would not give up trying to kill Harry with his own hands. Each failure would only reinforce his belief in the prophecy, creating an endless cycle. "This is a trap. Prophecies and everything else are lies," Aaron muttered, shaking his head. Harry could die in countless ways and at the hands of anyone, but Voldemort's magic could not kill him. Yet the prophecy demanded that Voldemort kill Harry himself. This prank was truly outrageous. Voldemort would probably be furious if he knew he had been defeated by such a prophecy. Thinking this way, Aaron suddenly felt much more relaxed. Harry's fate was stronger than he had imagined, so the contract between him and Voldemort could be postponed for a while. The next day, the alarm clock rang at 6 o'clock sharp. Aaron opened his eyes drowsily and called Abe up. Seeing Sirius sleeping peacefully on the floor, he cast a water-like spring spell on his face. "Fuck!" Sirius stood up in confusion. "Is this how you wake people up?" "At least you don't have to wash your face," Aaron said lightly. "I'm just reminding you that this is not Grimmauld Place, nor is it my Hall of Gods. You are already dead. If someone accidentally discovers that you are still alive, it will cause me trouble." I know, Sirius said impatiently. "How many times have you said this? My ears are calloused. It's always right to be careful." Aaron simply made 3 breakfasts, and after eating, he placed 2 pictures in front of Sirius. "Take a look." "What is this?" Sirius asked curiously. After just a glance, his expression became incredulous. "Isn't this too much?" "I think it's very suitable," Aaron said seriously. "I drew this with great difficulty. It is the best cover for your identity." A yellow dog with one leg lame and a skinny white cat. Sirius looked confused. "Is it necessary to be so miserable? During business hours, you turn into a yellow dog and just rest in the backyard. If you want to go out and relax, you turn into a white cat. If you are skinny and scruffy, ordinary people will feel disgusted at a glance, and no one will care about you. If you want to follow me, you can turn into the green dragon from yesterday. It looks similar to the model and won't attract attention." "That's what I say, but it's really hard to accept." "Sleeping in a coffin? No, that's not necessary. It's fine to become a cat or dog. Wait, you still want to open the shop?" "This," Aaron frowned. "There really isn't much traffic in Diagon Alley at this time. That's not what I meant. It's a waste of time to do business." Sirius looked at Aaron anxiously. Although he didn't want to admit it, in his opinion, Aaron was the main force in finding Horcruxes, and he should spend more time on that rather than doing business. "I'm sorry, but it's not your place to give me your opinion. I can temporarily give up my business, but that doesn't mean I have to spend all my time looking for Horcruxes," Aaron said very seriously. "Are you going to turn into a dog and stay here to look after the house, or are you going to be a cat and go out on your own?" "Be a green dragon and go out with us," Aaron suggested. "Still the green D. Ragon?" Sirius asked helplessly. "Wise decision," Aaron replied with a slight smile. He tapped Sirius's head with his wand, transforming him into a palm-sized green dragon. Abe snorted softly and reluctantly opened his pocket. Understanding the situation, Sirius climbed in decisively. "Where are we going?" Sirius inquired. "Of course, it's Ollivander's wand shop. I said I would go find him today," Aaron responded, hanging the closed sign on the door. Ollivander's wand shop was the only store in Diagon Alley still open. Even dark wizards needed wands. Under normal circumstances, no one wanted to offend a master wandmaker, especially since Aaron had an amulet for Ollivander. Pushing open the store door, Aaron walked directly in. Fleur was sitting behind the counter. When she saw him enter, she rolled her eyes at him angrily. "Did you sleep well last night?" "It was okay. Where is my uncle?" Aaron asked. "Mr. Ollivander didn't sleep well. I seem to have disturbed him when I used the unlocking spell last night," Fleur said with some resentment. "You have to bear half of the responsibility for this." Aaron's mouth twitched slightly, and he was speechless for a moment. "Let's be honest. What are you going to do?" Fleur slapped the drawings Aaron had given her last night on the table. "I can't understand these things at all." "I would be surprised if you could understand it." Aaron thought to himself. Fleur was indeed an outstanding graduate of Beauxbatons, but these were construction drawings of a teleportation array. To non-professionals, it was akin to a heavenly book. "We'll talk later. Get me a wand first," Aaron said. "Is there something wrong with your wand?" Fleur asked. "That's not true. It's just that a friend's wand was broken, and he asked me to buy him a new one," Aaron said seriously. Sirius was inexplicably moved. "Thank you very much." "You're welcome. If you don't even have a wand, how can you work for me?" Aaron replied. "Sirius, I was moved too early." "What's his size? Is he left or right-handed?" Fleur asked. "This." Aaron hesitated. "You're not planning to just buy him a wand, are you?" Fleur asked with a smile. "This may not be suitable for him." "Do you remember what your wand looks like?" Aaron asked in dragon language. "Of course I remember," Sirius said hurriedly. "It is made of oak, 12 inches long, and the core of the wand is made of phoenix feathers." Made of oak, 12 inches, with a phoenix feather core. This is the wand he used before. Just get me one like that, Aaron said. Wait a minute, Fleur said, turning around and pulling out a box from the narrow aisle. There happens to be one exactly the same, but the price is slightly more expensive, 11 galleons. No problem, Aaron said, putting away his wand. He took out 11 gold galleons from Abe's pocket and placed them on the counter. Can you tell me now what these drawings are for? Fleur asked. Teleportation array. I plan to build a teleportation array in the back hall of Ollivander's wand shop, Aaron explained. What? Ollivander's surprised voice came from the second floor. Good morning, Uncle, Aaron greeted. Okay. I just woke up and heard a piece of news that made my heart a little bit unbearable, Ollivander said, displeased. A teleportation array? Don't you think about how small a place like mine can accommodate it? It's okay if you squeeze it. If it doesn't work, I can use the seamless stretching charm, Aaron reassured. But why build a teleportation array? Ollivander frowned. That was the ancient way for wizards to travel between two places. But now, whether it is portkey, Floo network, or apparition, it is more convenient and faster than the teleportation array. Don't tell me that you are teleporting items. Items are only secondary. The main thing is to transport people. Activating portkeys takes time and can be easily interrupted. Floo connections cannot bypass the Ministry of Magic and are easily blocked. Apparition is not something everyone can do, Aaron explained. Wait a minute, Fleur interrupted. You mean everyone? How many people do you plan to teleport at one time? I'm not sure yet. If it's a few, we can manage, Aaron said thoughtfully. It could be hundreds, Aaron said lightly. Ollivander and Fleur's mouths dropped open in surprise. Merlin's beard! Please tell me you're joking, Ollivander exclaimed. This is no joke, Uncle. I've brought all the drawings, Aaron replied. Reason. I need a reason, Ollivander demanded. Dumbledore is dead. If nothing else happens, Hogwarts may be occupied by Death Eaters in the future. I have to leave a way out for myself in advance, Aaron explained. Retreat? You? Ollivander smiled incredulously. Don't be ridiculous. You're better at apparition than most. No one can stop you if you want to run. Do you really need this kind of retreat? Suddenly, Ollivander's expression changed as he looked at his grandnephew in disbelief. You're not planning to run away with a group of students, are you? If necessary, Aaron said unequivocally. That's crazy. I know you have a sense of justice, but isn't this too much? Ollivander asked, shaking his head. Nip it in the bud, Aaron shrugged, then turned to Fleur. As I said last night, Hogwarts is never safe, and no one knows what will happen in the 7th year. Well, why did you choose Ollivander's wand shop? Fleur asked, still processing the information. Because of safety, Aaron said confidently. I signed a contract with Voldemort. Ollivander's wand shop is one of the few places in the wizarding world that Death Eaters dare not invade. Chapter 575. Why does it look down on me? A yellow magic circle emerged from the ground, and a 4-sided platform about 6 meters long and wide rose from the floor in the back hall of Ollivander's wand shop. Fortunately, the traceless stretching charm had been cast. Otherwise, the space would not have accommodated it. Aaron jumped onto the stage and used his wand to carve complex ring-shaped runes around the prism. The runes emitted a light yellow glow, and the prism slowly sank, submerging a third of the way into the ground before stopping. Is this done? Fleur asked. This is just the most basic step, Ollivander replied with a sad face. You can think of it as a door. To open it, you need a key, which is a sufficient supply of magic power. That's not too difficult, Fleur exclaimed. Of course it's not difficult. A piece of magic crystal can meet the conditions. However, the teleportation array has 2 doors. The front door leads in, and the back door exits. The corridor in the middle is the most dangerous, Ollivander explained, looking at Aaron helplessly. What he has to do is set up signposts in the aisles to avoid getting lost. Without signposts, it becomes a one-sided teleportation, which results in a failed apparition. I admire my uncle's knowledge very much, Aaron smiled and then took out the drawings. These are the key to the road signs. How long will this take? Fleur frowned. It won't take long, a month at most, Aaron assured. Don't be ridiculous, okay? Ollivander rolled his eyes. What you want to transmit may exceed 3 digits. This is not the Floo network. That level of complexity is impossible to complete within a year and a half. Don't look at me by ordinary people's standards, Aaron said with some pride. I have already built a teleportation array at Hogwarts and have rich experience. It will not be a problem to build another one in a short time. But I also have other things to do, and the time required may have to be postponed to a later date. It doesn't matter, as long as you can come here on time every day, Fleur said happily. It also saves me from having to go see you. Ollivander couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. He really didn't want to bury such a surprise in his store, but if he could take this opportunity to let Fleur and Aaron have more contact, it wouldn't be a bad thing. I'll do my best, Aaron shrugged, and then he carved magic runes inch by inch on the base according to the drawings. He didn't return to his shop with Abe until the afternoon. He changed Sirius back and then handed him the newly purchased wand. Try it, and if it doesn't fit, I can change it for you, Aaron said. Can you modify the wand? Sirius asked, surprised. Who are you looking down on? My uncle wanted to pass on the craft of making wands to me. If it's not troublesome, I can even make a new one for you, Aaron replied confidently. That's it. Sirius took the wand and waved it gently. Feeling the smooth flow of magic power, a rare smile bloomed on his face. It fit perfectly, even better than the one he used before. It seems there is no need to repair it, Sirius said, satisfied. Of course not, Aaron agreed. Sirius put away the wand and then asked doubtfully, You said you want to do something else besides building a teleportation array? What? Do you think it's unnecessary? Aaron sneered. Have you read Professor Snape's memory? Do you still remember what Dumbledore said? I count on you to continue to gain Voldemort's trust. Otherwise, Hogwarts will be at the mercy of the Carrows. A lot of information can be obtained from this sentence. After Voldemort rules the wizarding world, the Carrow brothers and sisters will hold important positions in Hogwarts. How do you think the Death Eaters will treat Muggle-born wizards? Ah, this. Sirius hesitated. I also hope that I am overthinking, but sometimes you have to prepare for the worst, Aaron said. Sirius nodded in understanding. When do you plan to find the Horcrux? I have the diadem of Ravenclaw in my hand, but I don't plan to destroy it yet, in case it triggers Voldemort's reaction. The big snake Nagini must be left for the end. All I can find are Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's golden cup. Let's look for the locket first, Sirius said excitedly. Creature must have hidden it. If Harry asks him, he can get a Horcrux. No, Aaron shook his head. Harry must stay at his aunt and uncle's house until Lily's blood protection spell expires. Asking him to find a house elf that wants him dead but has to be loyal to him is too dangerous. Even if he wanted to find the locket, he could only do so after leaving home and escaping safely from the Death Eaters. Then you mean we should look for Hufflepuff's golden cup first? Sirius looked puzzled. But we don't have any clues at all. That's not necessarily the case, Aaron said meaningfully. Do you have a clue? Not exactly, but I can find it, or at least get a general direction. Great, then let's act quickly. Don't be so hasty. You know better than I do that haste makes waste. Hufflepuff's golden cup won't run away, so we need to be prepared before looking for it. The protections around it are likely to be as formidable as those around the locket. Then when will we take action? Sirius was eager to get started. At least let me rest for a day, Aaron said, exasperated. It took a lot of energy to build the teleportation array. You, a toolman, dare to urge me to work. You really have no sense at all. Sirius, the next day, the alarm clock rang at 6 o'clock sharp. Aaron opened his eyes and reached out to turn it off. System, sign in. The host signs in at Diagon Alley and gets 1 magic point. How stingy, Aaron muttered. Every time I get just 1 magic point, it feels so disappointing. This system is fair. If the host chooses to sign in separately with the main body and the clone, the sign-in reward will naturally be halved. Of course, if the host upgrades the system as soon as possible, the situation may change. Shh! Don't expect that to happen for a year or two. Boom, boom! A rough knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Aaron took a deep breath, turned off the system, and opened the door angrily. Didn't I just pour some water on your face yesterday? Why are you so annoyed with me today? I'm very sorry, but normally you should wake up at this time, Sirius said sheepishly. his sincere attitude calming Aaron's anger somewhat. "Are you sick? Can I sleep a little longer?" "Of course you can, but we really can't delay finding the Horcrux," Sirius pointed out, then took Aaron's backpack. "I'm ready and can set off at any time." "Haha, Mr. Black, I suddenly thought it would be better to seal you in a coffin. Do you know how annoying you are?" Sirius lowered his head guiltily. "I just want to find the Horcrux as soon as possible and destroy Voldemort." "Then don't disturb me," Aaron said angrily. "I can work more efficiently if I rest, and I didn't say I would take you to find Horcruxes with me. You won't take me with you?" Sirius couldn't believe it. "How can you not take me with you?" "Please shut your mouth," Aaron rolled his eyes. "I will certainly mention it when I need you, but don't be too fussy when I don't." Sirius was about to say something when Aaron interrupted him. "You don't have to think about why. Just do as I say." It was hard to say whether taking Sirius to find the Horcrux would help, but the treasure hunt compass would definitely be exposed. After a year, their relationship had changed from a master-servant dynamic to one of equals, and Aaron didn't think Sirius could keep his secrets. "Why does this feel like the Order of the Phoenix?" Sirius smiled weakly. "It seems like I can only do housekeeping work." "You're somewhat presumptuous about yourself," Aaron said, unable to help laughing. "How about this? How about I seal you in a coffin when you're not needed?" "Does this sound like human words?" "It's not necessary. It's just fine to keep the house." "I'm not restricting your access," Aaron said. "I'm just going to make some simple transformations. If you really have nothing to do, you might as well find a way to improve your magic ability or help me brew some potions. I brought some materials from Shenming Palace. Polyjuice, Bone Spirit, Veritaserum, Joy Potion, etc. can all be brewed. They will definitely be useful in the future." Sirius hesitated. "I'm not afraid of your jokes, but my potions class score. Well, there's a certain gap compared to Snape." Aaron gave him a disgusted look. "If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. Why do you make it sound so nice? Just try brewing the potion first, as long as you don't make any big explosions." "I'll try my best. Abe, you're responsible for supervising him. You can slap him if he slacks off." "That's not necessary." Sirius' mouth twitched slightly. "Even if it's just the normal size." "Hey, I have to correct you on this. A giant dragon of more than 10 meters is its normal state. It's just convenient for me to hold it like this." "Okay, even now, it can crack a piece of granite with one claw. If it gets angry, do you think my small body can handle it?" "Well, it's just a matter of breaking a few bones," Aaron said with an unnatural expression. "Don't worry, Abe is very measured. It won't hurt anyone when he's not in combat. It'll only hurt a little at most. Furthermore, its healing magic is several levels stronger than that of St. Mungo's healers. It can save you as long as your head isn't completely severed." Gulp, Sirius swallowed hard. "Then it's not like letting it supervise me," he said sarcastically. "It's just a pet." "Roar!" Abe bared his teeth at him in dissatisfaction, one of his claws lighting up with a sharp blade. The cold light came into view, and Sirius quickly changed his words. "I mean, it is very smart and wise, but it doesn't know how to brew potions." Hearing this, Abe turned his head away proudly and gave Sirius a contemptuous look. "It's this look again. Look, it's this look again." Sirius felt his pride was insulted. "It looks down on me. Why does it look down on me?" "It does have the ability to look down on you." Aaron's voice was a little gentler. "In terms of combat power, it can block 10 Death Eaters with one dragon. You can't. In terms of healing ability, it can solve most injuries and even toxins. You can't do that either. In terms of appearance, it can actually make a living on its looks, but you still can't." Sirius's face darkened. There was really no way to refute this, but when he thought about these being the dragon's strengths, he felt there was no need to be serious about it. Abe is indeed very powerful, but what else can he do? "I agree with what you said, but it doesn't know how to brew potions." "Who said it can't?" Aaron laughed. "It kept watching me while I was brewing potions. It also served as my assistant during class, and its abilities were better than those of ordinary students. In addition to potions, it also knows some alchemy. When I made magic ammunition and portable potions in the Temple of God, it helped control the fire. The dragon flame of the Holy Dragon has more special effects than ordinary flames." Hearing this, Sirius blinked blankly and looked at Abe with more astonishment. This dragon seemed to be a little too exaggerated, making him feel a little ashamed. But you still have an advantage. What advantage? Sirius asked hurriedly. You know magic. Aaron patted him on the shoulder. Abe can only fly, breathe fire, and heal, but you know much more than that. Ha ha, I just think you're comforting me, Sirius forced a smile. How should I put it? The 3 kinds of magic that Abe knew happened to be the ones that he didn't know. So you're okay with me letting him supervise you? No, no more. All right, you guys take good care of the house while I look for the Horcrux. After saying that, Aaron put on his backpack and strode out of the store. He discreetly took out Captain Jack's compass, which he had alti, read with a bit of transfiguration. Where is Hufflepuff's golden cup? Aaron kept repeating this question in his mind, his eyes fixed on the compass needle. The pointer moved erratically before finally settling in one direction. Aaron followed the pointer's direction and found himself staring at a towering white building. Gringotts, the only bank in the magical world run by goblins. Coincidence? No, maybe it's just pointing in that general direction. Aaron thought to himself. He didn't believe his luck was so extraordinary that he could find a Horcrux immediately after leaving home. The odds were lower than winning a billion-dollar jackpot. However, he had to admit that Gringotts was indeed a good place to hide something valuable. The fact that the goblins had established it and maintained its prominence in the magical world for so long was a testament to its security and strength. Aaron shook his head slightly, planning to bypass Gringotts. But as soon as he stepped onto a nearby street, the compass needle deflected again, once more pointing towards Gringotts. Damn it, Aaron cursed under his breath. It really was Gringotts. The treasure was hidden in the bank. When did Voldemort become so predictable? Aaron doubted that Voldemort would trust Gringotts' security entirely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have manipulated Quirrell into stealing the Philosopher's Stone from Dumbledore's vault a few years ago. Chapter 576, Gringotts, a labyrinthine fortress. Aaron stood at the entrance to Gringotts, his emotions a tangled web of frustration and nostalgia. For years, he had deposited his extra pocket money in this bank, but since the battle at the Department of Mysteries a year ago, his family had frozen all his assets. Now, he couldn't even withdraw a single nut, leaving him destitute. He glanced down at his motionless hands, then resolutely walked through the gleaming bronze doors. The goblin guard, dressed in scarlet and gold uniforms, bowed respectfully as he passed. Aaron continued to the second set of silver doors, which bore an ominous inscription. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the greedy. Those who seek to take without earning will face severe punishment. If you wish to claim a fortune that is not yours, be warned, O thief, that it is not treasure that brings you evil, but evil itself. Aaron chuckled to himself. He had never felt guilty visiting Gringotts before, but today his mission was to retrieve a wealth that wasn't his, though it had nothing to do with greed. Entering the spacious marble hall, Aaron observed about 100 goblins behind a long counter, busy registering names in large ledgers, weighing coins, and examining precious treasures with eyepieces. Numerous doors lined the hall, with wizards coming and going under goblin guidance. Aaron knew that Hufflepuff's golden cup might be behind one of those doors, but avoiding detection seemed impossible. He didn't want to test Gringotts' defenses with a disguise charm or illusion. The bank's anti-theft measures were legendary, and even Voldemort had only attempted a heist out of sheer desperation, ultimately failing. "Hello, sir," a goblin approached him. "How can I assist you?" "Well," Aaron hesitated. "I want to inquire about vault number 1001. Vault number 1001? The goblin's expression turned cautious. "I'm sorry, sir, but I need to verify your identity. Aaron Gaius. I am, or should be, the owner of that vault." "Please follow me, sir," the goblin said respectfully, leading Aaron to the counter. He retrieved a thick ledger and flipped through it. After a moment, he looked up solemnly. "Dear guest, your vault was sealed in June last year. With all due respect, it cannot be accessed, not even with an order from our supervisor. The vault is protected by extremely complex magic, and anyone who approaches it will be transported to an unknown location until the magic is lifted." Aaron's mouth twitched. His family had left no loophole for him to exploit. Can I at least know how much money is in it? That is possible, but it will take some time, the goblin replied, looking slightly embarrassed. Vault No. 1001 has hundreds of deposit records over the past 10 years, so it will be a lengthy process. That's fine, I'm not in a hurry, Aaron said, feeling a sense of relief. The more time it took, the more opportunities he had to find what he needed. Aaron discreetly took out a compass, but his eyes widened in shock as the pointer aimed straight down. Damn, he cursed internally, activating his detection ability to sense the underground layout. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. Aaron could sense some vaults even at great depths, including his own seized property. But that wasn't the main concern. The underground layout resembled an incredibly complex ant nest, with tunnels branching out in every direction. Aaron found himself in a labyrinth of winding corridors, mist-like traps, and powerful dragons guarding the doors of individual vaults. This is troublesome, he thought, smiling bitterly. Helga Hufflepuff's golden cup must be hidden in one of these vaults. Finding a small golden cup in this heavily guarded underground city is like finding a needle in a haystack. No wonder Voldemort chose Gringotts to hide the golden cup. It may not be as dangerous as the cave where the locket is hidden, but it is several levels higher in difficulty. First, Aaron had to figure out which vault contained the golden cup. Then, he needed to obtain the key to that vault, avoid the Gringotts guards, and finally, evade the dragon guarding the vault. The most crucial part was that he might only have one chance. If he failed, the news of the invasion would be published in the Daily Prophet, and Voldemort would easily deduce that someone was targeting his Horcruxes. Distinguished guest, the goblin's voice brought Aaron back to reality. Your vault currently contains 150 million gold galleons, 12 silver sickles, and 50 copper nuts. Additionally, there are 13 boxes of gems and 7 boxes of gold and silver products, which can be valued at 50 galleons. Aaron was taken aback. I didn't expect to be so rich. I could be considered a multimillionaire in the Muggle world. Yes, sir, but you won't be able to withdraw a single nut until your vault is unlocked, the goblin said matter-of-factly. Aaron's heart sank, but he maintained a calm exterior. Although it was painful, it wasn't devastating. After all, he had inherited a significant portion of the Black family's wealth, and his current treasury was only a fraction of that. Sir, is there anything else I can assist you with? Not at the moment, but I may return in the future. Gringotts welcomes you at any time. Aaron was still in a daze as he walked out of Gringotts. He had initially thought that the most challenging Horcrux to deal with was the python next to Voldemort, but now it seemed that Hufflepuff's golden cup was the real challenge. Let's find a way to get Slytherin's locket first. As for the Hufflepuff gold cup, there will be a chance in the future, Aaron comforted himself silently. He then headed to Ollivander's wand shop to continue working on the teleportation array. Fleur thoughtfully placed a cold drink and 2 pieces of cake next to the base. She didn't interrupt, only glancing at him occasionally while he worked. Ollivander noticed this and couldn't help but smile. It was great to be young, but it would probably take some time for the two of them to truly get together. Back in his shop, Aaron casually placed his backpack on the table. Sirius ran over impatiently. Did you gain anything? The harvest is great, so great that you can't even imagine. I had a very fulfilling day. How about you? Sirius scratched his head in embarrassment. I brewed a bottle of joy potion. Just one bottle? Aaron looked at him with disdain. The formula I left behind was specially improved by me. As a magister, shouldn't you be able to produce at least 2 bottles? There is no room for sloppiness in brewing potions. 1 bottle is already very good, Sirius said confidently, then pointed at Abe. If you don't believe me, ask him. Abe nodded. He failed when making the 2nd bottle and almost exploded the crucible. Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. He felt the need to set up a defensive spell in the house. Forget it, just 1 bottle. Let me take a look. Sirius placed a glass bottle in front of Aaron. The yellowish solution inside made Aaron swallow involuntarily. This thing, it won't be poisonous if you drink it, right? Absolutely not. I guarantee that you will stay in a good mood after drinking it. No, I'm talking about the side effects, such as singing or twisting your nose. Probably. and not. Really? Drink one and I'll take a look. Sirius was stunned for a moment, then said, I admit there are a few flaws, but my level of potion making is what it is. I've been in Azkaban for over 10 years, so getting this far is already quite difficult. I really shouldn't have any hopes for you. Aaron shook his head. You won't need to brew the potion in the future. Then what should I do? Sirius frowned. If I can't do anything, what's the difference between that and being a wanted criminal in the Order of the Phoenix? You can read a book, read a newspaper, or sleep. In short, I don't dare to hand over my materials to you. It's a despicable waste. But that's a waste of time, Sirius said unhappily. You can understand it that way. I'd rather you waste your time than be too active, Aaron said bluntly. I don't want to say this, but the fact is that you have to be as cautious now as you were a year ago, or even more cautious. A year ago, the Order of the Phoenix didn't dare to let a wanted criminal like you roam around for fear of attracting the attention of the Ministry of Magic. A year later, I dare not let a person who should be dead appear in front of the world. That would have a greater impact than a wanted criminal. The Order of the Phoenix has to be careful when facing the Ministry of Magic, and I am just one person. Without a family background, I can't compare to the Order of the Phoenix, and the Ministry of Magic cannot compare to the Death Eaters. Understood. I understand everything you said. Sirius nodded disappointedly, then smiled mockingly. Dumbledore has said similar things to me before, and I won't cause you any trouble before taking official action. That's good. Have you found the Horcrux? Sirius asked. I have no other intention. I just care. I found it, but it's quite difficult to get it. Where? Gringotts, Aaron said bluntly. Huh? Sirius frowned. How could Voldemort think of hiding something there? The reason is simple. Safety. Aaron raised 2 fingers. Did you know that Hufflepuff's gold cup is in that vault? I didn't know. Can you search Gringotts in a big way? That's even more impossible. That's right. Even if the Ministry of Magic dares to do this, countless wizards will stand up to protest. Who knows if you will embezzle their hard-earned money in various ways. Then there's no way to start? We can't even take the first step. Don't be too pessimistic. There must be opportunities, maybe 3, Aaron said seriously, seeing Sirius's expectant eyes. Ahem, the first thing is the prophecy. Dumbledore's plan has always been based on the prophecy. We can also believe that Harry Potter will get the Horcrux from Gringotts one day in the future. Secondly, I can barely determine the direction of the Horcrux. If that doesn't work, we can try robbing a bank. Are you crazy? Sirius asked in shock. Gringotts has been successfully invaded only a handful of times since its establishment. I'm 90% sure, Aaron said confidently. Captain Jack's compass showed the way, and he quickly arrived at the vault by flying at super speed. He is also a dragon whisperer. He can find ways to instigate rebellion against the fire dragon guarding the vault. If the dragon doesn't agree, I can only be a dragon slayer once more. The trouble for him is just the door of the vault. If he forces an invasion, the goblins will definitely find out. When he gets the gold cup, he will most likely be surrounded by Gringotts guards. It will not be easy to fight out from deep underground. What if it fails? That's the third option. If you were Voldemort and you knew that the vault where you kept your Horcruxes had been invaded, what would you think? I must take people over there immediately to ensure the safety of the Horcrux. Yes, he will definitely not feel relieved, and might even think that Gringotts is no longer safe. But in fact, Gringotts is indeed very secure. But once the Horcrux is removed from there, unless Voldemort keeps it on his person, I can locate it no matter where he hides it. However, this approach is fraught with risk. Ideally, we should aim to succeed in one attempt to avoid unnecessary complications. Then should we search for Slytherin's locket first? Sirius asked tentatively. That's our best option, but it will have to wait until Harry leaves his aunt and uncle's house. Before that, he needs to rest and gather his strength. After finalizing their plan, Sirius spent his days reading books and newspapers. His demeanor became much calmer, largely because a dragon was watching him, making it hard to be anything but composed. Meanwhile, Aaron was busy constructing teleportation circles at Ollivander's wand shop and practicing magic circles in his spare time. As he increased the number of instant magic arrays, his curiosity got the better of him, and he finally opened the magic book on fusion magic written by his ancestor, Witched. This book opened a new world for Aaron. The integration of elements was more intricate and vibrant than he had imagined, but it was also significantly more challenging. Before returning to his family, he could only study fusion magic theoretically and not practice it. Aaron delved deeply into the theoretical knowledge, but refrained from conducting any experiments. As Harry's birthday drew closer, both Aaron and Sirius found it increasingly difficult to remain calm. They knew Harry would leave the Dursleys before his birthday, but they were uncertain of the exact timing. After much hesitation, Aaron took out a special gold galleon from his pocket, intending to contact Hermione. He believed that since Hermione had decided to participate, she must know the specific time. Chapter 577, Specific Transfer Time, Placement of Future Father-in-Law and Mother-in-Law. What are you doing? Sirius couldn't help but be curious as he watched Aaron standing quietly, holding a gold galleon in his left hand and touching his forehead lightly with the index and middle fingers of his right hand. I'm trying to get in touch with Hermione, Aaron said patiently. If you want to know when the Order of the Phoenix will pick up Harry and leave, don't disturb me. At the same time, Hermione, who was reading a worn book at home, felt warmth emanating from her pocket. She took out a gold galleon and looked at the changing numbers on it, frowning slightly. This was the contact signal Aaron had agreed upon with her, but she didn't know how to reach him. The next moment, Aaron's voice echoed in her mind. Good morning, Hermione. Ah? Hermione looked around in surprise. Aaron, where are you? Stop looking for me. I'm in Diagon Alley right now. But you? This is a special kind of magic. According to Muggles, it's telepathy, Aaron explained patiently. That gold galleon is used to determine your location so that I can find you amidst the vast sea of people. Hermione blinked, and then a happy smile appeared on her face. Does this mean we can communicate at any time? What good things are you thinking about? Aaron shook his head. Reciting words from a distance consumes a lot of magic power, and I am very busy every day and don't have that much time. I think so, Hermione shrugged. Then you must have something important to discuss with me. Yes, I'll make a long story short. You should know when Harry is being transferred, right? Hermione was stunned for a moment. Why do you ask this? Aren't you not allowed to participate? I can't participate, but forget it. It's not good for you to know too much. Anyway, I need you to tell me the specific time. Hermione gritted her teeth in confusion. I'm sorry, but I really can't say it. Have you cast the Fidelius charm? No, we haven't. That's really a failure. Aaron shook his head. Such a secret matter should be protected by the Fidelius charm. What if someone leaks the news? Although Professor Snape had already leaked the news, it still did not prevent him from criticizing the Order of the Phoenix for their lax security. It won't be leaked. The plans are all temporarily modified. However, your suggestions are valuable, and I will remind the Order of the Phoenix, although it may affect team trust. We'll talk about that kind of thing later. I really need you to tell me the exact transfer time now. Give me a convincing reason. Reason? Aaron glanced at Sirius with a strange look on his face. Does it count for a godfather to care about a grown-up boy? Well, I can add insurance to your plan, Aaron said sincerely. No plan is perfect. Even Dumbledore's plan may have accidents. That's not enough of a reason, Hermione said tactfully. I will explain it later, but it's really not convenient to tell you now. Then we can't talk about it. You also know how important this matter is. Aaron stamped his feet anxiously. His girlfriend's reluctance was really giving him a headache. Okay, I understand your difficulty, but I know where his home is. Do you understand what this means? Hermione rubbed her forehead, feeling inexplicably tired. Of course, she understood what Aaron meant. If she didn't tell him the specific time, Aaron would probably camp out near Privet Drive. She didn't think the magic set up by the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix could stop him. The Order went to Privet Drive to pick him up on Saturday night. That's all I can tell you. That's enough. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief and then added, Don't go. I'm sure it will be very dangerous that night. Don't persuade me. I have to go, Hermione said with a chuckle. Ron and I both know Harry's plan, and we are mentally prepared. Phew! Aaron took a deep breath and couldn't help but feel a mix of relief and concern. Remember, you only have one chance to make a mistake, Aaron reminded her. Of course I know, Hermione replied, struggling with her words. I plan to cast a memory charm on my parents and send them to Australia. What do you think? Absolutely not, Aaron interrupted firmly. Memory is fragile. Once you do that, your parents may forget you forever. I'm sure that after defeating Voldemort, I can restore their memories, Hermione insisted. That could still result in memory loss. Even a small part is a huge loss, Aaron said earnestly. There are patients in St. Mungo's Hospital who have to stay in the special ward because of memory loss. I know, but this is to protect them, Hermione said helplessly. Leave it to me, Aaron said solemnly. Think of it as compensation for kidnapping their daughter. What are you talking about? Hermione's cheeks flushed. We're not there yet. Sooner or later, Aaron said seriously. Protecting my future in-laws is what I should do. Hearing this, Hermione felt warmth in her heart. Then what are you going to do? Leave them at home for now. I'll make sure they're safe. All right, Hermione agreed. After disconnecting, Aaron slowly lowered his arms. Having a long-distance conversation felt like running a marathon. Although it didn't have much impact on him, he still needed a moment to relax. Sirius, ever perceptive, placed a chair in front of him. Are you sure? Sirius asked. Of course, Aaron replied confidently, sitting down. I'm just a little thirsty. What do you want to drink? Sirius asked, smiling. He soon returned with 3 kinds of drinks. Milk, juice, wine, take your pick. Aaron smiled wryly. I want a Coke. Coke? Sirius looked puzzled. It's a muggle drink, you don't know it? Aaron teased. I'll go buy it right now, Sirius said, picking up his wand to disguise himself. Forget it. Aaron waved his hand dismissively and picked up a glass of wine, sipping it slowly. Can you tell me the time? Sirius asked, trying to be helpful. This Saturday, 5 days before Harry's birthday. You can join the operation then. Thank you, Sirius said gratefully. Those 2 words are the least nutritious, Aaron sneered. I'll thank Merlin if you don't mess things up. I promise I won't, Sirius said seriously. When it came to his godson's safety, he was all in. What magic did you use just now? I've never heard of it, Sirius asked, curious. Do you want to learn? Aaron asked, raising an eyebrow. Is that possible? Sirius looked hopeful. He had been hiding for years, taking huge risks just to see Harry. If he had known such convenient magic earlier, the battle in the Department of Mysteries might never have happened. Of course not. I can't teach you this magic, Aaron said. Family inheritance? Sirius guessed, his tone full of regret but understanding. He knew that ancient wizard families often had unique inheritances. Aaron blinked, realizing Sirius might have misunderstood. But he didn't intend to explain and didn't mind if there were more misunderstandings like this. After lunch, Aaron sat in his bedroom, holding Abe in his arms, deep in thought. He had promised to protect Hermione's parents, but the specifics were still unclear. He planned to have them leave the UK while keeping their memories intact. Hypnotizing 2 muggles was easy for him, but he still felt it wasn't safe. Voldemort knew how important Hermione was to him and might threaten her parents. We can only ask for help, Aaron sighed, throwing a ball of flame into the fireplace to light it. At the same time, the house elf cleaning the foyer of the Gaius family seemed to have noticed. Yobi stared blankly at the fiercely burning flames in the fireplace. After a while, Aaron's shadow emerged from the flames. Little Master? Yobi wiped his eyes, then looked around carefully, tears welling up. Little Master, how are you doing? It's not bad. I feel great, and the food is excellent, Aaron replied. I'm sorry, Yobi can't help. The Master won't let Yobi leave the house. Teh! He house elf blamed himself and wiped his tears. The Gaius family did not discriminate against him, so he didn't have to abuse himself like Dobby to reduce the pain of guilt. No need to apologize. In a sense, the life I have now is what I always longed for, although there are more threats than I expected, Aaron said nonchalantly. Where is Gina's? I have something to discuss with him. Shh! Yobi immediately made a silencing gesture and said with an embarrassed look on his face, Little Master, you may be angry, but Yobi must remind you that the housekeeper will not do anything for you now. I will talk to him about the details. Just find him. You don't have to worry about anything else. But, Don't make me say it a second time. Yes, Yobi will go now, the house elf said, aggrieved. Although the young master was temporarily removed from the family, he was still the young master, and Yobi could not disobey orders within the rules. A few minutes later, Yobi returned, looking frustrated, followed by Jeans, who appeared helpless. Master, it was my negligence not to cut off the flu network between home and Diagon Alley, but I really didn't expect you to still contact home, Jeans said. I admit, I'm a little thick-skinned, Aaron said awkwardly. Jeans, a little bit? More like 1,000,000 points. If the young master just wants to say hello or see the environment at home, there is no problem. But if he is looking for help, I really can't assist you. Ha, Aaron smiled sheepishly. It's not really asking for help. I just want you to do a trivial thing for me. No negotiation, Jeans refused with a stern face. Just protecting 2 muggles. No, they are my future parents-in-law. What? Jeans's eyes widened in astonishment. Master, I may have heard you wrong. What did you just say? My future father-in-law and mother-in-law, Aaron gritted his teeth. Did you hear me clearly? Clearly, Jeans raised the corner of his mouth slightly. I would like to ask, are they Hermione Granger's parents? Are you worried that the Dark Lord will take them as hostages? What do you think? Aaron retorted. Jeans hesitated for a moment before reluctantly making a decision. I can send someone to protect them secretly. What level of protection? Aaron asked. Don't just send 2 people to fiddle with me. Where are you thinking, young master? I'm not that shameless, Jeans said, unable to suppress a laugh. Your guards are very free at the moment. You can find something for them to do. Aaron nodded thoughtfully. The 6 of them together did have good fighting power, but it might not be enough. I need you to go there in person. Do you want to express your attitude on behalf of the Gaius family? Jeans pinched his chin and then sneered. Master, don't you think this is a bit overwhelming? Ahem. Those are the future in-laws of the Gaius family. If they are not protected, it may cause emotional problems between Hermione and me. And Mr. Vico and Ms. Lasana have been worrying about my lifelong affairs. Do you understand what this means? Jeans pursed his lips, conflicted. Okay, I'll go. Take them to Australia. I remember my family opened a hospital there, and I can arrange work for them. Master, you are going a little too far. What's the difference between having 2 Muggle doctors in a magic hospital and having 2 mascots? Then temporarily acquire a Muggle clinic, Aaron said thoughtfully. Don't worry, I'll pay for it. 30,000 galleons should be enough. Barely enough. Wait, Master, where did you get the money? Who are you looking down on? Aaron glared at him angrily. I became independent before. I was 10 years old. Isn't it a matter of minutes to make some money with my intelligence? Phineas boasted, recalling how he had managed to secure a significant portion of the Black family's property in mere minutes. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, knowing that his actions had been commendable. After all, compared to the continuation of the family's bloodline, money was a trivial matter. What use is wealth if the Black family ceases to exist? In that case, I'll do it tomorrow. However, this is a one-time favor. It won't happen again, Phineas declared firmly. Then it's up to you, Aaron replied gratefully, preparing to exit the flu network. Wait a moment, Phineas interrupted, stopping Aaron in his tracks. Master, I have a small question. What would you have done if I had been indifferent just now? That would have been more troublesome, Aaron admitted. I might have arranged for them to live near the Ishkar family. Otto and I haven't seen each other for years. While reminiscing about old times, I might have accidentally revealed their relationship with me. I don't think he would turn a blind eye. This isn't about dragging him into trouble. I just wanted to ensure Hermione's parents were under the protection of the Ishkar family. It would be difficult for Death Eaters to infiltrate, let alone capture anyone inside. Phineas chuckled, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Master, it's better not to involve the Gaius family in such matters. They have their own reputation to uphold. It all depends on your ability to handle things, Aaron responded, a hint of challenge in his voice. Chapter 578. Who can recognize this as serious? Saturday, July 26. Diagon Alley, Gaius Drink Shop. Aaron looked at Sirius, who was sitting opposite him, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Is this really okay? Sirius asked doubtfully. Remove the doubt. Trust me, it will work, Aaron said seriously. He then waved his wand to create a mirror. Look, who can recognize this as Sirius Black? Sirius looked into the mirror. The man staring back at him wore a spiked mask and a black peaked cap. His long black hair had been cut into short pieces, and his wizard's robe had transformed into a black windbreaker. Additionally, he wore a pair of glasses without lenses. Isn't this too awkward? Sirius asked, feeling uncomfortable. It's okay to feel awkward, Aaron replied with a slight smile. If you feel awkward, those who are familiar with you will definitely not recognize you. But you still have to be careful and avoid exposing your identity. Sirius sighed. There was something off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. There are still some flaws that need to be covered up, Aaron continued, examining the iron nail mask. Before taking action, I'll use a silencing spell on you, and I'll also remove any scent that might give you away. No problem. Can I leave then? Sirius asked impatiently. What's the rush? It's noon now. Harry won't be transferred until evening, Aaron reminded him. But there are quite a few people watching number 4 Privet Drive right now, including Death Eaters, the Ministry of Magic, and the Order of the Phoenix. If I don't go there in advance to scout the location, it will be difficult to find a secluded spot, Sirius argued. Don't worry, I've already considered everything for you, Aaron said thoughtfully. He pulled out a blackboard and drew a simple house in the middle, adding neighbors, gardens, and streets. Suppose this is number 4 Privet Drive. He pointed to the house in the middle with his wand. Where can you hide once you get there? Sirius studied the simple diagram carefully, frowning. Neighbor's house? No, the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix must have people stationed there. Exactly. You'll have a wand pointed at you before you even enter the house, Aaron agreed. Use the illusion charm to hide myself and then find a hiding spot, Sirius suggested tentatively. That's a solution, but how far can you hide? If you're too close, you'll be spotted easily. If you're too far, you might not be able to react in time, Aaron pointed out. The sky, Sirius said, pointing to the top of the blackboard. I'll hide above the house. I believe the Death Eaters will think of that too. Don't forget, they know the specific time, Aaron reminded him. Then it can't be underground. Sirius said helplessly, but then his face lit up. Wait, yes, it can be underground. Then the question is, where do you plan to dig from? Aaron asked with a smile. And do you have time to dig? You must have a way, right? Sirius asked hopefully. Of course, this is why I stopped you. Heading to Private Drive without a proper plan is as foolish as your attempt to invade Hogwarts with a knife 3 years ago, Aaron said sternly. I was too emotional at the time, Sirius defended weakly. I won't do that this time. Humph, Aaron curled his lips. My solution is to hide in the sky. But isn't that impossible? Sirius asked, confused. In normal situations, yes, but what about abnormal situations? Aaron chuckled, raising his eyebrows. He drew a few clouds above the house on the blackboard. Suppose the Death Eaters are hiding in these clouds. What if you hide even higher? I understand, Sirius said, realization dawning on him. If the Death Eaters want to monitor number 4 Privet Drive, they won't be too far from the house. They'll be outside the Ministry of Magic's defense range. I just need to fly higher than the Death Eaters and use the disguise curse. It will be difficult for them to detect me. That's the idea. But remember, it's not entirely safe even if or higher up. You have to be cautious, Aaron warned. Sirius paced anxiously. I need a broomstick, he said. Aaron shrugged. I don't have one. I never liked flying with a broom, especially after getting the chicken charm and rabbit charm. Then hurry up and buy one, Sirius insisted. The broomstick shop in Diagon Alley is still open. Aaron shook his head. No need for a broom. We'll manage just fine without it. Sirius was momentarily stunned and glanced at Abe, who was napping with a drop of crystal-clear saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth. Although riding a dragon was thrilling, this one seemed a bit unreliable. What are you doubting? Aaron asked with a knowing smile. I relied on Abe to successfully run away from home before. His speed surpasses even the firebolt. I believe you, but if he's too big, he'll be easily spotted. Abe, Aaron called out in dragon language. Abe's eyes snapped open, and he quickly jumped to Aaron's side. Master, you called for me. Don't transform. In this form, let Sirius experience the feeling of flying. Abe nodded, sprouting a pair of white wings from his sides. He flew behind Sirius, lifting him by the arms with his dragon claws and spinning him around the ceiling twice. Even in this form, Abe is much stronger than you think. His speed is faster than a firebolt, and he has an impeccable sense of direction. He can see clearly in the dark. Any questions? Sirius swallowed hard. No more. Can you let him put me down first? Aaron winked at Abe, who gently lowered Sirius back to the ground. This is much more exciting than riding Buckbeak, Sirius admitted, but staying in the sky for hours like this would be exhausting. Abe, help Mr. Black relax, Aaron instructed calmly. A white magic circle appeared above Sirius's head, and as the warm light integrated into his body, he felt rejuvenated, as if a spring breeze had washed over him. This is incredible, Sirius exclaimed in disbelief. Abe raised his head proudly. This was just a basic operation for him. Don't get too excited, Aaron cautioned. Abe can help you participate in the chase and restore your energy, but he won't assist in combat. I understand, Sirius nodded. If he's exposed, I'll claim he's a disguise of mine. Good to know. Is there anything else you need to explain? Aaron thought for a moment. The Order of the Phoenix will use decoys to protect Harry tonight, and Hermione will be involved. You said decoys. Even if I wanted to help protect her, I might not be able to find her. Abe can find her. Aaron pointed to the proud dragon. He's far more powerful than ordinary fire dragons. Don't underestimate a dragon's intuition. He's very interested in his future mistress. And Harry? Sirius hesitated. Abe has no connection to him, but Harry will be fine. Trust Dumbledore and Professor Snape. My main purpose in sending you is to protect the others, especially Hermione, Aaron said bluntly. Rest for a while, then set off. Don't forget to bring your gear. I can lend you my telescope and magic carpet temporarily. That evening, at Privet Drive, Harry's aunt and uncle loaded their luggage into the car and took their son Dudley away from the home they had lived in for over a decade. They had to leave because No. 4 Privet Drive would be attacked once the blood protection spell expired, and their lives were worth more than the house. Fortunately, the Ministry of Magic sent Aurors to escort them away, and the Death Eaters spying on them remained indifferent. Their target was Harry Potter, and 3 Muggles were not worth their attention. Harry watched them leave, feeling a mix of emotions. Harry went back into the house to collect his belongings. His wand, luggage, firebolt, Regulus's locket, and Hedwig the owl. There were still 4 days left before his 17th birthday. At that time, the magic that protected him would lose its effect, and it would be time for him to leave this so-called home completely. Suddenly, there was a rumbling roar outside the house. Harry stood up straight and quickly ran downstairs to open the door. Figures emerged from the darkness. Hagrid rode a motorcycle with a sidecar, and the rest of the Order rode broomsticks, accompanied by 2 Thestrals. Hey, Harry, Hagrid greeted. Are you ready to go? Of course, but I didn't expect so many people to come, Harry said excitedly. The plan has changed. We have to move quietly before they make their move, Moody said as he walked into the house carrying 2 large sacks, not followed by the others. Meanwhile, Sirius was watching the scene quietly through a telescope from high altitude. He desperately wanted to go down and greet them, to tell them that Sirius Black was still alive, but he knew it wasn't the right time. How's the situation? Aaron's voice echoed in Sirius's mind. They are coming, Sirius replied through his thoughts, as he couldn't speak aloud at the moment. Who is there? Arthur, Molly, Bill, Ron, Fred, George, Moody, Hermione, Kingsley, Hagrid, Lupin, Tonks, and although I already knew it, it still breaks my heart to see him walking with my niece. It's okay, you'll get used to it in the future, Aaron comforted. When they have a child, you can consider being the godfather. That joke isn't funny at all. You can't imagine being the godfather of your niece's child, Sirius said angrily. Are you sure these are the people? Aaron asked. If we use substitutes, the number should be odd. Otherwise, including Harry, it would be difficult to form a team with 13 people. There's another one, Sirius said. It seems to be Mundungus. Mundungus? Aaron frowned. I've met that guy a few times. He's not very reliable, but he was able to participate in this operation. Perhaps he is acting as a stand-in. I don't think there's anything to worry about. The person in charge of this operation is Mad-Eye, and he's absolutely reliable. Hearing this, Aaron's heart skipped a beat. He knew what a flag was better than anyone else, and what an unreliable person thought was reliable was not very reliable in itself. Stay safe, and don't act rashly until they get out. You don't need to remind me of this, Sirius replied. The Death Eaters are already here, right below me, at least 30 of them. Aaron. Inside the room, Harry looked at everyone excitedly. After the Dursleys left, he felt relaxed and easygoing. Kingsley, aren't you supposed to protect the Muggle Prime Minister? Harry asked. You are more important, Kingsley said solemnly. Harry, Tonks said, shaking the ring on her left hand at him, and then taking Lupin's arm. There is something I didn't have time to tell you, Remus and I. Are you married? Harry asked, eyes wide with surprise. Sorry, we didn't inform you. We didn't make much publicity, Tonks explained. Congratulations, although it's a little late, Harry said. Okay, there will be plenty of time for housework in the future. We have to get out of this damn place and hurry up, Moody said loudly, and the room suddenly became quiet. Potter, Pious Thickness has gone on a rampage and made many practices criminal, punishable by jail time. Portkeys, Flu Network, and Apparition cannot be used. Besides, you are not yet an adult, and you still have traces on your body. What traces? Harry asked. That's a spell that detects magical activity by wizards under the age of 17, used by the Ministry of Magic to detect minors using magic. To put it simply, when you sneeze, the Ministry of Magic will know who touched your nose. So we can only use means of transportation that cannot be detected by traces, such as broomsticks and thestrals. The two of us will walk together, even if we were. Ambushed? Even if there was an ambush, they wouldn't know which one was the real Harry Potter, Harry mused aloud. Really, Harry Potter? Moody asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Without waiting for a response, he pulled out a glass bottle from his coat. You must be familiar with this. Harry's eyes widened in recognition. No, absolutely not, he said, his voice rising with excitement. He was no stranger to the muddy liquid inside the bottle. It was polyjuice potion, something he had used before. He quickly grasped Moody's plan. The potion could transform others into his likeness, making it harder for enemies to identify the real Harry. However, it also meant that those who took the potion would share in his danger. I just knew he wouldn't agree, Hermione said proudly. How can I let everyone take this risk for me? Harry protested. It's not the first time, Ron reminded him. No, this time is different, Harry insisted, his resistance clear. Drinking that stuff and pretending to be me, no. None of us actually like it, mate, Fred chimed in. George, standing next to him, nodded in agreement. Imagine if something happens to us. We'd be stuck as skinny, freckle-faced idiots for the rest of our lives. We're all adults here, Potter, Moody said firmly. We're all willing to take the risk. Ahem, strictly speaking, I was forced, came an inappropriate voice. Mundungus stood up weakly, looking around nervously. Chapter 579, The Order of the Phoenix. Shut up, Mundungus. Moody glared fiercely at him before continuing. All right, Granger, do as promised. Without hesitation, Hermione quickly pulled a few hairs from Harry's head. Excuse me, she said, as she handed the hairs to Moody. Moody uncorked the polyjuice potion and added Harry's hair to the mud-like liquid. White foam overflowed from the bottle, and the potion turned a clear golden yellow. Moody smiled with satisfaction. The fake Potters, line up. Fred, George, Hermione, Ron, Mundungus, and Molly stood together, ready for the transformation. Those of you who have never had polyjuice potion before, be warned, Moody said, limping up to Fred and handing him the potion. It tastes like goblin urine. You must have drunk a lot before, Mad-Eye? Fred quipped. Moody's face darkened, and the scars on his face became more pronounced. Just to lighten the mood, Fred added guiltily, before taking a sip of the polyjuice potion and passing the bottle to George. One by one, they all drank the potion. The six began to change, their facial features distorted, as if silverfish were crawling under their skin. Hermione, Mundungus, and Molly grew taller, while Ron, Fred, and George shrank. Their hair turned black, and their hairstyles and lengths changed to match Harry's. Wow, we're all the same, Fred and George said in unison. Not yet, Moody said, opening a sack filled with identical clothes. Change into these. If they're too small, make them larger. If they're too big, make them smaller. Don't forget the glasses. After changing, Each person takes a backpack and a sample owl from the other sack. Harry watched in bewilderment as the 6 of them changed clothes in front of him, feeling very awkward. They left little to the imagination, offering him almost no privacy. "Can't you get something more sporty?" Fred complained. "I really don't like this color," George added. "Whatever you like or don't like, you are no longer yourself." "Harry, you need to change too," Moody instructed. A few minutes later, 7 neatly dressed and bespectacled Harry Potters stood together, making it difficult to tell the real one from the fakes. "Mundungus, you follow me. I have to keep an eye on you," Moody said seriously. "As for the real Harry, you follow Hagrid. Bill and Molly will go together. Miss Granger and Kingsley will go together, and you 2 will ride the Thestral. Ron, you go with Tonks. Fred and George, one of you goes with Remus, and the other with Arthur. 16 years ago, I brought you here when you were younger than a bowtruckle," Hagrid said to the real Harry. "So I should be the one taking you out of here today." "Yeah, it's really touching," Moody muttered. "Let's go." The 14 people divided into 7 groups, riding broomsticks and thestrals. The real Harry sat in the sidecar of Hagrid's motorcycle. "Direction Burrow, where we shall meet," Moody said. "Listen to me and count to 3. "Sit still, Harry." Hagrid started the motorcycle, which roared to life. 1, 2, 3. As the word 3 fell, the 7 groups rushed into the sky simultaneously. "They've set off," Sirius said in his mind. "But the Death Eaters have also set off." "No, the Death Eaters seem to have formed an encirclement." "Calm down. At this time, you need to be calmer," a voice responded. "It's easy for you to say. How can I calm down?" Sirius retorted. "I sent Abe there because I was worried about your impulsiveness. He won't help you without my order." "You." Sirius's forehead was covered with frustration. "You're so tall." "Thank you for the compliment. Let me tell you about their grouping first." Well, Bill and Kingsley each brought 2 thestrals that Harry rode. Hagrid took one of Harry's motorcycles, and the rest all rode broomsticks. Harry should be with Mad-Eye in a group. "This group can be eliminated," Aaron said without thinking. "You can guess." "Maybe they predicted your prediction," Sirius said, still skeptical. He insisted that Harry would be safe, Saint with Mad-Eye Moody. "That doesn't matter. After all, I'm not Harry Potter's godfather," Aaron replied. Sirius felt a sense of foreboding, and just as he was about to argue further, distant screams and flashing lights caught his attention. "The fight is starting. Let's get over there quickly," Sirius said anxiously. "It's not the time yet," Aaron refused. "If a stranger joins the battle, both sides will see you as an enemy. You can only act after they separate. But, after confirming that Hermione is safe, Abe will cooperate with you, so follow the order." "Understood," Sirius conceded. In the clouds, dozens of Death Eaters were already engaged in battle with 7 escort groups. The Death Eaters were stunned to see 7 identical Harry Potters. Though they knew the ambush time, the decoy plan caught them off guard. Unable to identify the real Harry, they split their forces and attacked in groups. Sirius looked pale as he watched the green and red lights flashing in the night sky. He gripped his wand tightly, feeling tormented. Fortunately, the torture didn't last long. The sidecar roared and flipped dangerously in the air, causing several Death Eaters to dodge and allowing them to break free. Other groups also broke out in different directions, each followed by at least 4 Death Eaters. Moody's group had nearly double the pursuers. "Is that okay?" Sirius asked anxiously. "They've separated." "That's it, Abe," Aaron confirmed. Abe immediately increased his speed, leading Sirius towards a skinny thestral. "Kingsley, are Granger and him in the same team?" Sirius asked as they approached the 4 Death Eaters chasing Kingsley and Harry. He quickly raised his wand. The Death Eaters, unprepared for an attack from behind, were caught off guard. 2 were shot down by red light, while the other 2 narrowly escaped. The 2 remaining Death Eaters exchanged glances, realizing they had been ambushed. One continued to chase Harry Potter, while the other turned sharply in midair, spotting Sirius. Only his eyes were visible. "Who?" "Don't hesitate. Now that he's been discovered, kill him," Aaron said calmly. "As for the other one, don't worry. They can handle it 2 against 1. Sirius didn't waste any time and quickly cast a spell. The Death Eater dodged on his broom and counterattacked. Red and green spells collided in midair, but Sirius soon gained the upper hand, not needing to control a broomstick. Suddenly, a ball of flame appeared above Sirius's head. The Death Eater instinctively tried to avoid it, but was too late. A third of his broomstick was burned, and he was hit by a spell, falling to the ground like a leaf. "Didn't you say you wouldn't help me?" Sirius asked, confused. "Even if you kill him, Abe will remain unexposed." "I don't need to remind you what killing and silencing means," Aaron replied. Sirius pursed his lips, trembling. "No matter. Let's go chase Harry first," he said, directing Abe to fly towards Mad-Eye. Abe was fast, and they soon caught up with Moody and the Harry Potter he was escorting. They kept a distance, following from afar. "Voldemort, he actually came here in person," Sirius murmured in disbelief. When he saw the man in the black robe suddenly appear in midair, Aaron's expression turned grim. "He must come in person," Aaron said. "The prophecy requires him to kill Harry Potter with his own hands. How will the prophecy end if he doesn't come?" "Let Abe take me there," Sirius begged. "I know I can't beat him, but at least I can help Moody share some of the pressure." "This won't work," Aaron refused bluntly. "Once you take action, Voldemort will realize that my disillusionment spell cannot fool his eyes. He will definitely be able to see Abe, which will be detrimental to me." "It's already this time. Why do you care so much?" Sirius said anxiously. "If you don't help Mad-Eye and Harry, it will be over." "Helping and risking death are two different things," Aaron said solemnly. "Alastor must be ready to sacrifice. You can take this opportunity to help others out of danger. At least you will have time to save one." "What about Harry?" Sirius was filled with worry. The prophecy said that one of Harry and Voldemort would die at the hands of the other, and maybe it would come true tonight. "I told you this is not true. If you don't listen to me again, I will ask Abe to take you back." "What if it's true?" Sirius struggled to raise his wand. "You can punish me however you want when we go back, but I can never turn a blind eye." He thought clearly. There were other ways to help Moody if he couldn't get close. Just let Voldemort notice that someone is here. Self-righteous, Aaron curled his lips disdainfully. He had already anticipated this situation. Once Sirius disobeyed, Abe could knock him out with a headbutt. But before he could take action, Harry, who was protected by Moody, suddenly made a voice that did not belong to him. "It's not me. You have the wrong person." Sirius, hand holding the wand, froze in midair, and the pursuing Death Eaters, even Voldemort, were also stunned for a moment. "You coward!" Moody yelled angrily. He was right. This bastard really wanted to be a deserter. Mundungus felt aggrieved. It was okay for him to pry for information, but if Moody hadn't forced him to do such a fatal job, he wouldn't want to participate at all. It would be fine if those who were chasing them were just ordinary Death Eaters. Mad-Eye's fighting ability was not bad, and it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight 5 of them. Although there were more than 10 here, if he was lucky, his life might not be in danger. But now Voldemort is chasing him personally, and the Dark Lord wants to kill Harry Potter himself. If he doesn't reveal his identity, the fake Harry will become the real cannon fodder. His life was at stake, and he didn't want to die in an unknown way. "Look, he wasn't real just now, was he?" Aaron's sarcastic voice sounded in Sirius's mind. "But your Order of the Phoenix is really full of talents." Sirius was speechless, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. "Kill Mad-Eye," Voldemort said coldly, then turned and chased the others. As for Mundungus, he didn't care at all. It didn't matter if he died. If he lived, he would just leave a coward to the Order of the Phoenix, which was not a bad thing. The Death Eaters received the order and pointed their wands at the surrounded Alastor Moody. Previously, because of the shield of Harry Potter, they did not dare to make a fatal move for fear of causing the Dark Lord's displeasure. But now they had no scruples. They didn't catch the real Harry Potter, and killing Mad-Eye would be considered a great achievement. Sirius watched anxiously as Moody dodged and struggled under various spells, barely fighting back but to no avail, and was at a loss for a moment. "Quick, we have to do something." "One more of you won't change anything," Aaron sighed. "The most you can do if you stay here is to collect one of his corpses. Go help others." It's a pity, but it's easy to make a choice between being buried with Alastor, who is destined to die, and helping 2 members of the Order of the Phoenix out of danger. "I don't accept this choice." Sirius gritted his teeth in pain. This wasn't business, and watching his companions die in battle was not his style. "There are too many obstacles," Sirius muttered, decisively casting a spell at the group of Death Eaters. He didn't expect much from it, just hoped to attract some attention. As for what happened next, he couldn't control it. Snap! Huge white wings suddenly unfurled, blocking the translucent spell. Roar! A low growl came from behind, and Abe glared at him fiercely before retracting his wings, which had grown more than 10 times their original size. "What are you doing?" Sirius cursed angrily. "Mr. Black, you may have forgotten a crucial fact. Your choice doesn't matter here. What matters is my choice," Aaron responded calmly. "Maybe you think I'm cold-blooded, but I'm not familiar with Alastair Moody, and he's not worth the risk to me. By Tay, Hiwei, Ab just said it hurts, and you'll need to make up for it when we get back." Sirius was speechless. "Then I can only watch helplessly?" "Don't worry about helping others. I'm not negotiating with you." "Of course, you can choose to come back," Aaron said. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sirius found himself flying uncontrollably in the opposite direction. He couldn't stop Abe, so he turned his head to watch the battle, and what he saw broke his heart. Alastair's broomstick was shattered, and he was struck by several dark curses. Blood poured out like rain as his body plummeted from the night sky. "No!" Sirius roared, but no sound came out. He stretched out his hands, trying to grab something, but he was powerless. In desperation, he threw a black package in the direction where Alastair fell. Perhaps, as Aaron had said, all he could do was help Moody by ensuring his body wouldn't be desecrated by the Death Eaters later. Chapter 580, Voldemort Loses His Prey. As the sidecar motorcycle sped down the road, 3 Death Eaters chased them from behind on broomsticks. Curses flew past with a whoosh. Hagrid, panicking, struggled to control the direction, while Harry, seated in the sidecar, launched a desperate counterattack. Using his wand felt unsafe, so Harry took out the revolver Aaron had lent him, loading 6 bullets into the chamber before they set out. Boom! A bullet was fired, missing the Death Eater, but leaving a crack more than 10 meters long on the road. The powerful destructive force made the Death Eaters hesitate, but only for a moment before they continued their pursuit. "Harry, what is that in your hand?" Hagrid asked, bewildered. "Aaron's magic weapon," Harry replied excitedly. He had just experienced the power of the gun, which was several times more potent than any spell he could cast. Hagrid wanted to ask more, but a few green lights shot towards them. He immediately controlled the motorcycle to fly into the sky. "Watch out, they're coming," Harry warned, firing back. Several thick beams of flames spurted from the muzzle. This time, the Death Eaters were on guard. 2 of them ducked, and the other used a barrier spell. Click! The flames hit the invisible barrier, making a sound like shattering glass in midair. The Death Eaters stared in amazement and hurriedly avoided the barrier before it broke, but they were a step too late. The tail of one broom was completely burned by the flames, forcing a hasty landing. "Well done, Harry, well done," Hagrid praised. Harry nodded reluctantly, his face slightly pale. "Are you okay?" "It's okay, don't worry," Harry said, though only he knew the truth. The power of Snake Eater was immense, but it also consumed a lot of his magic. The round just fired had used up 1/3 of his magic power. He had never felt so weak before, but there was no time to rest. Getting rid of the remaining 2 Death Eaters was the priority. Curses fired across the night sky again. Harry ducked, sitting on the motorcycle as it swung left and right, anxiously loading 6 more bullets into the chamber. "Hagrid, drive more slowly. I'll speed up immediately after I finish the fight," Harry said seriously. "Okay, I see," Hagrid replied. Taking 2 deep breaths, Harry turned sharply, aiming at the 2 Death Eaters behind him, and pulled the trigger frantically. Boom, boom, boom. 6 bullets were fired almost simultaneously. The Death Eaters saw the dense rain of fire coming towards them and instinctively set up defensive spells. Rumble. Fierce flames exploded in the sky, lighting up the night like a sun. "Wow!" Hagrid's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief. "Come on, I'm not sure this can stop them," Harry said weakly. He had little strength left, with less than 1/3 of his magic power remaining. "Yes, let's go," Hagrid reacted, immediately pressing a purple button on the motorcycle. With a roar, the exhaust pipe on the back of the motorcycle spurted out blazing blue flames, and the speed soared. After more than 10 seconds, Two ragged Death Eaters staggered out of the hazy night, exuding a fiery aura. They had managed to create a barrier in time to block most of the flames. They were not seriously injured, but their bodies were covered in red spots from burns. "Let them run away," one Death Eater said, looking at the empty night sky with a hint of panic and helplessness. "I hope the Master will not punish us. This must be fake. It almost killed us. Harry Potter is not that powerful." "We got rid of them, Harry," Hagrid shouted. "You did it." Harry lay on the motorcycle, too exhausted to respond. Harry just wanted to quietly experience the pleasure of the rest of his life. He needed a good sleep after returning to the burrow. Suddenly, the scar on Harry's forehead burned with intense pain, causing him to scream. A killing curse shot from behind, narrowly missing him. "Harry!" Voldemort appeared like smoke, without any transportation, materializing on their right side. His scarlet eyes gleamed with the excitement of hunting his prey. "Avada Kedavra!" Green light shot towards Harry. Hagrid, in fear, maneuvered the motorcycle to avoid it, but more green light followed, and despite Hagrid's superb driving skills, he couldn't dodge it all. The motorcycle spun out of control in midair. At that moment, Harry's owl Hedwig flew over and blocked the curse with her body. No. Harry watched Hedwig fall, his heart heavy with sorrow. The stinging pain on his forehead forced him to close his eyes. "Harry Potter," Voldemort smiled, raising his wand with pale fingers. "I changed wands this time. Miracles like the flashback curse won't happen twice." "Avada Kedavra!" A dark green beam of light shot out from Voldemort's wand. Harry wanted to resist but couldn't muster the strength. He half closed his eyes, waiting for death, but his wand seemed to have a mind of its own, pulling Harry's arm up like a magnet and aiming it at the incoming green beam. A ball of golden flame shot out of Harry's wand uncontrollably, colliding with Voldemort's curse. The impact was stagnant at first, but soon the golden flames overshadowed the green light and extended towards Voldemort's wand. Crack! Voldemort's wand was riddled with cracks and shattered into powder from tip to tail. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the flying flames obscured Voldemort's sight. Hagrid seized the opportunity, pressed the purple button, and the sidecar motorcycle sprayed out dragon flames, disappearing into the night sky in the blink of an eye. "No!" Voldemort roared to the sky in anger as his prey vanished. After flying for an unknown amount of time, the sidecar passed through the magic barrier of the Order of the Phoenix. Hagrid and Harry breathed a sigh of relief as they entered the burrow. "Harry, Hagrid," Ginny hurriedly walked out of the house. "Why do you look so disheveled? What happened?" "The Death Eaters were waiting for us. We were surrounded as soon as we came out. We even encountered Voldemort and were almost finished. Fortunately, Harry." Hagrid paused and turned to Harry. "What kind of magic did you use just now?" "I don't know either," Harry replied. "Where are the others?" Ginny asked, her face pale. "Didn't they come back?" Harry asked anxiously. "No, I prepared several portkeys, but they all missed the time." "We were chased in groups and had no time to use the portkey," Hagrid explained. A loud bang attracted their attention. "Someone's here," Lupin said, helping George, whose face was covered in blood. "Quick, help him inside." Harry hurried to help. He and Lupin supported George, walking through the kitchen to the living room and placing him on the sofa. Ginny and Hagrid moved closer to check on George's injuries, but Lupin grabbed Harry by the collar, cornering him against the wall, and pointed his wand at his neck. "Lupin, what are you doing?" Hagrid asked angrily. Lupin ignored him, looking at Harry coldly. "Harry Potter, when you first came to my office at Hogwarts, what kind of animal was squatting in the corner?" "Are you crazy?" Harry exclaimed. "Answer quickly. What animal was it?" Lupin demanded, his wand ready to release a curse if Harry answered incorrectly. "It's Grindylow, in the tank," Harry replied. Lupin slowly let go of Harry and explained breathlessly. "Sorry, Harry. I had to check. We've been betrayed. Voldemort knows our plans." Harry nodded, understanding the necessity of proving his identity. The events of the night had indeed taken them by surprise. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, prompting Lupin to grab his wand and rush to the door. Two figures emerged in the yard, Kingsley and Hermione, who had reverted to their original forms. Both Kingsley and Lupin were on edge, their wands pointed at each other. "What were the last words Dumbledore said to either of us?" Kingsley asked. Harry is our most precious hope. We must trust him, Lupin replied, slowly lowering his wand. Kingsley relaxed and pointed his wand at Harry. It's him. I check D, Lupin confirmed. Okay, Kingsley said, putting away his wand. Who else is back? Just Harry, Hagrid, George, and me. You're the third group, Lupin answered. It's really bad, Hermione sighed in relief. We were chased by 5 Death Eaters and probably killed 2 of them, but the other 3 seemed to have left midway. We thought there might be a trap, so we took a long detour before coming back. Soon after, Bill and Molly arrived on a thestral, followed closely by Tonks and Ron. Tonks immediately embraced Lupin. Thanks to Ron, he's amazing. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be here, she said earnestly. Where are Arthur and Fred? Molly asked, her voice filled with worry. We're here, Mr. Weasley said, emerging from the pool with his son. Are we the only ones left? Where is George? Molly asked, her concern deepening. Lupin didn't speak but looked into the room with a guilty expression. Realizing something was wrong, Fred ran into the house, followed by the others. They found George lying on the sofa with Ginny tending to his wound. His left ear was missing, leaving a clear, gaping hole. What happened? Mr. Weasley asked Lupin. Snape did it, Lupin replied. Snape? Harry exclaimed. Are you sure it was him? Yes, his hood slipped down while he was chasing us, and he used the Sectum Sempra curse, which he's known for, Lupin explained. How do you feel, George? Fred asked, kneeling beside his twin. Touching. George managed a weak smile. What? Fred asked, confused. I'm a caveman now. I have a cave. Do you get it, Fred? George said, trying to lighten the mood. Fred shook his head with a bitter smile. Of all the jokes about ears, you had to pick that one. It's really bad. At least he's alive, George said, then looked at Molly, who was in tears. Mom, you can finally tell us apart. Why is everyone gathered around me? Is everyone back? Mad-Eye is dead, Bill said hesitantly. Mom and I were chased by several Death Eaters. Mad-Eye and Mundungus were not far from us when Voldemort caught up with them. Mundungus panicked and disapparated as soon as his identity was revealed. Voldemort realized he was chasing the wrong person and turned in another direction. Mad-Eye couldn't fend off so many Death Eaters alone. He was hit by several spells and fell off his broom. Everyone exchanged glances, feeling the weight of the loss. Mad-Eye was the strongest among them, with extensive combat experience. His death was hard to accept. Tonks and Hagrid couldn't hold back their tears. Bill took a bottle of wine from the cabinet, poured 13 glasses, and handed them to everyone. Here's to Mad-Eye, he said. Here's to Mad-Eye, everyone echoed, raising their glasses and drinking in one gulp. Is Mundungus missing? Lupin asked pointedly. It can't be him, Bill said. I know what you're thinking, but it can't be Mundungus. He came up with the idea of the 7 Potters. If he were the traitor, he would have revealed the most crucial detail. I think he just panicked. Anyone would, seeing Voldemort, especially since Mad-Eye forced him to be here. Yes, they only seem to know the time, Mrs. Weasley added. Someone must have leaked the date. That's the only explanation. It can't be him, Hermione insisted. Hermione was emotional, and then she realized that everyone's eyes were on her. You? No way? Ron exclaimed in disbelief. He knew Hermione well, and no one was more reliable than her. Harry also found it hard to believe. He would rather think that Hagrid had leaked the information while drunk than believe Hermione had revealed the date to others. Who is he? Lupin asked seriously. Hermione bit her lip and hesitated. Hermione, you must explain clearly, Lupin said earnestly. Everyone here believes you. We know you didn't mean it, but this concerns the safety of all of us. Aaron, he asked me a few days ago, Hermione said, looking frustrated. But he has no reason to help Voldemort against Harry. Just because of that, you told him the time? Lupin felt exhausted. Ted and the others were equally baffled. Even if it was because of love, this was too reckless. It's definitely not him, I'm sure of it, Hermione insisted, her eyes red and her tones stubborn. I don't think it could be him either, Hagrid said weakly. Gaius is not that kind of person. Yes, we all know him, but... Lupin paused and glanced at Hermione with a pained expression. But he is the most suspect now. Apart from him, the only people who knew the transfer time were those who didn't know the real target.